quite see him. Pity. Really adds color to my features. I'm gonna wait until I know I'm actually streaming before I start talking. Waffle muffins? Is that a thing? Let's find out. Are waffle muffins a thing? Yes, they are. With a maple sugar glaze, apparently. That looks terrible, actually. I gotta be completely blunt. Banana oatmeal waffle muffin. Wow. Hey everyone, I'm gonna delay just a moment on the news because I want to make sure everyone hears this, because I owe an apology to everybody for obvious reasons. Don't lie to me, Zed. I know you care more about Frozen Throne than my health. But I don't blame you either. Greetings, Raskar. Okay, I need to stop for a bit. Can eat, just not that fast. Hey, Athero. Thank you for your donation, Athero. I did receive it in good health. And well, no, I didn't, but I received it and it blessed me, so thank you, Athero. Hey, Illusion. Hi, Junix. Hi, Bowman. Hey, Liberated. Shoutouts. So let's start with something insignificant. This showed up today, which I'm actually rather pleased with. I know it's a little bit behind, but at least I can finally actually play through this damn game. And enjoy it. Once I finish Black and White 1, of course. Which I haven't yet. Admittedly, I've been working on Birth by Sleep lately. But still. That's also, you know, I like the Pokemon series, and I'm pretty jazzed about that. Wow, this hurts. I am without question feeling better, yes. Better being a relative term, of course. Excuse me a moment. So, does anybody know how many viewers we have at the moment, so I can explain why I'm an idiot and a worthless bastard? 33. Thank you, that's probably enough. So, hi Marquis. I woke up at 10 today. Bright and early. Earlier than I expected to. I was all jazzed. Yes, I can start Frozen Throne. Really looking forward to it. Ready to go. Got up. First thing I did was I fired up the computer and put out a Twitter thing saying, you know, I'm going to be streaming as soon as I'm ready to go. So then I went, took a shower, and then promptly threw up. And then I threw up again, and then I threw up again. And I don't know how many of you out there have experienced that particular phenomenon, where you continuously throw up over and over and over and over and over, and you never actually stop feeling nauseous, and you never actually stop feeling the pain from it, and you just start to completely exhaust your body, and anytime you try to drink anything or eat anything, it literally comes back up immediately. But you're so dehydrated and you're so hungry Yeah, it kind of sucked. So, I threw up for 4 hours. Until about 2-ish, give or take. 2 something was when I finally had that last throw up, where the really deep bile, the stuff that's actually coming from the upper intestinal tract, started coming out. And I laid down, and I was utterly and completely exhausted from, throwing up for 4 hours. So I passed out from exhaustion, and just woke up at about 40 minutes ago. So that's why I didn't end up streaming. I do apologize to everyone. I completely missed out on like 7 hours of streaming that was supposed to happen, and I'm sorry, guys. As a resultant, I can almost guarantee you I'm probably not going to finish Frozen Throne this weekend. So I'm going to have to figure out something about when to continue Frozen Throne in the future. Because I'm not going to finish it this weekend. There's no way in hell. Especially since I have to stop streaming tomorrow afternoon as well. But so that's why. I'm sorry, guys. I am obviously feeling better because I'm not throwing up every 5 minutes. But I suppose you didn't come here to listen to me complain, so let's go ahead and fire some stuff up, shall we? Alright, so gotta fix the chat here. Give me a moment. And then we need to go up. Up some more. Up, down a bit. There we go. That should be about right. Okay, chat's fixed. Still raffling off some copies of Bastion. Still the Frozen Throne, which is awesome. It's okay, Bowman. I know every single one of you would stop following me and stop donating and stop watching my YouTube videos if I didn't continue. You can be honest with me. It's okay. I understand. I understand. So when we left off, we had just done the 2 awesome chapters. Now the 3rd chapter is much shorter and actually much easier, but it's actually it's really fun too, all things considered. So let's go ahead and fire this sucker up. Like I said, this actually happens moments later. This is when we're about to assault Theramore Island. This is basically just one map, a MOBA style map if I remember correctly. Oh, I have no sound on. I apologize. There we go. Fixed.
Warchief, our troops are ready, but the Admiral's assembled a blockade of battleships around Theramore. There's no way we can match their firepower.
Damn it, I should have thought of this sooner. We've got to find some way to...
Thrall, Rexar, I come in peace. You must believe me, I had no part in my father's plans. I wish none of this had ever happened. I don't know what to do.
We've bled together on many battlefields, Jaina. We've faced untold perils as allies. But your father threatens the security of our nation and the very future of my people. You know how this has to end.
I know, Thrall. Do what you must. There is a goblin shipyard on a nearby island that could provide you with warships of your own. With those, you could scatter the blockade surrounding Theramore. But please, spare my men if you can. My father will try to use them against you, but they're the only real family I'll have left when this is over. Please do this. For me.
We'll do all we can, Jaina. You have my word. Now you'd better make yourself scarce. The battle's about to begin.
Our forces are ready, Thrall. It's now or never.
See it done, Rexar. I'll meet you at Theramore.
Hey, Rhiannon. Greetings to Scotland. I do feel really bad for Jaina in this, for what I think is incredibly obvious reasons. She, is basically stuck between a rock and a hard place. Some people have asked why it is that she ended up siding with Thrall in all this rather than with her father or with her people. That's an interesting question in its own right. But my personal answer to why is basically the fact that it is my opinion Jaina felt that what her father and what the Gothras were doing was wrong. And while she does not enjoy or endorse the idea of her own people being injured so thusly, the simple fact of the matter is, we are the defenders here, you know? We are not aggressors, we are not trying to make a fight. We are trying to actually continue to exist, you know? So, it does kind of color your perceptions a bit. I also think that's part of why she was basically inactive for so long while we went through the second mission. Anyways. It's also worth noting that if you really think about it, you know, obviously it's easy to brush over, but this is a pretty significant moment both for Thrall and for Jaina. Thrall has willingly accepted the idea of being under assault by people and refusing to kill them, or at least trying not to kill them, which is a lot harder to do than it sounds, I'd like to point out. I'm not even just talking about in a gameplay sense, I'm talking about in the sense of a real-life combat situation. Try not to hurt the person trying to kill you. And Jaina has assisted Thrall in the killing of not only her people, but her father. I just pointed out because both of these people have basically taken fairly large steps to maintaining peace one with another. Now, why do I bring that up? Reason number one. A lot of people were actually really pissed off that the war between the Alliance and the Horde basically fired back up in WoW. And this mission is basically why. I know it's more complicated than that. But it seems like such an unnecessary step to have basically have all of Warcraft 3 be the culmination of the understanding that, you know, we're all in this together by the introduction of the Burning Legion and other third-person, third-party enemies. And then this campaign, which shows just how far the leaders of, some of the leaders of the two sides are willing to go in order to maintain that peace, and having that basically be thrown out the window. Now, you may say, Arsha Gaia, war is more complicated than that. You know that. To which I respond, yeah, I know. But there's actually a very specific reason this pissed me off back when it became a thing. You see, if you were to ask someone why the Horde and the Alliance are at war, the answer you get will vary. But the reason it was back in vanilla was because they wanted PvP. Seriously, that's the reason. That's it. That's all. That was the reason, in a nutshell. That was the full extent of the developer's thought into it. One of the things that was commented on back then significantly was the idea that due to the extensive lore and history and story of, you know, Warcraft and how much it's been fleshed out over the years, that they should have a lore and story reason for there to be, you know, continued war between the two. And the response was basically, we need to, we don't have a choice on the matter because the people who were calling the shots at the time, that'd be Vivendi, basically insisted that any MMO has to have PvP. And they may or may not be right. Let's make this clear. That is not an invalid concern. The problem here is is the obvious thing. And Coco just said it flat out. There were no story reasons whatsoever for the original dichotomy between the Alliance and the Horde at WoW Vanilla. None. Zero. Zip. Zilch. And that's my problem with it. If you have to have the two sides be at war, at least make it make sense. At least put effort into it. At least try to add some kind of story reasoning behind it. It's not like they can't and indeed haven't done this. For example, in Cataclysm, some of you may not be aware of this, but the reasons why the two sides went into full-out warfare actually made a lot of sense. I'll summarize them. The Twilight Cultists had decided this was the time to strike and had fully infiltrated both sides, and basically ensured a few situations where they committed horrible tragedies and atrocities to both sides, blaming the other. And basically that's all they had to do. I'll be honest with you, that makes perfect sense to me, because the idea of the two sides being a fragile piece, that doesn't bother me. And someone coming up and showing up and saying, hey, you know, a lot of our people just got brutally murdered and skinned on the edge of the forest when we went to go to a peace conference with them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that would probably lead to some hostilities, especially since if you then try to raise a hand out just to be like, okay, let's try to look into this first, and then are immediately contested by people of the other side, people infiltrating your side, that is to say, who then make it out to be like your hand of friendship has been received by bloodshed. Yeah, at that point I could see war really becoming a problem. But in vanilla, we need to have PvP. Come on, guys. Am I just taking out this base? I mean, really? It's just... Oh, I'm trying to get to the Goblin Shipyard, that's right. In lore, Black Salamander, teleport requires a strong anchor. That could theoretically be anything that defines, that matches that definition. Also, how much of an anchor you need to teleport basically depends on your personal level of power. You know, what it is you actually are strong enough to look for is a good way to put that. And by the way, I agree with what Akalaka said. Let me make this clear for the 50th time. I'm not actually against PvP. I never have been. I'm against PvP ruining PvE, and that is a fairly common thing. Yeah, exactly, Raskor. Oh, yay! Well, the Goblin Shipyard is ours. Excuse me. Excuse me, goodness. Hey, look. A bunch of juggernauts. And a bunch of frigates. Naval combat. Yay. No, Liberated. We all know Illidan's a good guy. Now, what I would love to see is someone like, oh, I don't know, the Warlords of Draenor return and become an imminent threat. No, I'm kidding. Oh, grats, Akalaka. Only one Laka today. I'm not feeling up for multiples. Black Salamander, Raskar is correct. You would need to know exactly where you're teleporting, and again, you would have to have something to anchor yourself to. So, but theoretically, someone truly powerful could teleport virtually anywhere as long as they had something to teleport to. As weird as that probably sounds. I agree, Rhiannon. It is actually a shame that they took it out of Warcraft 3. I know why they did. It was a time and money issue. It was actually initially planned to be in Warcraft 3, but for those of you who are not aware, Warcraft 3 underwent about 7 revisions, and when I say revisions, I mean like, you would not recognize the game between Revision 1 and Revision 2. It completely went back to the drawing board more than once. So it doesn't really surprise me that went out. Hey Spirit, I don't feel too great. I suppose you missed my explanation earlier for why I didn't start streaming for a while. Okay, so while they're doing that, let's go kill some ships. Go, my Juggernuggets. Juggernauts? Juggernauts. Damn it, I missed one. Oh god, okay, take out the battleship. Take out the battleship. It's the only thing that matters. Okay, now take out that guy. No, we lost a Juggernaut. You should really be attacking the air, guys. There we go. See, Juggernauts can only attack land units. Or non-air units, I guess is actually a better way to put that. Yeah, okay, you didn't get it. I'll just reiterate really quick. I know, I already talked about this for those of you who are like, darn it. But put simply, I was so violently ill earlier that I was throwing up non-stop about every 5 minutes for about 4 hours. So, and then the sheer exhaustion of the stress and strain that did to my system made me pass out. So that's why I was delayed on streaming, and that's why things are the way they are. Excuse me. And that's why I'm just kind of laying here. Yeah, dehydration probably didn't help any, because I couldn't drink anything. I mean, I could, but then it would immediately come right back up. Hey, Heiko. What's up? So anyways, talking about stuff, I do like that they added naval combat to Frozen Throne. It's just such a shame that it basically feels a lot less than it did in Warcraft 2. And the more I think about it, the more I can't decide why. Because fundamentally, there's nothing actually wrong with it. It's still naval combat, it's the same basic setup. There's ships for all 4 sides. You know, it just feels like it's less of a focus. And honestly, if I had to put a couple of numbers on it, I'd say the lack of oil as a resource and the general lack of usefulness of naval combats is why. Or naval units, excuse me. So, just some food for thought. I still enjoy it. Let's not mistake this for complaining. I'm just saying, I think that's one of the reasons why most people don't even remember there is naval combat in Frozen Throne. By the way, how many of you out there, when you saw the Juggernaut in Dead Mines, kind of gave a little whee? Because, you know, it was a Juggernaut, and I don't really have anything else to add here. Anybody? Was it just me? Okay, I'll shut up. Oh, thank God, at least one other person thought it was awesome. I am vindicated. It was a nice touch, I thought. And the funny thing was, it also helped to emphasize just how strong Juggernauts should be, because one of their big plans with the Juggernaut was the kind of havoc they were going to be able to wreak with just one ship. And it emphasized 2 lore things, while at the same time having that whole, you know, nostalgia feeling added into it. One, it emphasized just how weak Stormwind is at this point in time, or was, I should say, you know, past tense. Because Stormwind, let's not forget, was kind of screwed at the beginning of WoW, and for obvious reasons. And 2, it emphasized how strong the Juggernaut was, which I thought was, you know, rather appropriate, all things considered. Nether Hunter, I have no idea how you'd use a Ditto effectively. However, if I were to give him an item, it would probably be something along the lines of, excuse me. Something along the lines of, something that gives them, you know, like, for example, the King's Rock, which enables their abilities to occasionally flinch, that kind of a thing. Just my mindset. In response to Marquis's question, a blind run is when you are playing a game you have literally never played before or seen anything about before or gotten the boat out of the way before or anything. A blind run is actually kind of exactly what it sounds like. It's when you're walking into a game completely blind and you have no idea what you're doing. It's actually pretty fun, all things considered. Raskor, the answer to that is the Defias Brotherhood. The Defias Brotherhood. Couldn't think of that for a moment. Crush them all. What doesn't surprise me, Raskor. The obvious English play on words is the play on the word defiant. Excuse me. Hey, Maria Cole. No to both, Marquis, and I probably won't, for reasons I've already covered. Because those games are the worst games ever. I hate everything about them. Spit, spit, spit. No, the real reason is because it's the Baldur's Gate series and the Planescape Torment, a lot of other older games like that, are games that I have a tremendous difficulty playing because of the UI, because of how old and difficult it is to literally play those games, and so I haven't really replayed them in a long time because I basically can't. Ah, gotcha, Raskor. That makes sense, actually. I'll give Blizzard one thing. Their localization team is usually pretty good. Usually. Not always. But usually. Oh, excuse me. What can change the nature of a man? The answer is the player character. Oh, it sucks, Raskor. I said usually. Nobody listens to me, I swear. I think I just figured out the other reason why the naval combat in Warcraft and Frozen Throne bothered me a bit. And that's because the ships just feel so weak. Especially compared to regular units.
The blockade is broken. Board the transports, quickly! We must land on Theramore and crush the Admiral's defenses.
You've done well, Rexar. You're a natural leader. You remind me of Hellscream, in a way.
Thank you, War Chief. Now only one task remains. We must storm the Citadel and deal with Admiral Proudmoore once and for all.
Heiko, I don't know if I'd actually play Warcraft 2. I don't really see a lot of reason to, as weird as that sounds. As far as the Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition, I don't know if you've played that, but the UI isn't really fixed all that much. So, you know. Wow,
Now,
Theramore
warrior,
looks
we
different.
must storm the Citadel. We must find Admiral Proudmoore and put an end to him. Only then will our nation be safe.
We are with you, Rexar. Lead on.
Loktar Ogar! For the Horde! For Durotar!
So, oh wait, No, okay. Yeah, this is the MOBA map. So, one of the reasons that... hang on a second. One of the reasons, the other reasons that this particular
What lies before me?
setup of missions is significant is if you're actually paying attention, this is the foundation of the Horde here. You may say, well, what are you talking about? There's already the Horde. Let me make this clear. Thrall's Horde started off as just the Orcs. Then the Darkspear joined, and it was very solidly the Darkspear and the Orcs. But that was it. Everything that Rexar did here, and the imminent threat of the Kul Tiras, changed the nature of the relationship between the Taurens and the Orcs, and brought them closer together. And the net result was that, you know, the Taurens and the Orcs basically became part of the Horde together. And I just find that interesting, because for all intents and purposes, you couldn't really call this the Horde up until this point in time. Now, example of an old RPG with a good UI. The problem is most, I'm paying like no attention at all. Come on, come on, come on! Most PC RPGs I've noticed that are older just have a terrible UI. But before you think I'm being, you know, classist or consolist or whatever, it is also worth noting that most of the older console RPGs have the exact same problem. For example, go play Final Fantasy I sometime, and tell me just how horribly difficult of a game that is to play, you know? Go try playing the original Dragon Quest, or how about the first Ultima? Those games really had terrible UI, and terrible control. In my opinion, an older game that is actually has a decent stuff like that isn't really what I would call an older game. So, in other words, I can't think of one, is really what I'm saying here. Oh my god. Kill the tower, oh my god. Do I have to micro every single one of your actions? Come on, guys. Come on. By the way, Diablo 3 I like, and most people don't. That's the synopsis there. I need to get Misha out. There we go. I stand by my statement, Mog Elixir. Final Fantasy I was a pain to play, and I never actually enjoyed Final Fantasy I until Final Fantasy Origins. Now, once Final Fantasy Origins came out, I was actually with it, especially since I would actually know, for example, what spells did, or what equipment did, or I could equip someone without having to go through the most terrible menu system I've ever seen. Well, that's a lie, but you know, you get my point. Why, Drake? The humans brought this on themselves. They must burn. And they're going to burn, because that's kind of what we're doing right now. Burn, 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 burn. So, I just noticed I got an email like 10 minutes ago. I should go see what that is. Holy moly. Big old message here. Hang on. Well, Agamemnon, I appreciate your kind words and your donation both. Thank you very much. Ojunix, give him a waffle muffin. Now, the funny thing about that Mog Elixir, I'm sorry for completely switching things here, is, that's been a problem all the way as recently as Final Fantasy IV. It's one thing I was debating, you know, an older game, even though I don't think FF4 is that old a game. I guess it technically is. Even FF4 had a lot of the UI problems. The original version, the SNES version, had a lot of the UI problems that, you know, plagued the older games. It wasn't until FF5 and FF6 that they finally started really narrowing down convenience and efficiency in the Final Fantasy gameplay, UI, combat, etc. Oh god, that's a good example, Topaz. I didn't even thought of the old fantasy stars. The old Breath of Fire's another good example of that. It's just ugh. Oh yeah, I remember that Muggle Elixir. It's another thing too. How often was an item bugged and we didn't know it? In fact, here's one for you. I got one. This is actually a Final Fantasy IV one. My friend and I both had the exact same problem. We got the ice shield. I forgive me because I may actually be mixing this up in my tale, but the idea was we got the ice shield, and we were like, aha, this will defend against fire attacks because it's an ice shield, right? No, it actually defended against ice attacks because of an ice shield, and it made you weaker to fire attacks. You may be asking, why do I remember that specific instance so well? Well, you get an ice shield immediately before fighting Rubicant for the first time. So FF9 did have a couple. All the FFs have a couple of bugs, but in my professional opinion, from FF5 and on, they really had narrowed down and gotten their stuff working. Hi, Iron Madden, by the way. Hang on, I gotta take care of this lane, guys. I'm really not trying here, I gotta be honest. I probably should be. Speed this up a bit. Now, the problem with the idea of game breaking is most games I've talked about aren't actually, game breaking. You know what I mean? Because very few games I've played and enjoy, and therefore am willing to talk about, had something that was truly game breaking in them. Or if they did, it was fixed. So yeah, you're right, I'm not going to talk about that sort of thing particularly often. I'm just going to be talking about games that had irritating bugs or bad UI or whatever. I mean, I hate to reiterate on this, but Baldur's Gate 2, the second one, great game, great characterizations, one of my favorite villains of all time. I literally cannot go back and replay that game. It's just too bad, too inconvenient, too irritating. It's not even difficult, it's just, ugh, you know? Surely I'm not the only one like that. By the way, shoutouts Taitu. And hi. See you around, Nether. Yes, I did Taitu. In fact, I have played those maps that he has pushed out. They are surprisingly well done, even though they are tremendously buggy. But I will say, definitely in their favor, the World of Warcraft units and models and otherwise graphics fit astonishingly well within the StarCraft 2 engine, which didn't actually surprise me. Unwieldy, that's a good word for it. Can I even attack these? Well, Halberd, we've got about 10-ish people who's like, yo, and we'll raffle that off, and hopefully 2 of those 10 people will have brand new copies of Bastion, and hopefully they'll enjoy them, because that's kind of the point. I actually did answer that, Ojunix. Not a shock. But I will answer it again, just for you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to leave you in suspense and misery for forever. Hang on, Halberd. Let me pull up the raffle list here. There it is. Halberd has been added. Ooh, shoot. Wrong thing. There we go. As weird as this is going to say, probably the only thing I don't like about Bastion is the ending, but I literally don't want to talk about that for reasons that should be incredibly obvious. So, shrug, as they say. There's blood on my screen? Damn it, I knew it. Oh well. Ah, so there is. Yes, I know, Prague. But I was trying not to say that, because, you know, I'm trying to avoid spoilers. So one of the things that actually makes this particular MOBA interesting in its design is you can't get rid of the, most of the buildings that are producing units. So these are just going to keep producing units forever. which is going to slow down progress. You can take out some of them, like this bundle up here, but you get the point. Oh wow, did we actually get pushed all the way back to base? You guys suck. More blood. More blood for the blood god. Yes, Ojunix, I'm leaving you hanging. Nah, I'm kidding. Okay. Put simply, from basically the beginning of Warcraft, well, actually towards the middle of Warcraft 3, all the way up to, I'd say about the midway point of Frozen Throne, a series of events was taking place in Nomergon. It's actually a lot lengthier and more complicated than it probably sounds, because what ended up happening was first the Trogs showed up, kind of out of nowhere, and then after the Trogs did their thing, the Dark Iron Dwarves showed up, and after the Dark Iron Dwarves did their thing, the next thing that really happened was that there was a bit of a internecine conflict within. And the long and the short of it is that all three of these problems kind of collided and caused issues all at the same time. And so pretty much this entire time the gnomes are fighting a miniature war within their own burrows and depths and so forth and so on, trying to keep the Trogs and the Dark Iron Dwarves from affecting the rest of the Alliance. And that's actually the cool part. Some people have actually asked me, why is it the gnomes didn't just retreat and then go and join the fight against the Legion or whatever? And the answer is, they believed, whether they're correct or not, that the best possible course of action would be to stand there and hold the line themselves in order to help out against the war effort up above, which at the time was actually against the Scourge. The Legion hadn't shown up yet. So the gnomes were actually, could have evacuated at any time, and suffered much less casualties and much less of a horrible situation, but they intentionally stayed basically to defend that front, is really the best way to think of that. So, A, gnomes are awesome, and B, that's why they kind of were absent in pretty much all of Warcraft 3. And I do mean all. There are no gnomes in Warcraft 3 that I'm aware of. After Netherzim. After. Okay, would you take this thing out? Stop attacking random people. God, people. So, I'm probably weird. Yes and no, Iron Madden. Dark Iron Dwarves are partially... Well, I hesitate to do something so cliche as to call them always evil. But one thing the Dark Iron Dwarves are is always ambitious. And that tends to lead itself towards a great deal of Dark Iron Clan Dwarves who tend to be evil, because duh, right? I mean, it's the same reason the Dark Side over in Star Wars tends to attract people who are evil. It's because it's easier and quicker. I mean, duh, right? It doesn't make you evil. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. So the point I'm trying to get to here is that the Dark Iron Dwarves are basically just another clan of dwarves, and that does have its own biological and otherwise implications, because they are effectively different dwarves than the Bronzebeards or the Wildhammers. But ultimately, it is primarily a cultural difference. The final straw, Ojunix, was the activation of the radiation that irradiated all of Nomergon. That was the final straw. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, then I really have nothing to share with you on that. I mean, come on, it's the primary thing about Nomergon. Anyway, so Taitu, you asked about the raffle. You don't have to donate for the raffle. I'd like it if you donate. But seriously, you do not have to donate for the raffle. All you have to do is say, Arsh, I would like to be in on the raffle. And I will say, you got it. And I will give you a audio response to verify that you're on the list. And then you're in. Anyways. In response to Hailbird, the odds of me beating this game tonight are minuscule unless I use cheats. If you guys want me to use cheats, I understand. I don't want to. I mentioned this when I started playing yesterday. But because I missed out on like 7 hours of progress today, and I have to stop early tomorrow, at this point my options are cheat or finish this up later. So, it's up to you guys. And basically, yes, Nethrazim, these people are, all of these humans, all of these individuals are bastards, basically. I shouldn't even say that, because it's kind of understandable. These are people who have basically abandoned Lorerun as lost, and so while the Scourge is doing its thing, and Sylvanas is doing its thing, and Garithos is trying to rally the remnants of the Alliance over there to actually accomplish something, and the Blood Elves are being, you know, all blah 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 blah. The long and the short of it is that these people abandoned Lorerun for lost, sailed west to find a new home, and got here and saw orcs, and so their first thought was, aha, we must kill them. Yeah, I don't have a lot of sympathy for Kultiras, honestly. While I do empathize with the problems that Admiral Proudmoore had, Kultiras as a nation really brought this on themselves. As for Taitu's reaction to the more Asianic influences upon WoW, it doesn't bother me in the tiniest, slightest bit. Was there anything else about that question? Hang on. Yeah, no, doesn't bother me. Sorry. Even with regards to the Pandarans themselves. Heiko, you are totally wrong, because gnomes are totally awesome. In fact, gnomes are so awesome, I actually have World of Warcraft, or that is to say, Warcraft-specific gnomes in every other setting that I have that has gnomes. That's the blueprint of what I use for gnomes. We don't know Illusion of Free Choice, however, basically the understanding is no, nobody stayed behind in Kultiras. That being said, maybe, you never know. Someone might have stayed behind. We might find out about that in the future. Kultiras is one of those things that has not really been covered in WoW yet, just in, you know, Warcraft. Alright, I've got 2 lanes basically busted wide open here. I guess we'll go ahead and beat the game now, instead of diddle-doddling. Usually, when I'm playing a MOBA game like this, I like to just completely curb stomp. In other words, completely break open all the lanes, 3, 5, whatever, and waltz right in. Oh yeah, those hurt. I forgot about that. But we'll go ahead and not do that, because we can win with just this many. Whoops, wrong guy. Nope, Kultiras still not in WoW. But it never will be, because I sank it into the ground. Yes, I know a great deal about gnomes from Forgotten Realms, and in my opinion, they're more often used as an irritant than as an effective storytelling tool. I vastly prefer Warcraft gnomes. Like I said, whenever I have a setting that has gnomes, I tend to just use the Warcraft gnomes as personal preference. What am I hearing out there? Oh well, it doesn't matter.
This is not the Horde you remember, old man. We have no interest in conquest or murder. We have paid for the sins of our forebears in blood.
Can your blood atone for genocide, Orc? Your Horde killed countless innocents with its rampage across Stormwind and Lorerun. Do you really think you could just sweep all that away and cast aside your guilt so easily? No, your kind will never change, and I will never stop fighting you.
Our hero has been slain.
And that's the problem with Admiral Proudmoore in a nutshell.
Our hero has been slain.
I kind of lost that fight just so you guys could hear his voice acting for that, so you could really understand the full totality of the situation. Like I said, I do actually sympathize with him, believe it or not. But yeah, poor old fool. Oh, exactly, Netherzine. Like I said, I understand. I don't agree. But I fully understand where he's coming from. And it is a pity. Imagine how different of a future we'd have if Kul Tiras had been the first Alliance nation to formally recognize the Horde as a sovereign nation, and to work with them, rather than immediately try to genocide them and fail. Also, I've seen Death Knight gnomes, and the problem is most Death Knight gnomes have pink mohawks. No. Russian guy draws the line at pink mohawks. Oh, we would have had WoW, we just had a different version of WoW. Like I said earlier, 100% of the reason why vanilla WoW had the two sides at war, or at conflict I should say, whoops, was purely because of executive meddling. Because they're stupid, Agamemnon. Also, it's a gameplay mechanic here. As I've said before, Resurrection is a lore thing. I'm just gonna cheat, by the way. I don't feel like fighting this guy for real. But yeah, it's a... There, you're dead.
It's over. Stand down, humans.
Father, why wouldn't you listen?
Above all else, Jaina, he was a proud warrior. Remember him as such.
Durotar is now safe. We have no further quarrel with these humans. We will leave your isle in peace, Jaina. I pray we never have to come here again. Farewell, sorceress. You saved our nation, Rexar. For that, I can never repay you. Will you return to Durotar with us and make a new home for yourself?
I appreciate your offer, Thrall. But I am Moknathal, a wanderer. I belong in the wilds amidst the beasts and elements of the land. But know this, brother. I will always be a part of the Horde. I will always be there when you need me. Farewell.
Still carrying the standard of the Horde on his back. The end. And thus the Horde is founded. As of right now, Rexar is still in Outland, correct? Alright, now we need to do something real quick here. Give me a moment. Junix, I'm sure it has less to do with loyalty to Jaina, and more a degree of understanding of the fact that they had just been pasted. I mean, let's try not to forget the fact that, you know, the Horde just won a lot. The Horde just curb-stomped them. Like, really, really badly. Alright, unleash the Muffin Cannon! Wait, no, wrong thing? Oh, okay, sorry, my bad. There we go.
Betrayer. In truth, it was I who was betrayed. Still I am hunted. Still I am hated. Now my blood I see what others cannot. That sometimes the hand of fate must be forced. Of doom upon all those who would oppose us.
That was terrible. God. Certainly not one of the best cinematics ever. Now we're gonna have to skip that exact same cutscene. Moment, please. Black screen. There we go. Fun little amusing tidbit. This actually occurs in Ashara. So, it's time for Maiev to do her thing.
These tracks are fresh, but they split off in opposite directions. Illidan must be getting help from someone.
Your orders, mistress.
You Watchers split up into two parties. Scour the woods. Find what you can. We'll meet you further up the coast. Remember, sisters, if you find Illidan, do not attempt to take him without the rest of us. He is far too dangerous to tackle alone.
Yes, mistress.
The rest of you, follow me.
So, Maiev. I always found it interesting that we played someone who is so obviously not a good person in
Illidan is out there
in the
somewhere.
Night Elf campaign. I know some people have made arguments that she's not as bad as she gets, and I could see that, but no matter how you look at it,
The bodies have been mutilated.
Maiev is a screwed up person.
Demons did this.
Illidan's stench hangs heavily over this place. But those tracks were not made by any demons I know of. Be wary, my sisters. There's no telling what horrors Illidan has called to his side.
Naisha!
And the innocent alike.
Look, guys, it's Naisha. Why is Illidan being chased? See, that's funny that you asked that, Adam. Illidan was broken out by Tyrande. Therefore, Maiev is out to find Illidan. Now, if that doesn't make sense, I don't blame you, but the point I'm trying to get across here is the only thing she actually cared about at this point in time. And indeed, she was probably driven insane by the time spent in that damn prison. is that, yeah, she's basically obsessed with Illidan. She's obsessed with her job. She doesn't actually care about the situation or the circumstances or the realities or anything. All she cares about is getting him back there and getting back to the status quo. Damn it. I just...
Mistress, the Furbolgs have succumbed to the forest's corruption. It's as if they've lost themselves to mindless rage.
Their tribe suffered greatly during the Legion's invasion.
They cannot be saved. By the way, whether or not this is the same Furbog tribe is, of course, debatable. But the simple reality is this is supposed to be the same.
Their whole race has gone mad.
Yeah, there you go.
Slay them all.
What she just said. This is intended to be the final stab in the heart, so to speak, with the Furbogs that we saved way back in the beginning of the Night Elf campaign back in Warcraft 3. This is Naisha Netherzine. And yeah, Maiev does have a personal grudge against Illidan, but I'm sure 10 millennia spent guarding him probably did not help that grudge at all.
Now is the time.
Satyrs.
The satyrs are attacking! Drive the foul brutes back!
Wretched fools! You cannot stop the Master. His is the hand of glory. His will shall be done.
So, Illidan sent you foul satyrs to slow us down. He must be getting desperate.
It is arguable that Maiev
no longer.
was the most highest ranked of the wardens.
Mistress Shadowsong, we're lucky to have found you.
Report.
My party was attacked by a bloodthirsty wildkin. Apparently, Illidan's passing drove the creature mad. There's no telling how many more innocents it might harm.
This madness must end. We will find the creature and put it down. Illidan's new minions struck here as well. They're bloodthirsty and fearless, whoever they are.
They're Murlocs! In response to Netherzeem's question about Naisha, Naisha was a good friend of Maiev's. I actually disagree. I don't think Maiev's loss was the point of sanity, but I'll talk about that when we get to that mission. I have a pet theory, which admittedly is somewhat unconfirmed, but it's one of those theories that, in my opinion, fits all the facts, and so I've basically accepted it as continuity as of this point in time. As for why the corruption spread, it was artificially spread, Black Salamander. In other words, the corruption didn't actually spread on its own or anything like that. The individuals in question, the satyrs primarily, actually went out of the way to make sure it kept spreading, to put it into such terms. Okay, you're tanking too much stuff there. Whee! So, fun fact for anyone who's played WoW, Maiev, the Warden, her abilities are Fan of Knives, that should look familiar, Blink, that should also look familiar from a completely different class, and Shadow Strike, which, actually I don't think there's any real equivalent, but, you know, whatever. And of course Vengeance, which unfortunately, we've never actually seen that in WoW, which is a pity, because, you know, that'd be awesome. Yes, they can, Black Salamander. They can spread it when the source is gone, the same way, you can anything like that. They just have to smear it around. Now they're diluting it, which is one of the reasons it isn't actually you know, anywhere near as... no, I actually totally disagree, Backburner, because this is a ranged poison dagger, which is a dot, and is a slow on top of that. I suppose you could equate that to Serpent Sting a little bit. Anyways, whatever, moving on. I just find it interesting that Maiev is basically a maged rogue. Makes sense, though, for a warden. Yep.
There, mistress. Those must be the creatures we're after.
Wretched Elves, you are no match for the Naga.
Naga. Many craven races have tempted our wrath over the centuries. None have survived.
Wretched woman, we will retake the surface world and put an end to your vile race once and for all.
Okay, so, points to keep in mind. First of all, we'd never even heard of a Naga at this point in time. I point that out because it's actually fascinating to me from a storytelling perspective, given how important the Naga have been to Warcraft's story ever since their introduction into it. With good reason, admittedly. It's just interesting. And number two, the fact of the matter is, the idea of a race like this, which was as fleshed out as it was, because there were originally plans to actually make them a fully playable race, and instead we just get individual missions where they are playable, is something I feel like was just a missed opportunity, and probably another reason why I like to throw more fuel onto the fire of the whole idea of Naga being a playable race. Excuse me. Excuse me. Damn. Illidan's legs are super long. He's like... Actually, if you remember, he's a demon hunter, so he's kind of like... You know, he's just spinning through the air every time. Yeah, I don't feel like fighting the spiders, and I'm pretty sure I'm already level capped for the level. That'd be awesome, Coco. But at least we do actually get to play as Naga in this game, in Frozen Throne. A Naga huntress? The hell's a huntress? Or do you just mean a hunter in female? In which case, I'm retarded. Never mind. So they switched composers between Warcraft 3 and Frozen Throne. And a lot of people tend to agree that Frozen Throne has vastly superior music. They really do a good job with it. This is one of the Frozen Throne songs right here. Hence my bringing it up. Hello, Satyr. Goodbye, Satyr. You will release my warriors immediately. Or I'll do it. It's okay. New class? Demon Hunter. It's so easy that I don't even have to think about it. Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter. Yeah, in Warcraft 3 they never actually explain properly what satyrs are. There is literally one throwaway line by Malfurion in Warcraft 3. And all he says is, I can't believe you once called yourself Night Elves. And that's it. That's the only explanation we ever got for satyrs. We didn't really have the satyrs fleshed out until the book. And, you know, wow. Oh my god. It's more Murlocs. No!
The ships must be burned. The Master doesn't wish to be followed.
I cannot allow Illidan to escape again. We must slay those Naga before they burn the ships.
You are too late, little warden. The Master has already set sail for distant shores. However, he wished to thank you for the hospitality you provided during his imprisonment. He asked us to repay you in kind.
You're certainly welcome to try, monster.
Yeah, Maiev is an idiot. I spoke ill of Tyrande back in Warcraft 3, but Maiev, holy moly, Maiev has issues. By the way, this mission is actually pretty hard on hard difficulty, and it's pretty much entirely because of this section right here. You notice they're already actually taking out ships. Like, they're literally already doing it. I'm kind of being casual here, but basically, you have to full-on focus on the guys attacking the ships, or you will lose them, and the mission will fail right here at the end. It's kind of screwed up, really, when you get down to it. You'll notice I just lost another ship, because I'm being really, really casual about this. I probably shouldn't. I'd really hate to replay this. So, let's go ahead and focus fire a bit. We'll endure the pain to make sure we don't fail the mission. You ever want a challenge mode thing for this? Oh, by the way, Maiev can't die, because I don't have a thing to resurrect her. That's really bad. You, go over here. No, just Maiev. Stay there. And then back over here to finish it up. So anyways, as I was saying, it's probably worth noting that most Night Elves in general are idiots. Male, female, doesn't really matter. They're all kind of dumb. Yeah. I mean, Malfurion's not that bad. Maev's brother is actually one of the probably one of the better people as far as they go, but otherwise, yeah.
Mistress, do you believe we can defeat Illidan even if we find him?
Illidan has grown powerful, of that there is no doubt. He consumed the energies of the skull of Gul'dan. Now he is neither night elf nor demon, but something more.
Mistress, why would the Naga harbor so much hatred for us?
We must trust time to reveal all things. Now hurry. Illidan has a considerable lead on us. We must capture him before he causes any more harm.
I love that. Well, we could think about the situation, or we could just blindly charge forward. Yeah! Maya for life! Oh, sorry. Most intelligent race in Warcraft. Oh, that's easy. The goblins. I mean, they figured out economic theory, for God's sakes. And yeah, I actually do have a great fit, Scott. And yes, the Naemus brother, whose name I can't even think of, has actually shown up since then. He was in Cataclysm, and he was awesome in it. So, welcome to the Broken Isles.
Mistress, we followed Illidan's course due east, as you asked. But these strange islands do not appear on any of our maps.
I suspected as much. These islands must have been formed only recently.
What makes you say that?
The ruins all around us, Naisha. I recognize them. This was once the great city of Suramar, built before our civilization was blasted beneath the sea 10,000 years ago.
But how could... Are you suggesting that these islands were somehow raised from the seafloor?
Perhaps. Though there are few powers left in the world capable of raising islands from the deeps. Regardless, it's a mystery we'll have to solve later. We'd best head inland and set up a base camp. Once we're situated, we'll pick up Illidan's trail. Here, sisters, let's establish a base so we can continue our hunt for Illidan.
I love the way she says Illidan. Illidan. She feels like she's spitting it every time she says it. Appropriate. It's just fascinating in its own way. This is probably the most boring of the Night Elf missions. It does actually have a ship aspect, as I mentioned earlier. And it's basically the only mission of these that's really just a plain old, you've got a base, they've got a base, take them out. Very few missions in Frozen Throne are, you have a base, they have a base, take them out. There's usually some kind of twist, or some kind of variant on it, or something that actually makes it interesting. But this is just kind of a plain old mission. So, I'm going to cheat on this one. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't feel like trying on a mission this dull. But I do have a couple things to talk about. First of all, one of the interesting things I find about this is that they actually... Okay. They make a point of mentioning how difficult it would be to raise an island from the sea, as if we needed some kind of recognition of that. And I think I'm going the wrong way, actually, for what I want. I need to go, like, up here. Because of the fact that, you know, this is a chunk of the world that was blasted at the bottom of the sea during the Sundering, right? Up there he is. And I'm going to go ahead and shut up now for a moment.
The end draws near. An orc. I smell the stench of demons about him.
Rest easy, stranger. This old wanderer has no quarrel with you or your kin.
I am Drakthul, once a powerful warlock of the Stormweaver clan. Now, I am the last of my kind.
What are you doing here?
Your pardon, lady, but I am hunted by restless ghosts. They've chased me day and night for nearly 20 years. Perhaps if you silence them for me, I will tell you my tale.
I'll consider it.
So, like I was saying, one of the things they do really well in this section is they emphasize just exactly how ridiculously powerful Gul'dan really was. I mention that because it's actually funny in its own right. Not really, Black Salamander. Not many people... I mean, Gul'dan obviously is one of the most impacting individuals in Warcraft history, which is funny since he's been dead since Warcraft 2. But most people don't understand that he is also one of the most powerful individuals in the whole setting. And there's a few times where they go out of their way to try and emphasize that, you know, the creation of the Death Knights is a good example of that, the empowerment of the ogres, you know, the formulation of the demonic horde. There's a few other things, but really what it comes down to is this right here. Gul'dan raised these islands from the depths of the ocean. And I like how it's such a simple, blatant thing, but it's so utterly and so apparently gets the point across, just like that. That's all you have to say. And all of a sudden you understand exactly how powerful this individual was and what he could do. I find it fascinating because one of the things you could say about the Warcraft setting is that the course of the history of the games, even for the portions we've actually played, could be best described as a slow progression of removing the beings of the most power one by one. You know, you think back, you know, Sargeras is gone, the Titans are gone, the Old Ones are imprisoned, and then the Elemental Lords are defeated, and then we get down more. Gul'dan was killed by his own hubris, and, you know, so forth and so on. I could keep going, but you get the general point. No matter how you go about it, all of the major powers, the major individual powers of the setting, have slowly been leaving the setting during pretty much the entire course of the series. Very much on purpose, I might add. That was, and if you think I'm overestimating or over summarizing, all I gotta say is the end of Cataclysm video. Uh-oh, the Naga are attacking. No, don't attack me, no. Yes, there is a significance in meaning behind this island's Desert Star, but I'm not going to talk about it because the game is going to for me. However, this is, this place, this city, Theramore, was in fact a Night Elf city that was one of the main cities in the Night Elf society prior to it being smashed to the bottom of the ocean, thanks to the Sundering. Yeah, Raskor, that's a good example of what I'm talking about. The we need no gods, whatever you want to call that theme. Alright, hang on, we're gonna go take these out first real quick. And by these, I mean this. Yes, I do, Marquez, especially since it was foreshadowed a little. It was foreshadowed in the books, so, or I think, because it wasn't in the games. I know it wasn't. So a lot of people didn't see that coming. But the power of the aspects was always given them for that moment. That was literally why they were empowered from the beginning. Yo, I'm done. Let's go. Oh, I need to go get the artifact. God dang it. Okay, hang on.
Illidan is out there somewhere.
No, Nethrazim. That would take effort and time. I refuse. Now, in response to your question, Nethrazim...
Justice will be done.
It is funny that you mentioned that. Where is this damn thing? Oh, there it is. It is funny that you mentioned that. Because there's some arguments that the Nethrazim, well, the Nerubians, that is to say, the Karaji, the Silithid, whatever you want to call them, and the Night Elves had more of a cultural significance one with another than previously thought. We don't actually know much about their interactions with each other other than the fact that they interacted with each other, but shrug. I'm going to shut up for a moment.
The dead will trouble you no more, old orc.
Thank you, stranger. Now, hear my tale. Nearly 20 years ago, the great warlock Gul'dan raised these islands from the deeps. He sought to unearth an ancient vault that held the remains of the Dark Titan.
Sargeras. You speak of the Legion's creator.
The same. After Sargeras' defeat ages ago, his remains were locked away in an undersea tomb. Gul'dan believed that opening the tomb would grant him the Dark Titan's power. For his pride, he and the rest of our clan were torn to shreds by crazed demons. I have wandered these isles ever since, haunted by the ghosts of my slaughtered comrades.
Your tale is as intriguing as it is dire, Drakthul. It's a shame your ghosts lie silent. You deserve far worse than their company for what you set loose in this place.
Maiev, because judging people is cool. Sorry. We're gonna do something here. We're gonna fiddle with something. Maybe that'll fix the volume problem. That way I can just leave it high and turn the sound on and not have to constantly be alt-tabbing to change the volume of the stream. Gul'dan's dead, Black Salamander. However, if you're asking what happens to him specifically, we don't know. Never have. And possibly never will. We know he's dead. And the main reason I can say that with a surety, Gul'dan was a reckless, obsessed, maniacal warlock orc. Every single one of those things on that list is the kind of person who would not just sit quietly for 20 years and do nothing. If he was alive, we'd know. Where is it? It's up here, isn't it? Maybe? Oh, yep, here it is. Go! So yeah, the Naga actually have buildings and everything. And structures, defense things, spawning grounds. Yeah, they've got a whole tree, basically. Now there's their defensive unit, the Tidal Guardian. And yeah, Gul'dan was probably the single most evil character in the Warcraft setting. And I mean that sincerely. As far as individuals, Gul'dan was just, whole new level of insanely evil. Like, just over the top, really, really evil.
At last, the Tomb of Sargeras is found. You, my trusted servants, must remain here and guard the entrance. If that wretched warden managed to reach this island, she'll certainly try to follow us.
Illidan. I knew we'd find him. We'll have to fight our way through the Naga's defenses in order to follow him.
We locked Illidan beneath the earth long ago. I intend to do so again.
So, in response to a couple of things everyone just said. Yes, you are absolutely right. It is possible Gul'dan is still alive. There's always that chance. I think it would be a mistake if they brought him back, honestly. A character that evil and that powerful, you use as a background character, not a main plot element. And that's exactly what Gul'dan is. Gul'dan is the reason so much has happened in all of Warcraft, so, you know. Oh, Gul'dan. Easily Ozonix. Even before Cho'Gall lost half of his mind. Pun intended. Why aren't they a playable race, Zed Slayer? Time and money. Whoops, we're already done. Right, I'm cheating.
Now quickly, my sisters. Illidan must be stopped at all costs.
So now's as good a time as any to talk about the Tomb of Sargeras. Aegwynn defeated Sargeras, or rather, a form of Sargeras that he was using some time ago, because Sargeras wanted her to defeat him. It was all part of the plan. I actually mentioned this earlier. long story short, the corpse that Sargeras left is almost assuredly not Sargeras' own body. However, that is the corpse that was buried in this tomb. Now, that corpse still did have a great deal of demonic energy about it, fell energy, if you want to be specific about it, and that explains why there's so many demons and so many other things around this area. Here's the interesting catch. Medivh is the one who planted in Gul'dan's mind the location of the Tomb of Sargeras. If you're paying attention, that's the Medivh who actually was Sargeras, or at least was being manipulated and controlled by Sargeras at the time. So it is extremely likely that the great power that they all sought in here doesn't exist, basically, all things considered. And that's basically one of the great ironies of this whole situation, because, as we'll learn in a bit, Gul'dan came here searching for the ultimate power, lost everything in doing so, including his life, and it was never here to begin with. So, lol, as they say. Now, this next mission is finally one where I'm going to start talking about some stuff. The Tomb of Sargeras.
I have a bad feeling about this, Mistress. It's too quiet. It feels as if we're walking into a trap.
Still, we must press on, Naisha. If Illidan finds whatever it is he's seeking, he could... Wait, look there. Strange. These are Orcish runes. They were written by Gul'dan when he first opened this tomb 20 years ago.
What do they say?
Apparently, he logged his journey through the tomb's depths. These runes seem to depict that history.
Quickly, you fools! Fan out and search for the primary passageway. We must reach the Chamber of the Eye before the tomb's guardians awaken. Spineless cowards! I said move! Now, Sargeras, I will claim whatever's left of your power and bring this wretched world to its knees.
There's no telling what Gul'dan and his lackeys awoke in this foul place. We must be cautious.
I usually have a reason why stuff happens, like Maiev knowing Orcish. I don't have one this time, she just does. Shrug. Anyways, possible Black Salamander, but there is one other thing that I've been kind of keeping quiet in the background, and that's the fact that Gul'dan obviously already knew the Eye was here specifically. Now, that may or may not be interesting to you, but I mentioned that in response to what I just talked about. No, Oshunix. Also, that's a dumb question. So, scratch eyebrow. It is very possible that when, yes, Gul'dan already Oshunix already answered that during my Warcraft 3 thing. Ner'zhul wasn't evil. Gul'dan was. God, pay attention, Oshunix. You're not in the right guild, you're not in the right server, you're not on my streams. What the hell, man? Not cool, not cool. Don't make me prep the muffin cannon. Anyways, so it is very possible that even though Gul'dan obviously was here looking for the corpse of, Sargeras in order to utilize for his own purposes, the way he says those phrases makes me think that it's actually somewhat possible that Gul'dan was actually fully aware of the fact that his corpse wasn't here at all. Yeah, sure. And that all that was left was the Eye, which we know was here, and we also know is a powerful demonic artifact. The really important question becomes, why did he know that? And how? And I need to be paying attention, because I need to get all these pieces. And I think I've already missed one. I don't remember where they all are. I'll have to pay attention here. But yeah, Ner'zhul was pretty much just a complete pawn, victim, etc. Poor sap. That's not what I wanted, but sure, whatever. Ner'zhul, if he still existed, which for all intents and purposes he doesn't, twice, yes, would count as redeemable. But Ner'zhul has been dead since before Archimonde. I'm sorry, before Kil'jaeden got a hold of him. Demon! Tune back. I have a deep voice. I am now dead. Bleh. So, let's go ahead and talk about something that has had... Well, Krasusu, the answer to that is actually really obvious, if a little bit too obvious. See, the simple fact is, Sargeras Medivh needed Gul'dan in order to open the Dark Portal on his end, right? That was what he required him for. That was his purpose in existing. So, in order to do that, he needed to give Gul'dan something as motivation. So, why not go ahead and lie to him about this location, about the Tomb of Sargeras and the great power that lies within, whether it's great power or not, thus actually getting him here. And, you know, what happens to him after that point doesn't really matter, now does it? Now, the Eye of Sargeras is probably not his real eye, based on everything we know. There is some debate on the issue. It's not 100%, but for the most part, I'd go ahead and put money. Yeah, it's not his real eye. It is just a artifact, a sphere, which happens to be called the Eye of Sargeras. And Black Salamander, that's not actually a bad point. It's very likely that there's something going on here that we still don't know the full details and extent of. But I guess we'll find it out as we go. Hopefully, if they don't abandon this plot thread like Warcraft occasionally does. Illidan is awesome. That's how we got past them. I'm not really kidding when I say that. That is basically how Illidan got past them. It is also very likely that with Illidan's control over demons, he would have been able to either stun, enslave, interrupt, you know, there's all sorts of things he could have done to prevent them from having to be killed, and simply moved his way through it. Alright, so, let's talk about the Shadow Orb. There is a pet theory that several fans and theory crafters of the Warcraft story have had for some time, and I am also a fond believer in it. Like I said, I do actually strongly believe that this is genuinely the way things happen. I know this is pure theory crafting, but all the pieces do seem to fit. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything here. I haven't even found a piece of the Shadow Orb yet. I feel like I've already missed one piece. Because you have to blink to get, like, all of them. Anyways. The Shadow Orb was a very powerful demonic artifact that was crafted by the Shadow Council with the specific and explicit help and instruction of Kil'jaeden. Now, if you don't understand the full significance of that, don't forget that Kil'jaeden is probably one of the better craftsmen, I know that's a weird title to affix a Demon Lord, of the entire setting. Kil'jaeden was also involved in the creation of, for example, Frostmourne and the Lich King, to use two obvious examples. So, the Shadow Orb was immediately given to Gul'dan. Now, Gul'dan's first reaction was to become pretty much completely and utterly obsessed with the idea of obtaining the Tomb of Sargeras. Whether or not this is a coincidence in timing or not is debatable. But suffice it to say that it is without question that the timing of the two happened pretty much side by side. Gul'dan gets the orb, and then he is informed by, you know, Sargeras in Medivh of the Tomb of Sargeras, and he becomes obsessed with it to the point of absolute obsession, is what I like to call that. It's the kind of thing you only really see in fiction, because in real life someone who is that obsessed actually can't function as a human being. And everything Gul'dan did from that point on, literally everything, by the way, 100% of it was all dedicated and focused on the idea of getting to the Tomb of Sargeras. Now, the Tomb of Sargeras to this equation isn't actually particularly relevant, so forgive me for talking about it like that. But the point is that what this artifact did was amplified his powers. That's one of the reasons Gul'dan was so feared, after all. I think I just found the first piece. maybe? Hang on.
I can wait no longer.
Hang on.
I will finish the hunt.
There it is. Found it. First
The
piece.
end draws. This is a piece of Gul'dan's shadow orb.
Yep.
He must have shattered it by accident. If we can find the other missing pieces, we could reassemble the orb and use its power to aid us.
1 of 10. Alright, so. Now, exactly, Raskor. It's very much... I hate to use this as an example, but it's very much like the Eye of... You know, the One Ring over in Lord of the Rings. It doesn't really have all that much power by itself, but what it can do is make you obsessed to the point of obsession. Now here's the part that really gets interesting. Maiev was always a bit of a hot-headed idiot, but I would never actually have called her evil. Hey Celebrian, no, unfortunately I'm not partnered yet. Any adverts you see do not benefit me, which kind of sucks, but whatever. Anyways, so the orb, how do I properly put this? The orb takes your strongest desire and amplifies your power with it, but also amplifies your obsession with whatever it is that is your strongest desire, to the point where it overwhelmingly consumes you. You probably see where I'm going with this, in all honesty. I personally believe that what happened was Maiev, who, as we've kind of established, for all intents and purposes, in a story sense, not just a gameplay sense, did obtain the Shadow Orb here. If you pay attention, this is the moment at which Maiev starts to really be the Maiev we know and hate. The Maiev who is just a psychotic, totally obsessed, insane person who is just solely and completely fixated on Illidan and nothing else, and her own insane ways. Basically from this point onward, she's never actually recovered from this moment. And as such, Maiev, it is my pet theory that that orb is what actually did that to Maiev. Just a pet theory, but if you think about it, if you put it together, it does make a great deal of sense, in my opinion. Especially since we already know it is an optional breaker, but some things that are optional happen in lore sense and some things that don't. I'll give you an example of that. Chen Stormstout, back in that entire founding of Durotar thing, that was optional, however that did happen in lore. Good example of what I'm talking about there. So, in general, a good way to tell if it's lore is either if it's referenced later, and the Shadow Orb is referenced later, and the Book of Maiev is, or if they have extensive dialogue devoted towards that optional thing, like we already have had with Maiev, and we'll have some more in the future if I find more pieces.
Illidan is out there somewhere.
Come on, look at the runes.
I will finish the hunt.
Look at the runes. There we go.
There. More of Gul'dan's glyphs. Interesting. They continue the Warlock's tale.
Blasted, feeble-minded weaklings. They're all likely dead by now. Still, I must press on. My power alone should be enough to... That laughter. Is that you, Sargeras? You seek to mock me? We'll see who laughs last, demon, when I claim your burning eye for my own.
Again, he referenced this mysterious eye. What could it be?
An artifact, no doubt. It must have contained tremendous demonic power to lure Gul'dan as it did.
Now, yes, that is Paul Eiding. Good ear, Zed. Now, Raskor, I'd never actually heard the theory that the loss of Naisha was what pushed her over the edge. I kind of like that theory, too. But I'm going to go ahead and pretend I'm on Voyager, and I'm going to go ahead and take a third path. Why not say it's both? Why not say that she got this orb, which then began its thing, because as it corrupted Gul'dan, and that's not theory crafting, that is pretty much full-on part of the story. It started corrupting her, and then immediately after she gets the Shadow Orb, she loses Naisha. Why not have it both? Mr. Fix-It, all I have to say is... that's awesome. I'm really glad you're actually really liking the lore. It's one of my favorite settings. It's one of the settings I really love to gush about and talk about and enjoy and savor. So I'm really glad that you're enjoying my stream and my lore stuff. Hey you. What's up, sis? Your proposal... hang on, gotta say this right.
Your proposal is acceptable.
Is that better? Yeah, that's not hard to understand here. Mine has been falling apart for you. Catherine actually gave me that to give you an idea of how old it is. So it doesn't stink up everything. Zed, Ojunix, and Backburner say hi.
Hi, Zed, Ojunix, and Backburner.
Ooh. It's super awesome.
This is heavy and full of clothes. This actually gets really heavy.
Oh, I know. It also has a lot of cat fur on it.
It also has a lot of cat, but there's not really any way to clean it.
I must find a way. See, I just got the Shadow Orb, guys, and that means my fixation is now to clean that of a cat hair. That's exactly what it's going to do to me, and it's going to turn me into this completely obsessed... Oh, God! Oh, God!
I've destroyed the street.
Also, Kaon, Atheru, Prague, Coco, and Rondo. I'll say it.
Hi, Atheru. Hi, Kaon.
This has a crap ton of cat hair on this. We'll put it in the guest room, please. But you have to give me a hug first. I require it. Hug.
Hi. Hi.
I love what you're doing with your forehead.
See, I keep trying to call him.
Sis, can I ask you a huge favor? And this is actually a really big favor. I'm going to go ahead and mute the stream, how big this favor is. I know I muted it so you can't actually tell what she was saying, but she says that you don't get to steal my steamed veggies. I'm sorry.
They're just now getting to it.
I know. Twitch is really screwed up tonight. Destroy them, my sister.
I didn't bonk you. This would be a bonk.
No.
Whack.
Oh God.
No still veggies.
Ah.
No.
Oh
bad.
My God.
Bad. No, he's not the doctor. If he was the doctor, he would be fixed.
I'm actually the master.
When I say who's the master,
I will kill you.
You started it.
No, I didn't. That's a Doctor Who reference. And by the way, apparently you're a Dalek, just so you know.
Exterminieren.
I actually used to be really good at doing a Dalek voice. I can't do it right now. Okay, so. I'm not insane. What are you talking about? I'm crazy. There's a difference.
I'm ADD.
Alright. I do actually want to find all these orbs. So let's look for them, shall we? Because I don't actually remember where all of them are. As I say, I'm pretty sure I've already missed one, and I am correct back here. Is there one up here? What you doing?
Falling.
Here, give me that. Okay, now you're gonna have to pull out. Like that. There you go. Perfecto. Now it's back to you.
With a tea machine in her suit.
That would make a lot of sense if you think about it. In its own horrible way. By the way, this map was another one of those prototypes for what instances would be things. Because because there's actually a lot of stuff in here that ended up being used in their design documents for that. Second piece. I don't remember there's dialogue. There's
The
not.
end draws near.
Ugh, I need to upgrade Blink. This mission is usually why I upgrade Blink to level 3 pronto. So, I actually lost my train of thought completely, for obvious reasons. But, I think I've already made my point about the Shadow Orb. Now, I've kind of been hyping... There's the other piece. I knew there was another piece I missed. I've kind of been hyping up the Shadow Orb a little bit. Part of why that is because it makes a lot of things make sense, in my opinion. One of the things Warcraft is actually usually pretty good about is actually having a reason why someone acts the way they do. Sometimes that's character development. Most of the time it's some kind of corruption or old god thing or whatever. But that being said, in my opinion, it's the perfect puzzle piece because it so accurately describes exactly what happened with Maiev and why. Ooh. It also explains her reactions, excuse me, when she gets out of, when BC is over and she returns to, you know, the Night Elves, and then immediately tries to take over Night Elf society. Now, if you think about this for a moment, by the way, I'm going to pause for a moment. Black Salamander, yes, fist weapons exist. Kargath Blade Fist is all I'm going to say to that. Moving on. So, I agree, Raskor. I do think they use corruption as an excuse too often. I'll be blunt about that. That is admittedly one of the reasons I like Garrosh as a villain more than I probably already would. Because Garrosh, I'm sorry, I know a lot of people argue this for some reason, was not corrupted. Garrosh was just plain evil, all on his own. So, yeah. Anyways. And I liked that. I liked having a villain who was just plain evil. And we do have some villains who are just, you know, have their own motivations or are complicated or whatever. And most of the time, the ones that are interesting are the small ones. The villains that aren't really affecting things, you know, on a large scale. But anyways, I'm getting off topic. My point is, with Illidan in her mind dead, because as far as Maiev is concerned, Illidan is gone, it makes sense to me that with the orb in her possession, Maiev's next obsession would be Night Elf society itself. You know what I mean? And that's why she was so focused on it, so fixated on it, to the point where the idea of killing half the Night Elf leadership and making deals with satyrs didn't even strike her as off. Because she was so obsessed, because of the Shadow Orb. You get where I'm going with this. I think it just adds something to the character, and it helps explain a lot of her actions throughout this series. Just saying. Just my take on it, like I said. It is only a theory. There's the next one. Now, do I believe it is Metzen who gets carried away with corruption like the internet says? No, actually, I don't. That is because most of the storylines that Metzen has personally influenced, certainly have... What? I can't teleport over here? Really? No? Hang on. Certainly do have to do with corruption. But, yeah, okay, I guess I can't. But, put simply, Metzen's biggest thing is redemption, the idea that, well, there is more going on than people know. And by people I mean in character. He usually is pretty overt to the viewers about what's going on, but the characters almost never know what's actually going on in any given circumstance. And he's also really big about the idea that there is that someone can be broken, basically, not corrupted, but someone can be broken down. Someone can be ruined as an individual because of the circumstances they go through. These, in my opinion, are the biggest three themes Metzen really goes through, and nowhere is that more obvious than in the original StarCraft, the first story he actually wrote for Blizzard, which I think he did a phenomenal job on, by the way, and I'm really happy it happened, because as a result, you know, now we have, you know, Metzen as a writer. That's basically how his career as a writer got started at Blizzard. I'll tell you that story in a minute. I actually agree, Raskor. I think suicide, as horrible and unpleasant as it sounds...
I will finish. Strange. It's a statue of Ajara, the great queen of old. She led our people to ruin by consorting with Sargeras and his burning legion. Only, I don't recall her ever having a tail.
Yeah, you'd think
She
you'd
looks
remember
more like a Naga than one of us. Would those foul serpents have any reason to worship our queen?
I don't know, Nisha, but her image chills me to the core.
that. There we go. I'll go ahead and share the Metzen story if you want. Obviously, we don't know the full totality of the truth of this story because, you know, time and internet and history. But for all intents and purposes, what happened was the original story of StarCraft was kind of bland. This was back, yes, that counts as a dun-dun-dun moment. Again, remember, we didn't actually know who or what the Naga were as of this moment in time. We're actually about to find out in this mission. StarCraft's original everything was crap. I'm just going to put it out there. Anybody who's seen any of the original design documents for it know just how dull and disinteresting and blah it was. It was literally Warcraft in space. And it was going to bomb. It was going to be terrible. And anybody who looks at that would probably tell you the same thing. That being said, one of the things that changed during that, if you've seen any of this old screenshot, look up sometime original StarCraft screenshots or Alpha StarCraft, something like that. It looked terrible, and I mean literally physically looked terrible, but even the design documents were just abysmal. Terrible stuff. So one of the things that happened was for some wonderful coincidence, the company got the budget and time and funding to basically take the whole game, fling it out the window, and start over anew. If you're paying attention, this is actually kind of a common thing for to happen to Blizzard. This happened with regards to Warcraft 3 several times. This happened in WoW. This happened in Diablo 2. You know, there are several examples of Blizzard's primary games that they basically had the opportunity to take the game and completely just erase it and start over new. Titan is the most recent example. Thank you for pointing that out. I actually didn't think about that, but Titan is the latest example. Another example of them literally just going back to floor and saying, okay, we're going to start completely over. By the way, I'm one of those few people who actually likes the fact that they have not revealed information about Titan. I think it is a good move from a marketing perspective and from a developing perspective. Yeah, I want to look at these pictures because I haven't looked at these in a while. Let's go ahead and pull this stuff up because this stuff looked terrible. Oh God, that just looks... Oh, I remember just how bad that was. Oh God, that's just... Yeah, it was really, really bad. But anyways, the point I'm trying to get across here is during that back-to-board rewrite of StarCraft, one of the things that was happening was Chris Metzen, who I don't actually remember what his role was at the time. I looked this up once upon a time. I don't remember it now. But Chris Metzen went back, in his spare time, was basically writing a story for the StarCraft setting, a sort of a fanfic thing, just because he liked to, because Metzen wasn't actually originally a writer for Blizzard. He was an artist. He was one of the... That was it. He was one of the art designers. If you see some of the old artwork, it's probably something he drew. Him and Samwise were the two artists back then. And in his spare time, he went around and, wrote the story of StarCraft basically as it is now. And it was in a different format, obviously. But a lot of the major themes of the original StarCraft story were there. And that... happy coincidence, when they went back to board, they saw what Metzen had written. Either he shared it or they took it from him. I'm not sure which happened actually, but either way, they said this is phenomenal, and that's basically one of the reasons StarCraft was so awesome. Yes, the gameplay would probably still have been fantastic, but you cannot possibly tell me that StarCraft would be anywhere near as enduring or interesting, especially to people like me nowadays, if Metzen had not had that wonderful opportunity to write the story. I'm not trying to sound like a Metzen fanboy. The guy certainly has his flaws as a writer, and as we've established, he has a tendency to repeat himself a lot because there's the stuff he's good at writing, and that's basically all he writes. But even ignoring that particular flaw, I do think it was a fortunate thing, and a lot of what I like about Warcraft, Diablo, and StarCraft has come from the mind of Chris Metzen. In fact, if you were here for my discussion during the Illidan mission... Whoops, cutscene.
You've come far enough, little warden. Your vaunted Night Elf justice has no jurisdiction here.
What would you know of us or our justice, Naga witch?
Why, my dear, we Naga were once Night Elves. We were Ashara's chosen, the Highborn, banished beneath the cruel seas when the Well of Eternity imploded around us.
Impossible.
Cursed, transformed. We have waited 10,000 years to retake our rightful place in the world. And now, with Lord Illidan's help, we shall.
Not while I draw breath.
Your courage is commendable, but it shall avail you nothing.
No. I'm going to go ahead and finish what I was talking about really quick here. But for those of you who are actually present for my Warcraft 3 run during the Illidan mission, I mentioned all of the problems that happened. Oh god. In Burning Crusade, and a lot of you are aware of those problems yourself. And the reason Wrath of the Lich King was so awesome was because Chris Metzen took such a forward, front view in terms of the development thing. No, he didn't do it by himself. Let's make this clear. Metzen himself is not the only good writer for them. And Metzen is also not the only reason Blizzard stories are good. I just feel that credit should be given where credit is due, and that's basically what I'm trying to say in a nutshell. Now, am I the only person that thinks Lady Vosh is probably one of the most interesting Naga characters we've interacted with? And I know we haven't actually interacted with a lot of major ones. Most of the Naga characters that are named, we interact with in WoW, in basically individual quest chains or within the concept of a single zone. But Vosh has always been fascinating to me. She's certainly got some of the problems that most Naga and indeed Highborn have, but overall she seems not only more reasonable but more intelligent and more wise, more capable of looking beyond her own predispositions in her situation. The way she interacted with Garithos, I always had a very strong feeling that there was a genuine degree of, I'm not going to so much call it as friendship, but it's sort of kinship that she felt with Garithos, and that's one of the reasons why she went ahead and offered her services to him. Yes, I know, obviously she offered her services to him and tried to help him in order to secure his help. I'm not saying that she wasn't being devious. I'm just saying I always felt like that she actually did, to some extent or another, care, is what I'm trying to say. And that's my point in a nutshell. Lady Vosh always struck me as someone who was more fleshed out than most Naga ever are. Most characters, for that matter, of a medium range importance to the story are. And I think they did a good job with her in Frozen Throne. It is such a shame her storyline, along with so many other storylines in Burning Crusade, I was just talking about this, were completely cut short, because there should have been more for her. That's not even me saying that, my personal opinion. There really should have been more for her. Now, I'm missing some stones somewhere. I've only found 5 fragments. Ah, there's one. Damn, that means there's probably one back here somewhere that I missed in some crates or something, like right there. I bet you money that's a shadow fragment right there. Hang on. You, come here. Down. This is why you upgrade Blink. 1 second cooldown, 10 mana cost. Blink, 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 blink. Sorry guys, I really want to go get the Shadow Orb. Especially since I'm almost positive there's dialogue once you finish it. I could be wrong, but whatever. Yeah, I agree, Ogenix. At the very beginning, yes, I PvP'd a great deal in World of Warcraft, and to some extent or another still have, even more recently. It was fun sometimes, and other times it was really unfun. Oh, what happened to Vosh? Okay. When you get to the Zanger Marsh, one of the first quests you deal with as both Alliance and the Horde is this strange situation where a lot of the water has been drained from this area, and it's driving a lot of the local wildlife completely insane. And then that thread is completely 100% dropped until you actually get to Lady Vosh, and she mentions almost casually about how water is very important to Outland, and that's why they're after it. Okay, that's 7. I know there's one over here. Somewhere. Hang on. 8. And is that it? Damn it, that is in fact it. So I am... Wait, hang on. Okay, so there's 9, so I'm missing 1. There's 1 I don't know where it is, to put that statement a little more accurately. Yeah, she has this wonderful opening quote that I feel like should have been fleshed out into an actual character arc or a plot arc. Water is life, and we will control it. And that's basically all she gets to say. Just that, boom. And then she dies. Okay. I hate to do this, guys, but I just had a massive attack, so I need to be right back.
We're getting a lot of trick-or-treaters. We're gonna have to go pick up pig and drop some stuff on the Goodwill. You got that, right?
Yeah, no problem. Let me get my wheelchair. No. I'm guessing no one's shown up at all.
We've had about 10 kids so far.
That's it?
That's it.
Wow.
No. 15.
That's actually kind of surprising with a neighborhood like this.
Well,
I would have figured,
they're saying a bunch. The last person that came in through with their kids, there's a bunch more coming. And that's just the ones that I've seen. We've had the candy bowl outside, so there may be some that are coming through that we're not seeing.
Yeah, okay. Well, whatever. Any good costumes?
A couple Power Rangers. The new Power Rangers, not the old ones. So if they were the old ones, it'd be amazing. Especially the white tiger,
Yeah.
Or the dragon sword, either one.
That would be awesome.
But
I can't believe I know what that is. Oh my god.
Can't believe what?
I even know what that is.
Worse or better if it was the VR Troopers or one of those. The other knockoffs that came off at the time.
That would be worse. That would be worse.
Well, just that somebody actually remembered it and did something for it.
Granted, there's a degree of
or the Masked Rider or Samurai Pizza Cats. Or
No. I'll tell you what would impress me if we saw a GoBot show up. That would be impressive.
Because those were before the Transformers.
They were crap. They were complete.
The
toys were crap. And
it was like, pull the car apart. Oh, look, it's got legs.
Oops. By the way, it's always been a pet peeve of mine too when someone misspells rogue, rouge. But in my defense, I usually try to be very good about my spelling in general anyways. In fact, I usually use punctuation and capitalization too, so I kind of tried to unlearn that pet peeve over my years of usage on the internet. I was gonna say something, because someone said something up here. Oh, Ajunix, by the way, I agree. Not many people know Vashir, one of the zones that was put into Cataclysm, took a very long amount of time, effort, energy, etc. It was a very expensive and time-consuming zone to do. And in my opinion, the best Cataclysm zone, without question. It was beautiful, it was marvelous. I literally have nothing but good things to say about it. I really get irritated when people complain about it for what amounts to no reason. I actually think that the gentleman who said earlier that is in the lower left is correct, which means I need to get all the way back down here. Anyways. Sorry about the intervention thing, by the way. Okay, so. Hi everyone, I'm back. Right, so the Naga. I want to add that it's probably an interesting and non-coincidence. It was probably done very much on purpose to have Vosh be the demonstrable character for the Naga, to be the introduction of the players, of the viewers and fans of the story to the Naga. And it occurs to me I actually have a very simple and easy way to explain what I like about her. She is very much the type of villain I tend to like. She is polite. She understands kindness. She has subtleties to her. You know, in other words, she is definitely and without question a villain. Seriously, I mean, literally, there is no doubting that. However, despite being a villain, there is more to her than just raw, everything must die. And she demonstrates that through her character arc and through her presentation. And I think it's no surprise that the two major Naga characters we've both interacted with have both shown more of the, for lack of a better term, human side of the Naga, have shown the more reasonability side of the Naga. While otherwise, although, you know, rather mundane Naga and otherwise Naga we encounter are all, you know, kill everything. The Battle Maiden during the Vashir quest chain and Vosh both have their own degrees of understandability and reasonability, you know, mindset. They even joke, if you know what I mean. They even joke with each other, just like people do. Very well done, all things considered. And I also think that is no coincidence, and not just to flesh out the Naga in general, but I feel like that is another excellent step towards making it more understandable that the Naga can be playable. It is probably no shock or surprise that so many people think the Naga cannot be playable, even people who know the lore, because the other 99% of the Naga we encounter are basically just stupid evil. They're just minions going out, or minions of minions, or whatever, being like, "Rawr, we must kill and smash and kill," you know. And yeah, Dream Reaver, that's actually a fairly good way to put that. Good way to put that into words. Ooh. Now, Magalixer, you mentioned something that is admittedly a bit of a problem with Vashir, and that is the fact that, from a gameplay perspective, there's not really much to have there, if you know what I mean. But one of the things I like most about Vashir, if I may talk about this for a little bit, is it is probably, no, there's no probably, it is without question the single most atmospheric zone in all of World of Warcraft, even more so than Duskwood, when Duskwood was done properly. Vashir starts you off, the entire zone, the whole story there, starts off with you being on a ship that is attacked by a kraken, and then immediately sinking and barely surviving enslavement, okay? Wonderful. That speaks volumes as to everything about Vashir in a nutshell, because that is exactly, that is so much the way Vashir works out. And if you go through it and you really start to pay attention, the music adds a lot to it, by the way, as well, the music and the sound. But as you go through, you're barely hanging on the whole time. You go from just barely surviving to just barely agreeing, to just barely, you know, to just barely, you know, functioning, you know, and then it reaches this wonderful point. I love this. It reaches this point where you finally get to the point where you have a base with the orcs. You remember that? And then you start to advance and you start bombing them, and then you have a little interlude where you're interacting with the Battle Maiden again. And then by the time you come out of it, you find out that everything is much, much worse. And that, you know, everything that you've worked for, everything you fought for, has basically just gone down the torp. There it is. I knew it was there somewhere. Okay, we have all the orb fragments, guys. Finally. It was just so wonderfully horrifying. It's funny that, because this topic keeps coming up recently, kind of incidentally, but it was very horrifying. It was wonderful atmosphere. It was dread. It was gloom. It was so oppressive, and I liked the way it was presented. The entire feeling throughout Vashir is that we, the player characters, are pushing back against the tide of unstoppable doom, and we're failing, and we're literally just being pushed back by it as we go, and it was very well done. And my sister got a phone call the moment she walked into my room. I would totally play that, by the way. Corgus Unleashed. I would totally play that. Anyways, I say that because it is my opinion, and I know that this is kind of a glass, stones from a glass house situation, but I feel like most of the people who don't enjoy Vashir didn't give it a chance. Hyjal had its own atmosphere, and it actually did it very well. Hyjal was all about you being the hero. Hyjal was all about you being at the center of the fight, truly altering, you know, the fate of the world. And, you know, everything about Hyjal emphasizes that. You go through there and you're like, yes, you know, the ancients, I'm going to be bringing the ancients back. I'm going to be uniting the druids. I'm going to be saving this land. I'm going to be waking up Malorn, you know, blah, 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 blah. It was all so, you were very much the focus of attention. It's something that they continued in the Pandaria expansion in its entirety, quite successfully, in my opinion. And, you know, this is probably best emphasized by a little tidbit of quest text that I know several friends of mine never actually noticed until I pointed it out to them. There's a series where you're staging an assault on the dragon nest, the black dragon nest, in order to return the egg of Aviana, okay? Now let's make this clear. These are actually the followers of Aviana, so these people have genuine vested interest in getting this damn thing back. And, oh, excuse me. And yet, despite that fact, they only agree to do so if you, the player character, lead the assault. Despite how important this is to them, despite how much it would mean to them, they only agreed to do so if you lead the assault. It spoke so much volume about how much of an impact your character has had on these people, on the overall quest chain, and on Hyjal itself. It really emphasized, to me, that feeling of being the main character of the Hyjal story, if you know where I'm going with that. And so, forgive me for kind of going on about this. I feel like I'm defending Cataclysm, and part of the reason why is because of all the expansions, Cataclysm gets the most flack. Cataclysm gets so much flack for being subpar or substandard, and I just disagree in virtually every way. Cataclysm did have its problems. Its release endgame was pleh at best, but they did so much right. I don't understand. Isis, what's up?
Because I know you would think that I had gotten rid of it.
Oh.
And my hair's actually long enough I can wear it again.
Yay! You still have it.
Of course I did. I just found it in a box. I don't know why it was in that particular box, but it was in the box with all of my electrical cords.
That is a very good question. Why was it in that box, my dear?
I don't know.
Well, let's have a big awesome cutscene, shall we?
Look, mistress. More of Gul'dan's glyphs.
Yes, Gul'dan's script seems to grow more desperate. It reads that he was
ambushed by the Guardians. I am dying. If my servants had not abandoned me, I could have claimed the Eye and... Damn you, Sargeras. I won't be beaten like this. I am Gul'dan. I am darkness incarnate. It cannot end like this.
This is as far as he got. The runes simply trail off. I cannot imagine what horrors Gul'dan faced in his final moments.
So, the obvious thing there is that the intent is we're supposed to think that Gul'dan, you know, faded away from his wounds that all the demons were inflicting upon him throughout this place at that moment. By the way, several people say hello.
I know, I waved.
Okay. But I will admit, as someone pointed out earlier as well, it is entirely reasonable and possible to say that in his final moments and based on his final words, that was not the end of Gul'dan, and we will see him again. It would also be wonderfully ironic if my theory about Gul'dan and Ner'zhul turned out to be absolutely correct. Because, yeah, then Gul'dan actually died twice. And let me tell you, he deserved it. Someone said something earlier about... Yeah, there you go, Dream Reaver. I agree with you completely. the more complexity there is to a character, the more interesting it tends to be, at least to me. Yeah, she has Blink because... Oh, damn it, I didn't turn it on right now. Well, anyways, finally the last piece of the Shadow Orb. Now we'll use Gul'dan's own artifact to discover what he could not. I know it's a little tidbit there, but again, fairly indicative of the fact that this is part of continuity, even if they hadn't mentioned it later on. So now we have the Shadow Orb, which increases our attack damage by 10, armor by 3, and increases our hit regen. It's actually a fairly powerful artifact as far as Warcraft 3 stuff goes. And, or orb, I should say. Hey, my dearest sister. Any word, by chance?
Yes, I told you yes.
But that's not... hang on.
We'll have to go there.
Guys, I will be right back again, I'm sorry. I leave you with this awesome music. And... the Muffin Cannon!
Who got you that?
Actually, I found it myself. The Muffin Cannon. Hang on, who's Rainbow Dash? Hi, Maya Hope. I should get rid of this picture. For the record, I am not a brony, but I have nothing against people who like My Little Pony, and I have actually analyzed it a little bit. And I do want to point out that I think, in my opinion, there is nothing actually wrong with My Little Pony or enjoying it. As far as kids' cartoons go, in my opinion, from a rumination perspective, it actually does tackle actual issues, concepts, ideas, that kind of thing, fairly well for a cartoon, all things considered. And so, definite props, in my opinion. But I am not a brony, and I'll never watch anything else of it. I know virtually nothing about it. People still have to remind me what the acronym stands for, because I usually don't recognize it as My Little Pony. So, I heard some of you guys like Illidan. Is that true?
I will finish the hunt.
Quick, go, go, invisible wall! No.
So, Warden Shadowsong, you've made it at last. I knew you would.
You have much to pay for, Illidan. I'm taking you back to your cell.
Naivete does not suit you. When I consumed power of Gul'dan's skull, I inherited his memories, especially those of this place, and the dark prize he coveted.
Yes, the power of Sargeras. You would claim it as your own.
That power is beyond my reach, little warden. But this... the Eye of Sargeras contains all the power I'll need to rid this wretched world of my enemies once and for all. Ironic that you should be its first victim.
You're insane.
Isolation can do that to the mind. Now, after all the long centuries you kept me chained in darkness, it is only fitting that I bury you in turn.
I must reach Shadow Stormrage and warn him of his brother's treachery. My power will allow me to escape, but I fear there is no way out for the rest of you.
Go, mistress. The goddess will light our path to the hereafter.
I will not forget you, my sisters. You will be avenged. I swear it. Now I've got to find a way out before this cursed tomb is drowned by the seas.
So, a couple of interesting things to talk about. First of all, and most interestingly, Illidan gives away something that I already talked about, in case any of you were wondering about my sources, but in put simpleness, Illidan is well aware of the fact that the actual power of Sargeras is beyond him. And I don't mean beyond him as in beyond his capacity. Illidan, yes, in about 12 minutes, it will be ready.
It will be ready in 12 minutes?
Yeah, give or take, as of now. The woman was very helpful. No, they would not allow me. I'm sorry. My wallet's right there. Damn it. You know what? I'll get it. Hang on. My wallet. Damn it. But I don't like sitting here. Anyways, as I was saying, the idea is that Illidan was well aware of the fact that, you know, the power of Sargeras wasn't here, just like, you know, it is arguable that Gul'dan himself knew that. Both of them were looking for the Eye. What the Eye is exactly, we never know, but we do know it is a magnifying artifact. For those of you who follow fantasy in general, you know what I'm talking about with that. The idea that there is something that just doesn't actually do anything by itself, but it amplifies your existing power to a magnificent extent, and yes, I just explained it for the rest of you. In case you want any specific proof of that, I show to you everything that Illidan actually does with the Eye during the course of Frozen Throne. Not exactly small feats of power. Another interesting little tidbit, I went the wrong way. I think I can fix this. Yay, I can. Blink has a weird range. Sometimes it accepts long range, sometimes it doesn't. There we go. Ah, demons.
What name did you put it under?
Yours.
Samantha?
Yeah. Second thing that's interesting about that cutscene, and I'm going to go ahead and pause because I do want to talk about this. The other interesting thing about that rumination is that Illidan gives away a lot of information in that little tidbit there, mostly about himself and his stuff, but there is one very interesting factoid about it that is either a plot hole or, and I would like to believe this, a very interesting plot twist that we still haven't seen the full totality of the extent of it. It's very simple. Gul'dan died here, right? How did his skull get out of here? Now, this is either a plot hole, like I said, or, in my opinion, it is something that was done intentionally. Given what we know about how the Skull of Gul'dan was used after this point, it is extremely likely to me that someone, most likely Kill Jaden or one of his agents, if I had to put a number on it, was fully aware of the fact that Gul'dan died here within the tomb, or whatever, and went ahead and made it a point of reclaiming his skull. Because, as I've mentioned before, Gul'dan is one of the most powerful individuals in the history of Warcraft, and that skull, as is shown, has so much power in it. Rasker, you bring up an interesting point. I'll get to that in just a second. So, it is very likely one of them went in here and could do so easily, because, you know, demons are already in here and have access to this place, retrieve the skull, and bring it out to, eventually have it fall into Ner'zhul's hands, destroying Ner'zhul for all intents and purposes, and then, of course, end up using it in order to power the Legion later on, or, I'm sorry, the Scourge, and then finally for Illidan to get it. However, as Rasker points out, we don't know 100% if it is Gul'dan's skull. And we are actually given a very interesting, almost ironic explanation of why that could be, because of the Eye of Sargeras. The Eye of Sargeras is not the Eye of Sargeras. That is the name for an incredibly powerful artifact. The Skull of Gul'dan may not necessarily be the Skull of Gul'dan. It may have just been a tremendously powerful artifact. And so, whether it had anything to do with Gul'dan or not is debatable. I think, personally, it definitely was. I think it had something to do with Gul'dan, if no other reason because A, the way Ner'zhul was affected by it, and B, the memories Illidan gained from it. Both of these came from Gul'dan, the original being, so it is very likely that it does have something to do with Gul'dan, but it is more likely that, if this is true, that it is a very powerful artifact that probably contains everything that Gul'dan once was, his soul, his essence, etc. Now here's something that's really funny to think about. What if the Skull of Gul'dan actually contained Gul'dan? What if Gul'dan did it to himself? His body was dying, and so he shoved all of his knowledge, his power, his soul, and trapped it within an artifact, whether it was his actual skull or not is irrelevant, and basically left it there thinking, knowing that at some point in time someone would come and reclaim it and try to use it because of the power of that level of artifact, because his soul was in it. This would make a lot of things make sense. First of all, it would explain why when Ner'zhul took it, Gul'dan's soul moved over and basically reclaimed Ner'zhul's body, took over Ner'zhul's body, and became what we would refer to in the future as the first Lich King. It would also make sense, given that, why the skull would still have tremendous power in it, but not as much power, and more importantly, not the actual soul of Gul'dan, because the soul moved on. The soul went on to Ner'zhul. Everything that's left was just the memories and the power and some lingering sentiments, some lingering echoes of what was in it. So, we're food for thought is basically what I'm getting into here. Now, Nethrazim, you bring up something that I was just talking about 3 seconds ago. You probably haven't heard it yet, because I know there's a time delay here. But, put simply, it is very possible, and indeed probable, that Illidan was actually influenced and affected by the pieces of Gul'dan that were left in the skull. But it is my opinion that even if the actual soul of Gul'dan did not take Ner'zhul and replace him, which is admittedly just a theory, even though I think it makes a lot of sense, it is unquestionable that the majority of the essence of Gul'dan's personality went into Ner'zhul, one way or another, whether he was corrupted by it or influenced by it or whatever. And therefore what was left would be lesser, however still extant, and therefore it is very likely that Illidan was influenced by whatever was left, if you understand what I mean. So, my point I'm trying to get to here is that even though Illidan probably was affected by it, it is almost coincidentally amusing that the skull was already used by Ner'zhul, because otherwise Illidan probably would have been completely crushed by the personality and mindset of Gul'dan, just like Ner'zhul did. So, there's a lot of unanswered questions here, and that's kind of why I bring this up. A lot of Warcraft lore is not fully complete yet, and for obvious reasons. The story is still going. And that's kind of what I'm trying to highlight here. A lot of this is theory crafting, a lot of this is stuff we do know, and of course a lot of this is stuff we don't know. And so I'm just trying to engage your brains in this. I'm going to go ahead and stop talking now so people can refresh, and we'll go ahead and see the ending cutscene. We did it.
I can wait no longer.
I can wait no longer. What? My time zone is Eastern Standard Time, which is -5 GMT. At least until Sunday. Hi. No, come back. Actually, yeah, screw it. As I was to say, I've got cash in here. It's a rare opportunity to actually use it.
You can use the cash.
Here, I have no idea how much is here. Figure it out. There's all my cash. Wait, nope. I forgot $1. Nope. Here, okay, here's more cash. There's all my cash. You know, I have all of my money.
You should have just given me your wallet at that point.
I have confidence that you will steal it all, and it'll be awesome.
This is all of my cash. Is that his cash?
Exactly. Makes sense. So, let's continue. Dun-dun-dun. So, we've barely escaped.
What happened, mistress? Where are Nisha and the others?
They are lost. Illidan claimed the Eye of Sargeras and used its power to bury our sisters alive. Now he intends to finish the rest of us off. We have no choice but to sail back to Kalimdor and warn Shondo Stormrage of what his brother intends.
It's too late, mistress. Illidan's forces have arrived.
I like how she says that so calmly.
We cannot escape, but perhaps we can send for reinforcements. Summon the runner. She must reach the shoreline and sail back to Kalimdor. With any luck, Shondo Stormrage will reach us before we're overrun. Be swift, sister.
And she's dead, instantly. Be swift, sister.
The runner is in trouble.
In your
Protect
death.
her.
Tor Ilisar Theranol.
This mission's actually kind of interesting, I think. It's an escort mission, but it works surprisingly well.
Which way?
We're wasting time here.
You can actually control the base, but on normal difficulty, you basically don't have to. You can just completely focus on this side of things, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Is it Nuthrazim? Yes, there is, Mr. Fix-It. World of Warcraft both fixes, explains, and otherwise ties up a huge amount of plot threads that were unresolved in Warcraft 1, 2, and 3. So, definite props there. Die, Naga. Wait, that's a slave. No. Go. Oh, that's why. Why would you need more than one runner, Coco? That's crazy talk. I suppose we'll go ahead and look at some of our defenses back here. Just some. Ah, yes, that's at here. One of the best upgrades in the Night Elf's repertoire, in my opinion. Yeah, make sure those are upgraded. Yeah, we're good. Defenses are good. Let's go. Alright, time to kill us some Naga, because Naga are evil, and all Naga are evil, and therefore they will never be a playable class. At least that's what people keep telling me, even though I keep arguing back and saying, no, that's not how it works. And they're like, no, you don't understand. We will never play as Naga. And then I stab them. And then I stab them again. And then well, let's just not talk about it. Other stuff happens. This mission is named Wrath of the Betrayer, Nuthrazim. Oh, goodness me. I hate how slow the runner is, by the way. This is not a mistake. The runner actually has a much lower run speed than, like, virtually any of your units. Which really sucks, because she has a heal. It's really useful. Omni, did you seriously become a Murloc who was also a Naga? I knew it. You lie, Nethrasi. Lies and slander. Okay, well, if it is here, and it's like down here somewhere, I think. God, it's been a while. Why would I have the Orb of Slow when I have the Orb of Shadows? Gul'dan is the only power I ever need now. Let's go and just get rid of that. Naga muffins? So are they made of Naga? Raskor, in my opinion, there really aren't any technical difficulties anymore. In BC and in Cataclysm both, they made small but significant changes to the model for the Naga, and that's one of the reasons why you see Naga who actually do wear armor, and one of the reasons a lot of that stuff has been meshed now, whereas it wasn't prior to that. So the only thing you'd have to do is really set up what kind of stuff they do. See you around, Bowman. Have a good one. The Orb of Slow Shadows. What do you mean, Dream Reaver? If you're one of those people who's like, wow, it's dying, even though it's not, I'm going to have to kill you. I'm just letting you know. It's nothing personal. But I get really tired of hearing people preach the doom of WoW when, you know, it isn't. Now, in fairness, I'm not trying to be harsh. The hell? Oh yeah, now we gotta do this part.
Now is the time.
Come on, runner.
Easy, Loon. The runner made it. She's reached the shore.
Yay. We made it. Now we have to actually leave.
Justice will be done.
Yeah, hang on.
On your mark.
I can't merge them? Okay, whatever.
Guide me.
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of missions that aren't just your typical, you know... Oh, right, I need to go pick this up, don't I? I'm retarded. Actually...
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Let's make you 3, let's make you 2. Let's make... You 3, you 2.
Point the way.
Would you guys stop being retarded
We're
for 1
wasting
second?
time here.
Okay.
I will finish the hunt.
I don't believe you, Omni. Also, you already told me that.
The hunt awaits. Justice will be done.
Of course. At once.
Oh, there we go. Wait a minute, Omni. Are you saying you actually are Tidus? Because that would make a lot of sense. I mean, really, if you think about it.
We must hurry.
That's terrifying, Omni.
Speak your mind. Show me the path.
The hunt awaits. Now is the time.
Seriously, I don't even know what the hell that thing is. I'm not sure I want to.
The guilty
Our
will
sacred
suffer.
grove is being desecrated. Our warriors have engaged.
Our sacred grove.
Justice will be done.
God, these projections are pathetic. Bandit. Clear up, yo.
The hunt awaits.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and be brisky.
I can wait no longer.
Our sacred grove
The
is
end
being
draws
desecrated.
We're wasting time here.
What news?
I try very hard
Justice
not to be
will
on
be
either
done.
side of the WoW lives or
Our sacred
forever.
grove is being desecrated.
Or the WoW is dying argument. But it does really piss me off how much people will just preach over and over and over about how WoW is dying and WoW is dying, and in case you didn't catch it, WoW is dying. Yeah. See, Netherzim, I always really liked the Trees of Life. Those are my favorite looking of the various ancients. Because they're awesome. That's basically my only reason. They're awesome. I don't need more reason than that. You don't understand. WoW is dying! WoW is dying! I'm sorry, I'll shut up. I just really get tired of hearing it. Some people will take literally any single bit of news, any bit of news whatsoever about WoW and say that is proof now that WoW is dying, and it really does get pretty old. To give you a sort of an example, since you probably don't have any idea, you know, the relative equivalence of what I'm talking about, try to imagine as if you're just walking along one day and it starts to drizzle a little bit, okay? And as the rain starts to come down, someone says, "Oh my god, the world's ending, the world's ending." Why? "Don't you see, man? The sky is falling right down on our very head. Oh my god." And that probably sounds like I'm exaggerating, but I'm really not, and that's kind of the problem. That's why it pisses me off so much. It's like, no. Yeah, I remember, Raskor. Did you just eat my character? You... Whatever. You're all healers now. Heal. Now go up here and heal. You go over here and be healed. There we go. Come on, guys. Healing time. Mighty Morphin healing time. Sorry, can't do it. Also, I don't know how to. I'm gonna try to, though. Just for you, Netherzim. Just for you. We'll go and kill these Naga. Seriously, though, I don't know how to get further down left from here. Unless... No, that's the edge of the map. Yeah, I could see that, Coco. It's one of the reasons I try very hard not to do it unless I'm intentionally being, you know, silly or whatever. That's a good point. Come here, guys. Ba-ba-da-ba. Oh my god, it's Mojo Darkpale. Let's see if he says anything.
Standing guard. The hunt awaits. The guilty will suffer.
Before closing.
Secret found. Brewmaster drinking area. Yeah, we'll go.
The end draws near.
There you go, guys. Second Pandaran in Frozen Throne. In case anybody doubted it. The Pandarans were coming. Hello? I have absolutely no idea, but it's immediately next to the barbecue place. Famous Daves. It's called Kensai. But yeah, it's right behind the place you just mentioned. Yeah. S-A-I. Yes. Its directions are even right by the place whose name I suddenly can't think of the name of, because I'm not looking at it right now. Aha! It all makes sense. Okay. Okay. Bye. So, let's talk about Warhammer 40k and how awesome it is. First of all, the orcs. Awesome. That's it. That's the only thing awesome about Warhammer 40k. It's the orcs. Orc. I can't quite do it right now. Why am I too close? Here, back up. Seriously? Whatever. See you around, Flare Knight. Oh my god. Go, my hippogriffs. Kill them bloodily, horribly, messily. Don't read too much into that. Yes, we did Taphius, and he said it was closing time. But it's okay, because he gave us some gear. He's a very nice Pandaren, as indeed all Pandarans are, really. It's kind of the funny part. Hippogriff tastes really, really bad. It's very gamey and stringy. Not particularly appetizing, all things considered. Oh, excuse me. Man, I do not feel well. Hey, it's Grank the Rat. Die, Grank the Rat. Die like the monster you are. I will kill you, Grank the Rat. Someday. Because you have that item that I want, which is making it really hard to hit you. Must kill rat. Must kill rat. Die. Did I take care of that already? Yeah, I did, okay. Where's the other... You, come here. Die, Grank the Rat. I'm not actually sure if this works on Grank. Because I don't actually remember the trick to killing him. There it is! Apparently that is how you kill him. We'll go ahead and get rid of that in favor of the talisman. There we go. Alright, runner. It's your time to shine. Go forth and don't die in the last final 3 seconds, because that would suck.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
Oh yeah, I wasn't defending the homeland. Oh well. Shrug.
Illume grant that she reaches Shondo's storm rage in time. If not, Illidan may never be stopped.
Meanwhile, a ways that way.
Drassel's roots seem to be healing well. I wish I could say the same for Felwood. I fear the Legion's corruption will scar the glade permanently.
Your druids will think of something. Perhaps Ysera or Alexstrasza could lend their...
Your pardon, Shandor Stormrage, Priestess Tyrande. But she insisted that she be allowed to see you.
Who are you, girl? What is so urgent?
I am a servant of the Warden, Maiev Shadowsong. She who pledged to hunt down the betrayer, Illidan.
Illidan? Explain yourself.
Your pardon, Shondo. But your brother has raised a dark army from the sea and stolen a powerful demonic artifact. Even now, my mistress battles him on the Broken Isles. She requires immediate reinforcements.
I will go. I will lead the sentinels there myself.
No, my love. The druids and I can handle...
I am the one who set him free. The responsibility is mine.
Then we shall both go. If this girl's tale is true, Maiev will need all the help she can get.
Am I the only one who actually likes Malfurion's unit here in Frozen Throne better than back in Warcraft 3? Anyways, one of the things I want to point out here that's very interesting is that's actually the very first time the word Ysera, the name Ysera, was ever name dropped. Very first time we ever heard about her. It's funny because this was about the time when they had already started working on the story of World of Warcraft, and Alexstrasza was mentioned previously. She was in Warcraft 2, and she was talked about in a little bit in the background. But Ysera was never even mentioned before, and so that was one of the reasons why they started to move in the direction of the aspects and all that fun stuff. So in a way, this was the very first hint of the Emerald Dream being a major plot thread way back here in Frozen Throne. No, Naga!
Hold your ground, my warriors. Goddess willing, Shondo Stormrage will come.
We've landed safely, but a few of our ships may have run aground on the outlying islands. I hate to leave any of our forces behind, but we simply have no time to wait.
My owls have already scouted ahead of us and found Maiev's location. She and her forces are under attack, but we'll need to pass through the jungle to reach her.
Perhaps force of nature will speed our way.
We'd best make haste. I doubt Maiev's forces can hold out much longer.
So, another mission. Same base over there. Whoops. Let's go. Now, one of the things I find interesting about this entire affair is the idea that Maiev was not too proud to ask Malfurion for help. But it is worth noting that she never once mentioned Tyrande. And if you know anything about the overall story of Warcraft, it probably makes perfect sense, because Maiev and Tyrande never got along. Like, ever. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. So, I think this whole thing makes sense because she always had a great deal of I wouldn't call it respect so much as a professional understanding that Malfurion was her ally because he was the one who also helped imprison Illidan, and therefore he is her ally. You know, again, a very black and white view on things. But, that being said, let's just figure out where the hell our route is here. That being said, I think one of the reasons what's about to happen went so badly was because of the fact that Tyrande came as well. And that's really all I'm going to say about that for now. Damn it, we're already level 10. Let's just go. Let's go and get this stuff. Get the coins. Get Malfurion's awesome cloak. Why don't I have that cloak in WoW, huh? Huh? Anyways. Yeah, very much, Omni. Alright, Nathrazim, now it's time to talk to you directly now that you're not here. So yeah, they have like no resources back here except for a little bit of gold and a piddly amount of wood. But one thing we're going to do is we're going to get another wisp going. Just one. This is, by the way, part of what I was talking about earlier.
Just as I suspected, our ships did run aground here. The special allies I brought from Ashenvale should be somewhere in the vicinity.
Special allies?
Just keep searching. You'll know them when you see them.
I like the music here too, by the way. Damn it, it's so hard to focus right now. As I was trying to mention, the very few of the missions in Frozen Throne are just plain, you know, go build a base and go up against another base. I mentioned this earlier when I very first started, but this is very indicative of, too, of the whole, for lack of a better way to turn it, the Blizzard style of improving their gameplay. For example, if you played StarCraft, the original StarCraft, you know, vanilla, you could be forgiven for saying that it's not as great of a game as it otherwise could have been, because of the fact that, you know, so many of the missions were just, you know, you have a base, there's an enemy base, kill the enemy base. Now, it was a good game, but basically it was just that and dungeon missions. Those are the only two types of things in original StarCraft. Brood War, by contrast, had all sorts of fun missions, which had variants and tricks and little tidbits that changed it up, you know, gave different mentality to what you were doing and why you were doing it and so forth and so on. Warcraft 3 and Frozen Throne are both very similar in that concept, in that Warcraft 3 is primarily about you have a base, enemy has a base, fix it. Frozen Throne has, I think, a grand total of 3 missions across its entire arc, and across the whole game, that are just, you have a base, enemy has a base, go fix it. And I've already been through one of them. It was the Night Elf one I just did, which I went ahead and cheated through, because that's not interesting to me at this point. And I'm kind of on a time budget here, admittedly. Okay. And Lateralis. And I agree, Coco. One thing StarCraft 2 did very well, was varied up the missions significantly. So, definite props in order there. Warcraft 3 will never happen. Or more accurately, it'll happen in about a decade. The undead have returned. Gods. Sorry, really dumb reference there. Micro. Seriously though, somebody mark my words. 10 years. Guarantee you, 10 years. Void has to come out, and then they have to give enough time for you know, that to be done.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
For the StarCraft competitive circuit to die down a bit before they feel confident enough about pulling another one. So, 10 years till Warcraft 4, excuse me. No. Damn it, stop dying the moment I heal you. What is this? Citadel? Meanwhile, I need to get all of my forces over here into one group. Where are you? You're repairing stuff. That's acceptable. Fortunately, I went the wrong way. Fortunately, the attacks in this mission are much easier to weather than the ones in the previous one. Who knows, Kay? Maybe, well, we'll still be getting better by then. Or maybe they'll finally have put it down. Who knows? And who cares? Wait a minute, Lateralis. My name is secretly Jackson? Oh god, I have to go through a base. That's right. Ugh. Well, fortunately, I've got a couple things I can do about that. And they are these. I was kind of holding this, because I knew there was a point at which I'd want to save him for. Hey, Wilson. I do not recognize your name, but as you just pointed out, you're a new viewer, so hi! Welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy yourself. If you don't, then I will shoot myself. No, I'm kidding. That's not a thing to joke about. But in all honesty, I hope you enjoy yourself. It's been an interesting night. I started really late. Really late. But hopefully there is still enjoyment to be had. By the way, I'd just like to say, I know I talked bad about the Priestess of the Moon hero unit earlier, but what just happened is a very excellent example of why the Priestess of the Moon is kind of a game changer if used properly. Whoops. You go over here. What I really need to be doing is like this. God. Night Elves build so slowly. What the crap hell? Die. Die. Why aren't you dead? I don't understand. Let's go ahead and tranquility for a minute. Oh my god, Omni-Wrench. How did you know my terrible secret? That I am secretly a volleyball. Actually, we don't really have to finish off this base, do we? So let's just go. Damn it, Omni, I just got that reference. You're a terrible person. Ugh. Oh my god. Auto heal. Gather up over here. More reinforcements. Mountain giants for the win.
The Legion's coming awoke many of our old friends from their timeless slumber. These mighty ones will be of great help to us. Something is amiss.
And that's right, mountain giants are now a thing. For the first time, basically. Where's the other one? And why are you up here? And now we have a tree club, because tree clubs are awesome. A mountain giant set up with tree clubs is truly a base cracker. You get some guys to support them to get rid of the enemy units, and just 4 mountain giants with clubs will literally demolish a base very quickly. Of course, they're also expensive as hell, and hard to upgrade, and, you know, they use trees as resources, but whatever. Oh, lol, Dream Reaver. The skeleton arrow thing, I don't even remember what it's called, Dark Arrow or something like that. That's their only pissed thing. We did it. We saved Maev. We're the greatest.
Illidan be praised. I knew you would come, Shando Stormrage.
I'm glad we reached you in time, Maev.
Priestess Tyrande, I'm surprised you came in person. Are you here to absolve your guilty conscience?
I did what I had to do, Maev. You are in no position to judge me.
What you did was murder my watchers and set the betrayer free. It is you who should be locked in a cage.
Stop this, both of you! We're not out of danger yet. Maev, what's the situation here?
There are no resources left in this area, Shando. We'll need to find a gold mine if we're to marshal more troops for an assault on Illidan's compound.
Very well. Let's get moving then.
So, I know I already talked about it, but that really is just a very indicative way of the difference she thinks between of her different mindset in thinking of either, you know, the difference. God, I can't speak. The difference in her personality when we're dealing with Stormrage, and then when dealing with Tyrande, just completely, utterly different. Very well done, all things considered, I might add. And it is worth noting Maev does kind of have a point, but the problem is between Tyrande and Maev, we just have 2 people who both have severe problems and don't understand what the word diplomacy means. It's probably worth noting that Stormrage, Malfurion, Shando, etc. is the guy who is like, you know, maybe we can wait until we've fixed the problem before we start bickering about things that don't actually matter right now. Power. Unlimited power. Or, wait. No power. A mild amount of power. Ah, good. You go get me some wood while you sit there. I want you over here. Exactly, Desert Star. We should all understand that the only way to survive is to kill everyone. Absolutely everyone. Actually, I don't want you there. I want you right here. So, favorite ancient civilization and age of mythology. I don't really like the Atlanteans, personally. I didn't actually like the expansion nearly as much as I liked the main campaign, but as weird as it's going to sound, because I actually really don't like Egypt, historically speaking, you know, ancient Egypt, I should say, I'm going to go with Egypt. I think it was the most interesting from a purely gameplay perspective. Just my call. I'm debating cheating to just finish this up. Because at this point all I have to do is build up forces and go conquer the universe. What do you guys think? Throw up the next thing. Hello, dear sister. Oh my gosh, I'm being attacked. Hi.
I had them give you extra ginger.
Thank you. That's very thoughtful of you. Thank you, sis. It means a lot to me.
I did for a $4 chip.
Okay. Yep, okay, hang on. I don't really have anything else to say about this mission other than the obvious stuff which I've already talked about, which basically boils down to the fact that, you know, Maya, this is the beginning of Maya really having issues with Tyrande, and also emphasizes why she'll be so against Malfurion later, to the point where she'll be willing to kill him. Love. Thank you, sis. This means a lot to me. Thank you.
I just went and got it.
Yeah, but still.
There are 2 California rolls on top, 1 California roll on the bottom, and then the other thing.
Okay. Thank you again.
And chopsticks.
And a thingy.
And a wrap.
How much was this?
27 after tip.
That's not a bad price. We'll see how good it is, of course.
Michael likes them.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. Yes, my sister was kind enough to go get me sushi because she is the most awesome person in the known.
You paid for it. I didn't go get you anything. I just went and picked it up.
She thinks that going and doing something completely out of her way, solely for the sake of her brother, who can barely move and can't even go down the stairs right now, isn't an awesome thing. I'm not sure why.
Because it's a normal thing to do.
But anyways, this is probably going to help me immensely. I have been feeling so terrible the last, like, hour. You have fun and be safe, okay? I was going to ask you if you wanted anything, but I decided you probably did not.
I can't eat it.
Yeah.
I'll eat your rice.
Would you like a thing of rice?
No.
Okay.
Although sushi rice is yummy.
Yes, it is. It's my favorite type of rice. Alright, now let me see if I can do this. Let me grab this. Go have fun. I'll see you when you get home.
I didn't do anything for you, Tappius.
Yeah.
Well, Randall, I am. But, I mean, that's just to be expected. I'm his sister. How can you get more awesome than being his sister?
Hey. Uh-oh, it's Illidan! It's Illidan, and he's tearing me a new one. Oh god. No, cat, none of this is for you. I'm sorry.
See, and there's ginger, more ginger. And lots of ginger. Because there's ginger in here, too.
Not as good as Kyoto's, but pretty good. Excellent.
But the rolls kind of fell. And I apologize.
That's all good. Thank you again. Oh. Oh, so Illidan, right, is all upset that Tyrande's here. Sorry, I missed over that part.
Is that what you think of me? I have always cared for you, Tyrande. I sought only to prove my worthiness, my power.
Tyrande were friends?
Raw power is no substitute for true strength, Illidan. That is why I chose your brother over you.
Oh my god. Love triangle.
Yep.
Rhonda, you bitch.
Yeah, Tyrande actually is a really horrible person. Let's just get down to it. That hasn't changed even as of now.
Why don't you just do this?
You are very crazy, my dear. Alright, like I said, I don't have anything else to say about this mission. Anything else would just be rehashing stuff I already talked about. So let's go ahead and wipe out Illidan's base.
Because you're doing a story run.
Mm-hmm.
I hold my chopsticks weird.
Yes, she does.
My hand isn't big enough to hold them the right way.
I'm sorry.
And by which I mean...
This is not the right way, by the way.
That is the right way.
This is actually a mix of both Chinese and Japanese styles.
What's the way I hold it?
I don't remember.
Our warriors
I'd have to
have
ask someone who
engaged
actually knew the answer to that question. Of which I'm not that person. You must find it, Dream Reaver.
What threatens these lands?
Our warriors have engaged the
I call this the Ragefire Chasm Run. Okay. Love you. Hey, Mateus.
I will steal a tiny place.
Victory is ours. It has been an honor to fight at your side, Shando.
This battle is far from over, Maiev. Illidan has yet to be accounted for.
Yeah, please
and
don't.
I've seen no sign of Tyrande either.
See you.
Show yourself, Illidan. It's over.
Not yet, my little priestess. A pity you couldn't see things my way. Now you and the whole world will understand just what I'm capable of. Askeroth! Brother, what are you doing here?
I've come to stop you, Illidan. Instead of banishing you, I should have returned you to your cage when I had the chance. I was weak then, but no longer.
I have sworn allegiance to a new master, brother. I have a great task to perform in his service. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to stand in my way.
Don't worry, my love. We'll find Illidan wherever he runs. We'll find him.
I just want to point out I already talked about this in Warcraft 3, but I feel like this needs to be re-emphasized. Like I said, Raskor, he is Malfurion's weak spot. He is his flaw. His blind spot is actually probably a better way to put that. Just notice the total difference in tonality between the two. Malfurion starts with threats. I should have locked you away rather than banishing you, but I was weak. Illidan, I'm sorry, but I can't let you get in my way. Seriously. Think about that. Think about the total difference in those two conversations, the way they were talking to each other. It really emphasizes the way the two think of each other and the way the two feel about each other. And I also wanted to emphasize really quick the way that Maiev was just praising Malfurion over and over. He was just, yeah, Malfurion. The way she says it here really gets it across very astutely. And it's also interesting in its own right because that's probably going to explain part of Maiev's inevitable descent into totally oblivious psychotic evilness, for lack of a better way to put it. Excuse me, because she's literally fanboying, for all intents and purposes, or fangirling, I guess, all over Malfurion. And when he, in her mind, betrays her, well, she's going to take that a lot harder than she otherwise would have. By the way, this is probably one of the closest maps to the actual World of Warcraft map, and that's no accident. By this point, they had started actually working on World of Warcraft, as I already mentioned. So, this is pretty accurate. You know, you got the Undercity, or what will become the Undercity there. There's the Dalaran ruins, the little lake in the middle of Lorerun, and of course Silverpine Forest. Now, I'll actually be right back. I will not be long.
Our forces will be ready to move out soon. Although we still know next to nothing about this strange land Illidan has run to.
This land is called Lorerun, Maiev. It is the homeland of the Alliance that aided us at the Battle of Mount Hyjal. I was told that its kingdoms, both human and elven, were consumed by the undead Scourge. These forests have suffered grievously. I must leave you both for a time. I will enter the woods and attempt to commune with the land itself.
While you're gone, we'll set out and try to pick up Illidan's trail.
I expect you both to stay focused on your task. You can settle your personal dispute after we've found my brother.
Of course, Shondo. We'd best get moving.
This was an Alliance encampment. The attack must have come recently.
Garithos.
Strangers, my lord. They don't
Kael'thas!
appear to be undead.
Kael'thas!
Ishmael, Night Elves.
Also,
I
that's
am
Quentin
Prince
Flynn.
Kael'thas. I must admit, I'm surprised to see your kind here. But whatever your business, I fear you will find only death and shadow in this cursed land.
Ishnu Daldieb, Kael'thas. I am Maiev Shadowsong, and this is Tyrande Whisperwind. We are hunting a powerful demon that arrived here recently.
Curious. I don't know about any demon, but something's riled the undead based at Dalaran. They've been hounding us day and night. We were about to abandon this post and seek refuge on the other side of the river Arabas.
Then we shall lend you our aid, young Kael.
Wait, we have no time for this.
Perhaps once your people are safe, you will help us hunt the demon we seek.
It would be an honor, milady.
So, speaking of characters I really like, it's funny because so many of these showed up in Frozen Throne. Kael'thas. So far we've seen Illidan, who's had a decent amount of characterization, Vosh, and Kael'thas, all right here. Yes, that's Quentin Flynn. He's speaking really low and really dramatically, but it's very appropriate for the character and for everything Kael'thas has been through. He's kind of screwed up right now. Now I want to talk about Kael'thas, but unfortunately I have no water. Now this is really unfortunate because this means I have to brave the stairs, and I'm not sure I can. But I do need liquid, so I'm going to be right back. I hate to keep pausing. I apologize. I'm sorry for how ill I've been today, so I'll be back in a bit, okay? I am, very sorry about that. Oops, not what I meant to do. Oh, right, we need to... No, we don't control him yet. Okay, never mind. So... First of all, yes, this is another escort mission. Pretty fun one, actually, although in hard difficulty. This was one of the harder missions for me in Frozen Throne, comparable with the last Night Elf mission, where you rescue Tyrande. Spoiler alert. And the main reason why is you basically had two real thoughts about going through this. One was to go way ahead. You'll notice I'm actually already doing that kind of automatically. The other was to try and move with it in order to help you to take down the enemy forces. And the problem is, the enemies here really... Oh, hang on. Conversation.
These people need our help, Maev. Their brethren aided us against the Legion. We will honor that debt now.
Hey, Cancer. Now, I find that and the overall mindset of Maev and Tyrande very interesting here, because it speaks volumes for both characters. Maev at this point is pretty much in obsession mode. It'll only get worse from here on out, as we'll see. But Maev at this point only cares about going after Illidan. I doubt she's even thought about what she's going to do with Illidan when she catches him, other than imprison him again. You know, she hasn't given thought to after. She's just purely after Illidan. Meanwhile, we have Tyrande. Now, Tyrande is not a hero. Let's just make that absolutely... let's just make that absolutely clear. But Tyrande is here to, you know, honor their allegiance and otherwise take care of the situation. However, it's worth noting that she basically needed an excuse, is the best way I could put that. Do we have any gold right now? No. Meh. Mercenaries. I can't believe I skipped that. So anyways, they mention that they're fighting a losing war here, and because of the way the Scourge are just kind of doing their own thing right now due to various problems, which I'll go into in a little bit. Yeah, they basically are having trouble keeping gold present, and so they actually hide it under the ground in an effort to ensure that they can actually still use it later on. Anyways, the point I was trying to get to is that Tyrande, while certainly a better person than, you know, Maev, nevertheless, only was willing to do this because it was honoring the debt that she already owed. She owed a debt, and therefore... hang on a second, this is getting silly. She owed a debt and therefore wanted to repay it. It was nothing about doing the right thing. It was nothing about helping people out. It was nothing about we need to save these people or their innocence or we're fighting against horribleness or whatever. None of that mattered to her. What mattered was repaying her debt. And I just mentioned that because it's interesting to me in the way it talks about her character, to put it simply. Because that is very much the way she thinks. Very military-minded. And lumber. And a ring of protection. I'm not going to give it to Tyrande because, well, spoiler alert. Do they have any? Yes, they do. Perfect. Oh, by the way, these are random attacks on the caravan. They are much worse in hard mode. So, let's talk about Kael'thas and everything you don't know about Kael'thas. Or maybe you do, because you're awesome. Up until this point in time, Kael'thas has been suffering through pretty much hell. What ended up happening is back in Warcraft 3, if you'll recall, we, yes, the player characters, because we were in control at the time, took Arthas and basically drove a straight line through Quel'Thalas and went straight for the Sunwell and basically tainted it in the process of bringing back Kel'Thuzad as a Lich. Okay, no big deal there. Now the problem is, we left behind a lot of undead behind us, and that taint to the Sunwell did a whole lot of things. There's a whole story about this. I'm not going to actually go too much in depth here, because it is actually a fairly lengthy and involved story. But the bottom line here is that as a result of all of this problem, the Sunwell was corrupting all of the elven people, the elves, the high elves, or whatever you want to call them, because of the fact that all the elves are connected to the Sunwell in the same way that all of the night elves at one point in time were connected to the Well of Eternity, right? Makes sense. So Garithos made the decision to destroy the Sunwell. Yeah.
We'll stop here for provisions. Sadly, I have only a few warriors left. The Scourge has pressed us hard these last few months.
Kale, where are your High Elven brethren? Do they not fight the undead as you do?
The Scourge devoured our ancient homeland of Quel'Thalas. The once proud bloodline of my people is nearly spent. The few of us that remain now call ourselves Blood Elves, in homage to our murdered people.
I grieve for your people, Kale. But you must not allow rage and despair to poison your heart. You may yet lead your people to a brighter future.
Now there's a wonderfully ironic line, given what we know since then. Now I know it's not necessarily good storytelling, but I actually kind of hoped that Garithos would have led them to a better people, or a better future. But, on the plus side, Lord Theramore did, so yay. Now, with the Sunwell's destruction, all of the elves intrinsically required that magical connection in order to feed their very existence, and without it, they basically just kind of slowly started to decay in their bodies, in their souls, in their minds, you know, etc. And they would slowly give themselves over to their magical addiction. Now, this magical addiction became a big plot point, but I want to point out a couple things really quick here. First and foremost, the term Blood Elf, at least as it was originally implied, is purely a cultural thing. I just point that out because a lot of people differentiate between Blood Elves and High Elves. Later on, Blood Elves would actually be a different, very, very slight variation in species from High Elves. But at this point in time, the Blood Elves are the High Elves. They're just calling themselves Blood Elves, as Garithos himself said, in honor of their murdered people and all the fallen. Now, Wilson, the change to their magical style came about basically because of the fact that the Blood Elves, and well, all elves really, without the source of magic to fill their lives, souls, etc., basically reached a part where, where their only real recourse was to rip magic out of things and people and, you know, all that wonderfully horrible stuff and all the horribleness that that implies. So that's really your answer in a nutshell, Wilson. I'm sorry, I don't actually have 20 minutes of talking about to say it there. But that's what it comes down to. Yeah, very much like a chi vampire. Good comparison. Ah, there we go. So, excuse me. I tend to agree, Dreamreaver, but I am admittedly prejudiced on the matter because I actually like the Warcraft setting better than the Tolkien setting. I know that there's some people who would literally flay me alive if they heard me say that, but it's true. I tend to enjoy this one more than that one. And yes, I know both extensively, don't give me that. Anyways, getting off topic. Now, Garithos himself was actually present at the battle that we won while we were playing as Arthas, and Garithos was also the one who basically personally ordered and helped engineer the destruction of the Sunwell. And put simply, from that point on, Garithos really did not have much going for him, all things considered. The only thing he really had left was his duty and his loyalty. Now, let's talk about Garithos before this point, okay? Garithos was actually what I like to call a warrior king. In other words, someone who is not as much of a leader as he is a commander. Now, Garithos was a great commander. Let's actually make that clear. He was very good at what he did. He was very well experienced. He was very much a frontline commander, kind of like the leader in World War I or World War II who sleeps in the front with his men, that kind of a leader. You know, he was that kind of a guy, and he always fought on the front with his men and women and so forth and so on. He has that kind of warrior mentality and mindset, and so with everything that's happened, and Quel'Thela's basically just kind of screwed up, for lack of a better way to put it, his only real recourse and alternative was to go ahead and honor, you know, his allegiance to the Alliance, basically. Even though they didn't really have much of an allegiance. And I want to stress that, because if you remember, the Elves had pulled out of the Alliance back prior to and during Warcraft 3. And so Kael'thas was the one who helped renew that allegiance, almost entirely because he basically did not have anything else to live for. I mean, I hate to say that so depressingly, but that's really where it comes down to. Whoops, we're under attack. So, Kael'thas then comes out here and starts fighting his bloody, horrible, depressing, unpleasant war against the undead, and it is very widely theorized that Kael'thas was effectively going through a sort of a death wish period here. Oh, of course it did, Raskor. I'm not saying Tolkien is bad. Don't ever put words in my mouth about that, or else I'll kill you. There, you're dead. Now then, as I was saying. But the point I'm trying to get across here is that Kael'thas very much had that sort of mindset of, there is nothing left to live for, there's nothing left here, there's no... Oh, hang on, more dialogue.
Protect the caravan at all costs.
We must hurry. I can wait no longer. I will finish the hunt.
Don't tell me I skipped it. There's supposed to be a dialogue here. Whatever. It was just Kael'thas telling you stuff I'm telling you anyways. So, whatever. Who needs to hear Quentin? Oh, yeah, there it is.
We stand at a crossroads, my friends. There is a shorter path to our destination, but it will take us perilously close to an undead bastion. The other route is safer, but it will take us longer to cross the river.
Both routes will be dangerous nonetheless. Let us choose quickly and be on our way. Now is the time.
Yes, Nethrazine, there is a reason for that. But let's move on first. First of all, I do think it is relevant that Lorthamar still calls himself Regent Lord. In several of the short stories and books, they actually go a great deal of depth into Lorthamar's character, and they emphasize how he has literally refused the throne. Several of the Blood Elf people have actively tried to give him the title and the authority and whatnot of, you know, King of the Blood Elves, but he keeps refusing it. Partially because he doesn't want it, and partially because he's not actually a leader, as I mentioned before. He is, again, what you would call a warrior king. He is someone who fights on the front lines. He was, in fact, a Ranger General, excuse me. I think Ranger Lord is more accurate in this case. Prior to all this stuff going to hell. Now, the other thing I want to talk about really quick is Kael'thas coming back twice. Didn't bother me at all, although I'm actually curious what you mean by twice, because he only actually came back once, to my knowledge. Obviously, well, see, because at the end of Frozen Throne, spoiler alert, once you beat Kael'thas' forces, he actually pretty much says flat out, you know, this isn't the end, sorry, and then leaves. You don't actually kill him. And then in, of course, our good friend, I admit it was kind of cheap that they said, oh, he wasn't actually dead. But I do have to give them credence, because rather than just make it, you know, try to do it to pad out or whatever, they did it immediately. They immediately made it clear. You know, you killed him, turn in the thing, and the very first thing you hear is that Kael'thas is actually still alive. It was like that. And I think that works actually a bit better. If you're going to bring a character back from the dead, quote-unquote, doing it literally immediately because you thought they were dead and they weren't, is actually not a bad way to do that, all things considered. Now, let's talk about undead architecture. Yes, really. Hang on a second. There we go. Undead architecture is based off of the designs of other things that the Scourge have consumed during their time and their trip. A lot of that is Nerubian, not all of it is, though. That is actually done deliberately in order to try and emphasize the lack of identity amongst the Scourge. I've talked before in my Kingdom Hearts videos about how so much of the actions were taken specifically to try and emphasize and encourage, you know, Shion and the nobodies and whatnot to have a sense of identity. What the Scourge do is the exact opposite. They go out of their way to remove things that someone could have a sense of ownership of or mentality over or whatever, so that the Scourge as a whole do not have an individual identity. Now, that, of course, that doesn't work 100% of the time, duh. But that is actually the intent, and so much of their architecture and their style and their writing and whatnot is deliberately taken from other things in order to make that concept come into being. There's actually a whole book about this in WoW. It's actually really fascinating, written by Kel'Thuzad. So, yes, a lot of their stuff is based off of the Nerubians, a lot of their stuff is based off of the human settlements that they consumed up in Northrend, blah, 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 blah. And it's all done very much on purpose. Go, stone giants. Smack that citadel with your trees. Yay! Good night, Kaon. I hope I feel better too. Especially since I've got a lot to do tomorrow, even ignoring this. Oh, there it is. I knew there was another one. No, Netherzim. I guess that's debatable as whether or not that's a special reason or not, but no reason like you're talking about. It was done, 'cause hell yeah. Ugh. In a nutshell. No! By the way, don't ever take this path on hard unless you feel like a challenge. If you are playing on hard because you want a challenge, take this path every time. It's awesome. Brutal, but awesome. Agamemnon, I am drinking, drumroll please, water. See, here's a question, though, Dreamweaver. Is that a good thing, or is that a bad thing? Well, it's quite carbonated. Why would you drink non-carbonated water? It's crazy. The sushi is very good, Marquez. It's helping me a lot.
I will finish the hunt.
See, I agree with you, Dreamweaver. I think there's nothing wrong with copying something else, even to a significant extent.
The undead
as long as you do two
Defend
things.
the caravan.
You make it known, that you're inspired by or whatever this to some extent or another.
Our warriors have
and most
engaged
importantly,
the enemy.
you do it well. As long as you do it well. Oh, we did it.
Ah, Pyrewood Village. The river Aravas lies just beyond.
Something doesn't feel right.
Yes. Perhaps we should keep the caravan moving.
Damn! They were waiting for us. Protect the caravan at all costs.
Warhammer
Their numbers are
sucks.
limitless.
No, I'm kidding. I know a decent amount about Warhammer lore, but not as much as other settings I've done lore runs
They'll
on.
just keep coming.
We got this, guys. Leroy! Appropriate usage even. Oh, my sushi again.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
We're wasting time here.
The Nubians are not actually immune to undeath. Not completely. They are resistant to it, but not immune.
We've driven them back, but the second wave is advancing.
We've run out of time. The caravan will not survive another assault.
Kale, get your caravan moving across the river. I will stay behind and hold the bridge.
That's very noble of you, priestess, but you're no match for a force that vast.
The goddess is my shield, Warden. Elune will grant me the strength.
Elune doesn't grant her strength.
It's working. She's holding them back.
Merciful goddess.
We must hurry to save her. That current will take her straight into the heart of the undead lands.
No, Kale. Tyrande is a soldier. She knew the risks she took. We have a greater mission to accomplish now, and our time grows short. Your people are now safe. You will uphold your end of the bargain and help me hunt the demon I seek.
Damn it, Maev. Seriously? Seriously? But again, as we've already talked about, her obsession is in full swing at this point. Because she already has the orb, after all. And, I can't think of her name. No, that's not her first big sin, Raskor. Her first big sin is in just a moment.
This forest has suffered as much as Ashenvale. The vile blight of the Scourge has deadened countless acres of trees. If only the druids could... Ah! The earth is being torn apart. The pain is excruciating.
Don't talk to me about pain, Alfurian.
Ancient spirits of the forest, I implore you, show me what is hidden from my sight. Show me what troubles this earth. I see the frozen land of Northrend, the very roof of the world. The land itself is being split asunder. How can this be? What could cause such devastation?
It's working. Nothing can withstand the power of the Eye. Soon now, my master's enemies will be undone, and I will claim my just reward.
Thank you, great spirits. I know what must be done. I promise you, this treachery will not go unpunished.
I agree with Graskor, by the way. Garithos is grade A retarded. What do you mean, liberated? Which name change are you talking about? I was apparently hungry. I swear they called him Malfurion at least once, but I think it's just they were putting his full name rather than his shortened name. I could be wrong about that, but whatever. I still think Maiev is an interesting character, if one you just want to smack upside the head every time you see her.
Maiev, we've got to move quickly. Illidan is weaving a spell that is splitting apart the roof of the world. We must... Wait. Where is Tyrande?
I'm sorry, Shondo, but the priestess has fallen. We aided a band of Alliance warriors against the undead. The priestess fought valiantly, but I saw her torn apart with my own eyes.
Torn apart? Tyrande, my heart. I should have been there.
You can still avenge her, Shondo. Let us attack Illidan together. He is the reason we even came to this forsaken place. He is the reason for your loss. Shondo, this is Prince Kael'thas, the ally I spoke of.
Greetings, Great Druid. My scouts have confirmed that this Illidan and his vile snakes are based at the ruined city of Dalaran. They are using a gem-like artifact to perform some strange ritual.
They must be using the Eye of Sargeras. But why would they strike at the roof of the world?
It doesn't matter. They won't live long enough to finish their spell. Illidan must be stopped once and for all.
Dun, 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 wow, 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 wow. So, like I said, Rondo, that's actually, that's Maiev's first big sin right there. Now, this is sort of a standard you have a base, they have a base mission. The difference is there's a timer on this one. You have your allies who are actually doing stuff on your side, and the enemy is one of the most well-entrenched forces I've seen in a long time. This is actually a pretty rough mission. I may just cheat on this one, to be honest with you. Speed this up. In Frozen Throne, it did actually go in the order of Night Elf, Human, Scourge, yes. All three are pretty much just one-to-one. And yeah, you're right, Krisuzu, now that I've actually been paying attention replaying it. Chimeras, which have magic damage all of a sudden, but whatever, used to be awesome. Anyways, yeah, I might Coco. I don't remember where he is, to be completely blunt. Or she, it, whatever. So yeah, Maiev has made her first big move towards darkness. Darkness conquers all worlds. So, I mean, that's right, it's the Paladin. Go ahead, Black Salamander. Ask away. I always welcome questions, or I will kill everyone for not asking me questions. You don't think too much about that. There you go. Right. Black Salamander, you can message me on Twitch, you can message me on YouTube. There are plenty of ways to get a hold of me. Oh yeah, by the way, the undead are on the other side. So there is a mission in Frozen Throne that I refuse to cheat on. I'm not there yet. I refuse to cheat on it because it's awesome, but it is pretty brutal, all things considered. For those of you unaware, it is the last Sylvanas mission. And those of you who are aware are probably going like, oh, yeah, because that mission's kind of rough. All things being considered equally. Great mission. Lots of fun. And that's why I refuse to cheat on it. But it is rough. So I beg your indulgence. I may actually lose that mission because of reasons that are pretty obvious. Shut up. Shando. Don't make me kill you too. I will. Don't think I won't. As of this point, Undead Elvis? That's actually a pretty good question, but I would argue that there's basically been none of the old Sylvanas left in her pretty much from the beginning. See you around, Black Salamander. Glad you had fun. Peace, as they say. But when I say from the beginning, let me make it clear that as soon as she reunited her body with her soul, I'm pretty sure that she was no longer, Sylvanas in any sense of the word. You know what I mean? Just my take on it, but I'm pretty solid on that theory. Especially given the way she acts around everyone. We're gonna have to retreat after this. Oh well, we made some decent progress. Yeah, we'll go ahead and retreat now. We don't want to waste resources. Also, we're under attack. Holy moly. Save us, Garithos. Oh, excuse me. Dreamreaver, it's my opinion that obviously I don't necessarily mean in the sense of, you know, the original Sylvanas is dead or anything. What I basically mean by that is the less literal but more metaphoric sense that the old Sylvanas is gone because of everything she's been through, if that makes any sense. I mean, obviously she's a different person, but that's not what I'm talking about. I mean fundamentally, I mean the way she acts, I mean the way she approaches life and everything. I think that Sylvanas is no longer Sylvanas. I think she is now the new Sylvanas and has been ever since she reunited her body with her soul, with her spirit. And the way she interacts with everyone up until she, you know, the second Lich King was defeated and she attempted to commit suicide, it pretty much highlights that in my opinion. And that's basically what I'm going for in a nutshell here. Nathrazim, Arthas himself deliberately ripped her spirit out so that he could torment it more. That's why. She was kind of a special case. Because Arthas was, for some reason, I should say Death Knight Arthas, was a little bit ornery. And so he was like, well, you're screwed. And thus, lo and behold, she was screwed. Yes, Aristotele. I resurrect people every day. Watch this. Undead minion. Black Salamander, she did get a filter. I'm not sure what you're talking about. She very clearly and obviously got a filter. And when, what's his name? When the first Lich King's control slipped, the filter was removed from anybody who had the power and will to do so, or could have it artificially removed for them, and that's why Sylvanas kind of became herself again. But, well, as I said, that's not necessarily a good thing, and that's all I'm going to say about that. Alright, so, moving on. I want 4 of... Where are they? I could just do that. Yeah, Screw it. Hey, Sonic Doctor. Word up, yo. The reason Nathrazim is actually very simple. Sylvanas was a unique case. This is ironic because this is related to the question I was just asked. Sylvanas was a unique case because of the way in which she was resurrected by Arthas. Excuse me. Right now, Undead Elvis. Okay, I'm going to close Warcraft and start playing Assassin's Creed. Okay, I beat Assassin's Creed. Rumination. It sucks. Alright, moving on. So, the reason why is because Sylvanas' unique creation was basically intended to force her into something where she wasn't actually all that strong, all things considered. When she reunited with her body, she still wasn't actually all that strong. She was just, you know, a basic ranger. It wasn't until the Lich King's control slipped that things went wonky for her, and she encountered the Dreadlords. And the long story short, I'm just going to summarize. She is a special exception. She's a special case. No other undead who has been forcibly undeadified without willingly choosing it has been as powerful as Sylvanas has managed to become. And it is admittedly a lot because of circumstance. Yeah, I do undead all this. The problem is right now I'm trying to get through the Kingdom Hearts series, because, you know, people keep asking me about that one too. God, having to play all these video games, it's horrible. Anyways. Oh my god, this is taking forever. I need more lumber. I require more Vespine gas. Debatable, Nethrazim, but she doesn't demonstrate any power before the Dreadlords. Do keep that in mind. At no point in time does she demonstrate she's anything more than just your standard undead archer unit, really, prior to her interaction with the Dreadlords. And yes, the timer just got reset. Yay! Soon I will never play Witcher. It's been my plan all along. God, these things take forever to make. I want to go ahead and do that while I'm thinking about it, just in case I fail here, because I've actually only got 20 minutes left. I'll probably finish it. Not necessarily Black Salamander. It really does depend on the circumstances. It really is a special circumstances case type of thing. Now, that sort of thing can and does happen. After all, the player character in World of Warcraft who is Forsaken is someone who has had something occur to them like that. To use a specific example. But it's not always a guaranteed thing, is what I'm trying to say. Drago, I kind of agree. The real-time strategy genre has kind of died down a little. That's not really unexpected. If you'll remember, there was a period in time which real-time strategy, and first-person shooter for that matter, all really were just exploding. And if you pay attention to video game history, every genre has had this happen every now and again, where, you know, this type of game genre will just be all over the place, and it will be just constant, oh my god, non-stop, you know. Everything is an FPS, everything is an RTS, everything is an adventure game, point-and-click adventure game, everything's a puzzle game, you know, blah, 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 blah. Every genre has had this to some extent or another. The genre right now is, of course, MMOs, free-to-play MMOs specifically. However, it is arguable that the other genre that's really big right now is, of course, I guess we're on the downswing of sandbox games, because sandbox games was a big thing for the last several years, but we're finally on the downswing of that one. Oh, stretch. But anyways, I imagine at some point in the future we'll see RTS games showing up again. Oh, because RTS games are awesome. Now, there is a game out there coming out called... I actually can't remember the name of it. It is built by the people who made Total Annihilation, and it's basically a spiritual successor to Total Annihilation, except it's actually good, unlike Supreme Commander. No offense to anybody who actually likes Supreme Commander. So I'm actually really hopeful that that will be awesome, but that's literally the only RTS that's on my radar. Command & Conquer died, thank you, EA. Planetary Annihilation, that's the one, thank you. So yeah, Command & Conquer died. And StarCraft 2, like I said, Blizzard's the only one actually doing anything with it right now, as you already so adeptly put yourself. So shrug, as they say. No, you're stupid. There we go. And in case anybody out there has offense to the fact that I said Command & Conquer died, all I'm going to say is that there was a fricking web-based Command & Conquer Facebook game of retardation that was not quite as bad as all the bravest, because I'm not sure anything could be that bad, but good lord, they were trying. They were really trying. Good God. You gotta say it right. Kane! I can't say it right now, not this late. I don't want to wake anybody up. So, I'm about to get crunched, because this is actually a really rough thing. There's going to be a lot of stuff, and they're going to beat the crap out of me. So we're going to pop Tranquility now. Taunt, one of you, I don't care which. Blink away. Nope, nope, nope. I've always liked Command & Conquer's cutscenes. Let's make that absolutely clear. I have. I've actually been one of those people who really enjoys the cheesy voice acting and the stuff. Ever since the original Command... Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. Ever since Dune. Let's just put it properly. No, and Maiev is dead. All according to plan. Damn it, it's not going to be off cooldown in time. Oh well. But, what was his name? No, Zed. I'm talking about, the things with, oh my god, he's a great actor. He actually played Gimli in Lord of the Rings. He also played, Leonardo da Vinci in Voyager. And he also had something else. No, Zed, there was someone else before, and I'm trying to think of what the hell that game was. Rice Davis, that's his name. Wonderful guy. Rest in peace. Would you stop talking about excruciating pain, Malfurion, before I show you what that actually means? Excuse me. Was it Dune 2000 that he was in? You're gonna make me look this up, guys. It was Dune 2000 as Norio Monio. He was awesome in that. Dune 2000 is when they really started doing the cheesy, awesome cutscenes. Is he still alive? Now I gotta look that up. I was just looking at his page. Oh my god, he is still alive. Holy crapola. That's awesome. Okay, never mind, guys. Yay, he's alive. And there was much rejoicing. Alright, I think I'm done destroying this base for now. Alright, everyone needs to go buy Game Dev Tycoon, and then you need to understand that the game is actually kind of improperly coded, because the whole point of the game is actually to beat your own score, so it doesn't actually matter if you make a good game, it just matters if you beat your previous game, because that's actually the point of the... Yeah, I kind of stopped playing the game once I looked into the actual mechanics of it, because I didn't like what they did. Tim Curry was awesome. I'm one of those very rare people who actually liked Red Alert 3. I thought Red Alert 3 was awesome. I was just all kinds of jazzed about that. Combat, or the gameplay, I guess I should say, wasn't the best it's ever been, but the cutscenes, hell yes. They just sold that game. So many awesome actors in it, too. Where are those guys? Oh, there they are. Would you kill her? And George Takei was awesome, as he usually is. Again, no surprise. In Game Dev Tycoon, the point is not to make better games based on some particular... the point of the game is to beat your own score, so the actual best strategy, if you actually want to win or do very well, is to basically intentionally make bad games so you can make better games. That's really what it boils down to, and I don't like the kind of gameplay that encourages that. That's never been my thing. And yes, it is George Takei. That is actually how it's pronounced. I should know! He used to get really, really uppity about that, and I don't blame him. Okay, this is taking too long. I'm sorry, I've got nothing else to say about this mission. Let's just go, let's just go. Just kill them all. Go free the paladin while I'm doing other stuff. Yeah, basically Zed. Now there's a few other... it's not quite that cut and dry, obviously, but... Whoops, that's not... What? Oh, we did. Yeah, we did it. Yeah, basically Zed. Because you'll still make money off of a failure.
No, the spell is not done. It is not done.
No. Now I know some people get confused by this, but the idea here is that this was cratered.
Over, brother. Your vile schemes end here.
Illidan Stormrage, for recklessly endangering countless lives and threatening the very balance of the world, I hereby sentence you to death.
Too much blood has been spilled on your account, Illidan. Even now, I can feel the lands of Northrend reeling from the spell you cast. Imprisonment will not be enough this time.
I will execute him myself.
Fools! Can you not see? The spell we channeled was meant to strike at the undead. Our common enemy. My mission was to destroy the Lich King's stronghold of Ice Crown.
And no heed to the cost! Because of you, Tyrande is dead!
What? Your pardon, Lord Stormrage, but the priestess may still be alive. She was swept downriver, but it's premature to simply assume
Silence, Kale.
You told me she was torn apart. You lied to me.
The betrayer's capture was our primary concern, Shondo. I needed your help. I knew you would go to her, and we would lose our chance.
Just who is the betrayer now, woman? I must go to her immediately.
Believe me, brother. Despite all our differences, you know that I would never lead Tyrande to harm. Let me help you. My Naga can scour the river for us. Let me do this, at least.
Very well.
What? After all he's done, you would trust this traitor?
Silence! I will deal with you later. Let's go, brother.
That's an awesome cutscene, and really speaks to a lot of the characters there. That is the moment Maiev truly just snapped. That's also the moment at which we realize that, well, I shouldn't say realize, because we the viewers are already aware of this, but it's the moment at which Malfurion finally gets it into his thick skull that Illidan is not as evil as he tends to think he is, because as we've already discussed about that, there's no need to rehash that. And it's also the moment which Kael'thas just amiably just kind of throws a wrench into everything, and I find that amusing because I actually like to think that Kael'thas did that on purpose. It just strikes me as a very him thing to do. So, Brother Stormrage, last Night Elf mission. This one's pretty hard. This is another 2 bases at once thing. Fun mission, though.
Prince Kael'thas said he last saw Tyrande being swept down this river. If she is alive, my Naga will find her.
They had best return with good news, brother. The very sight of them makes my stomach turn. Where did you ever find such loathsome creatures?
Believe me, brother.
You do not want to know.
Lord Illidan, we have found your missing priestess. She and her warriors fight on against the undead, but I doubt they can hold out much longer.
Come forth, you mindless wretches, and taste the wrath of the sentinels. Alun's light shall never falter.
You'd best hurry if you're to save her.
An undead strike force. But they're completely ignoring us. What could
Tyrande?
Their flying horrors fill the sky. It would be folly to send your flyers against them.
We cannot depend on them now. Illidan, you must hold the undead here and prevent them from assaulting Tyrande's encampment. I will journey downriver.
No, brother. The Naga and I can reach her faster. I will go.
What you say is true, but I risk much by trusting you, Illidan.
I swear on my life that I will bring her back, my brother.
I believe you. Andethores Sathil, brother.
It's also worth noting, if you actually pay attention to the way they phrase their dialogue, that for the most part, Illidan actually refers to Malfurion as his brother rather consistently, whereas it isn't until basically the previous mission, the one we just saw, that I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Illidan, yes, I said that right, but Malfurion finally starts referring to Illidan as his brother. Again, not until the previous mission. Just thought I'd point it out. It's kind of interesting little thing. Okay, so we have got to get to there. We need to get through this space, and we control both sides. This is actually a pretty rough mission, but as with the other mission, I have no intention of cheating on it unless it gets pretty bad, because this is probably the last mission I'm going to do tonight. Maybe. I might do some of the human things. Excuse me. Excuse me. I feel better after I had some sushi, which my sister very graciously provided. So, yes, I am feeling better. No, this isn't the last mission in the entire campaign, Celebrian. This is the last mission of, well, I guess it is, of the Night Elf campaign. But, yeah, I guess that's all there is to be said about that. Da-da-da. The Horde of Killjaden. Whoop, whoop. So this is another pseudo-timed mission because the waves that go to attack her basically get worse as time goes on, and the level at which they get worse also gets worse. And the bottom line here... Oh, by the way, I mentioned it earlier, this is the actual thing. We actually do get to play as Naga. You know, we actually have a Naga base and Naga buildings and everything. Excuse me, so as I was saying, I want one of those, I want one of those, so that's going to be 1, 2, and I need 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, so we actually get to play as the Naga. It's actually pretty cool, all things considered. Now, we're about to switch missions, so we're going to go and just give the Shadow Orb to Malfurion. I think that's a good idea. Oh, and in answer to one of the earlier questions, you know, what is it that Stormraid Malfurion refers to as the cost? God, that scared me. And that hurt like hell. Hi. I love you.
Daima.
Hi. The cost
Daima.
that Malfurion was referring to is, in fact, the loss of Tyrande. Do keep in mind that while Malfurion was certainly upset about everything he was doing to upset the balance of the world, that didn't mean anything compared to how much Malfurion cared about...
It's Malfurion, Illidan's brother.
Yes. About how much Malfurion cared about Tyrande. And I know that sounds almost cliche-ish, but it's not exactly a hard concept to misunderstand, don't you agree? If you don't agree, then I will kill you. Oh yes. Nothing will be left.
Agreed. Die. Your choice. But we did give you a choice, so no saying we didn't.
We did. See, we're very kind overlords. And by we, I mean me. But anyways. Celebrian? Oh, sorry. And of course, I probably just said it wrong just now, because I suck. Fight on, my warriors. We must hold on to... Do I already have a... upgrade? Do I have all the upgrades I need? This is the reason Naga aren't fully a playable race. These are all the buildings the Naga get, and these are all the units the Naga get. There are not many of them. That's basically it, actually. So, yeah. Anyways, what I need is these. I need at least 2 more of these. And then we go grab him and him. Meanwhile, we're still getting resources back here, resources and upgrades. Because I was like, Naga, follow me! And naturally they followed me. I'm the Lich King. What are they going to do? Fight against me? That's not going to turn out well for them.
But they're not undead.
So?
Oh. Then why are you attacking?
These are mindless undead. Actually, these are Dreadlord undead, to be a little bit more specific about it. Yes, that's right. There's a specific category for Dreadlord undead. Basically, for the brief period of time. That smells very odd. It's like your perfume and that is mixing, and it's very strange. Yeah, that's the one. God, that's weird. It's horrifying. Oh my god. Oh god, I'm gonna die, guys.
Turn them into living trees.
I'm a shepherd of the forest.
So you don't hunt trees down?
Nope. I just make trees turn into awesome things, like treants. Murghul slave.
What are the wisps doing when we circle them?
They are slowly gathering the wood into our stockpile without hurting the tree, by regenerating it the very moment that they pull it. Sense make? Excellent. What is he? Oh, gotcha. Anyways, sorry, the Night Elves do actually try to, resurrect, our good friend, Cenarius. They just fail. Which one, Cenarius? Oh, I should hope so. Did I ever... I'm hurrying. Goddamn. I'm kind of trying to be cautious on this map because it's actually really easy to mess up this map and basically reach a point where you never recover. And well, that's an unpleasant circumstance. Let's just put it that way. Oh, speaking of which, oh god, I have like no anti-air. Run away! Run away! Run back! Run back! Kill them all! Kill them all! Meanwhile, this side is like not even being attacked. This is hilarious. Whatever. Good news! Naga units are aquatic. Now this is something I think Frozen Throne did very well. Even though the naval battles are just kind of eh, the ability for certain units, and there's not just the Naga units, there's a few other ones, to be aquatic was actually a nice change. And whoop, cutscene, and helped.
Lord Illidan, we've discovered a dam blocking one of the river's tributaries. The dam is guarded by forest trolls, but the stream beyond it might provide us a faster route to your friend.
We shall see.
Crazy bread. You're very strange, my dear. And very crazy.
I'm blind, not deaf.
Ah.
Is that all?
Is that all? But yes, they required additional pylons, and it just didn't work out well. Okay, I really need to get working on my Night Elf base here. The Night Elf base purpose is basically just to continue to exist and survive, whereas this base is primarily to actually go after her.
If it helps, I just got home.
I don't even know why I'm building these structures. I don't need them. I need resources. That's what I need. Go get more lumber.
Is that a Murloc?
Yeah. Murloc slave, actually. I need more lumber. More lumber, my wisp minions! Meanwhile, the Naga are just cleaning house over here, going through the trolls. Shadowglen trolls. Well, this is actually in the... these would actually be Amani, if I'm not mistaken. I believe so, yes, Nuthrazim. It's actually been a while. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Look at that! Oh my god. What?
Why are they attacking your Naga base?
Well, because they're stupid, but more importantly, because they're trying to piss me off. Well, it's okay. They're soon to be dead. And then they won't piss me off anymore. Speaking of which, I want another of these to recoup that. Alright. I need... hell, let's just go all out, shall we? 1, 2, 3. And you know what? We'll go ahead and get that upgrade going. Do I have more? I have a little bit more wood. Frickin' bastards. Not enough lumber. Not enough lumber. E. So yeah, one of the other gimmicks of this particular map is the undead you fight have a ridiculous amount of flying units. It's pretty much their primary thing. It's actually a little bit annoying. You, go over here, repair. So, another fun fact about the Naga. They can build anywhere, not just in the water. I just point that out because every Naga base you ever see ever is in the water at some point. Well, except in Outland. Except in Outland.
There's no water.
Because, yeah. Not until we drain Zangarmarsh can we do that. And yeah, that was the new flying unit, which we never actually see in possession of the Scourge in all...
Zangarmarsh?
What?
You said not until we drain Zangarmarsh.
Yes, we need to drain it, because we're the Naga.
Oh.
Anyways, what the hell was I saying? Oh yeah, the destroyers, the obsidian bastards, who basically, we never actually see them really in WoW. However, we do see their original forms, or that is to say, the original destroyers. I guess probably a better way to put that. Those would, of course, be the ones under the Kiraji. Imagines. Let's go ahead and get some additional defenses going here. Yeah, I agree, by the way, Coco. Night Elves I really do have lumber issues with, and it's actually kind of frustrating in its own right. I do sort of with human sometimes. Whoops, not what I meant to do. Oh, damn. Okay, whatever.
Did you just lose a turtle?
Yeah, it's okay. They're all doomed. Because I have metamorphosis, and everything will burn. I have the Mask of Death now, which means Illidan is now really awesome, because half of the damage he does, he is now regaining as health. Yep, yep.
In the middle of your battle.
Yay! By the way, that quest was called Damn Trolls. You're welcome. 1, 2, 3. I need one of these, and that's it, actually. What about you guys? How are you doing? You're doing fine. I could go after the undead bases, but there's really no reason to. I mean, really, that's what it boils down to. Yeah, I think I have enough.
They had faces in Warcraft.
I don't understand your... Oh, yes, they did. But if you look at the unit, they don't. See? It's just a little spirally thingy. Or a light thingy. And therefore, they were better. Oh, right, I should probably not completely block myself off. Oh, well, they just fought their way through. Wow, that was... God, I don't know why I use Ancient Protectors. Every now and again I try to make them useful, and I just fail, because they suck. They are the worst defensive unit. Or defensive building in ever. They are garbage. They are gutter trash.
But they move.
They should feel ashamed of themselves. But they move. I don't give a damn that they move. They should move out of my way.
You can't control them like a unit?
Well, of course I can. But they still suck.
What's up with that tree thing?
What tree thing?
In the middle of your base.
Which one?
The glowy one.
That one?
Yeah.
That's the growing tree, see?
Oh.
And now it's an ancient of protection. Alright, where the hell am I going? I need to go through the undead base, don't I? I think? God, it's actually been a while since I've done this mission. Live, sis, live. Yeah, I need to go through this base right here. Say metamorphosis for this. Fun fact, metamorphosis, excuse me, does do chaos damage. For those of you who don't know what that means, it means...
Buildings go boom.
Yeah, it means it does full damage to every type of armor, so... Anything with oh, by the way, yes, this is the third of the 3 undead bases in this mission. Because they, in answer to that Nethertheme, When a wisp becomes an ancient, it is literally becoming an ancient. When it builds another building, it's just building a building. And that's it, and that's all. Let's go ahead and have him produce 2 more of these guys. In other words, the wisp is consumed fully. Whoops, I'm under attack. By the fact that the wisp is now a tree. Being morphed within a few minutes. Truly, it is an ancient. Alright, is that this base? Nope, we got a couple more things to take out. Keep going, guys. Turn on immolate. Eat some things. You. Eat the A-bomb, or don't. It's already dead. Yeah, it doesn't sound very appetizing. Get up here. Nah, whatever, they're fine. I need 1 more, don't I? I can make that happen. The fun fact about the Naga is, despite the fact they only have about 5 units total, they're actually fairly well balanced, all things considered, and those 5 units are all very useful if you have all 5 in a single force. Go figure, huh? Now I have to kill my sister. I'll be right back. Yes, it's the only way to stop the licking. I wasn't kidding anyways. I want... Actually, I need another of you out here. Oh yeah, the Naga are also a little bit overpowered, but that's by design because they're not... They didn't have to balance them for multiplayer. Go figure, right? Alright. No, I do have to go through that base. Do I? I don't actually remember... No, yeah, I have to go through the red base now. God dang it. Well, we're going to go ahead and reconvene a little bit before we do that. I'm sorry, Taphius. Lord knows I understand. Oh, we're under attack! Yeah, we're fine. I'm not going to bother responding to that. I agree, Zed. It's actually kind of funny because in lore terms, it's one of the reasons why the Protoss are doing so well is because the Protoss don't actually reproduce as a species all that much, right? However, the catch, of course, to that is that the Protoss, every single time they lose, you know, a unit, the greater Protoss race as a whole is going down in overall strength. Wow, they're actually going to take out that. Can you do it? Oh my god, you totally won. Replaced instantly. Anyways. So, it's just interesting to me because the Protoss are a very doomed race, the more you think about it. I need to... Oh god, that's a lot of undead flying. Oh god, that's a lot of undead who are flying. Holy moly. This force is about to be destroyed. Whatever, do what damage you can, guys. Do what you can. Did you seriously just use your ultimate on me? Rashgaroth. Bastard. Yeah. Let's go ahead and try to bring him down like right now. Okay, that's not happening. Wow, okay. Let's start recuperating up here, because we're about to go to hell, basically. Let's do a slightly different strategy, shall we? Oh, I agree, Coco, but in a good way. As weird as that probably sounds. The good news is we've got a bit of a resource glut, and the Night Elf base is doing just fine. I love how the Night Elf base could literally just be like, hi! But, you know, whatever. Excuse me. How did Artanis act? He didn't actually do anything. He was just like, I'm ready for stuff. Go back up there. Alright. 246. 246. Give me just a moment, Bandit, or Krensler, excuse me. Krensler. There you go. Added to the raffle. Verified and confirmed. Oh, right. I need Illidan back. Surely the Protoss would suddenly and spontaneously decide that now, at the end of all life in the galaxy, would be the time at which to start retreating nowhere, because there's nowhere to retreat. Meanwhile, Zeratil's like, hey, dude, not cool. Well, Tyranda's not doing so well. Normally on hard difficulty, I would have lost by about now, that assault that just hit her. To give you an idea of this mission on hard, this is a pretty brutal mission on hard. Fun as hell. But, whew. Let's go ahead and get a second one of these going. That's because they're elves, okay? Duh. Oh, hello, pay attention. Oh yeah, that's right, there's a third undead base. I actually forgot about that. There are undead bases all over the place in this one. In fact, just to give you an idea, look at all the undead bases that are in this map. I've taken out one of them. Yeah. No, I lost a single guy. That's just because humans are disgustingly ugly, Kay. We all know that's the truth. Nothing, and I do mean nothing, could ever redeem so disgusting a race as humans. No, that's not what I want to do. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I'm going to want... I actually don't have enough gold for that. Whatever. That'll have to do. So, fun task for yourself if you're playing this on hard mode, especially. Try to take out all of these bases. It'll make the final stand a lot easier when you go after her, but oh my god. And they all focus on their own thing. And you'll notice green pretty much focuses on air. You've probably seen that already because they keep hammering me up there as well. Actually, it kind of does, Nethrazim, now that you mention it. Almost as though it was intentional. Plagiarism! Sorry, Rondo. Harsh truths and all that. Okay. And... they're still coming. Oh, excuse me. We're going to do a slightly better... Oh, you got it, Can Cancer. Can Cancer. Who's saying they didn't, Wilson? Damn it, and Tyranda's under attack again. Every time I see her getting under attack again, I get a little bit worried because we're getting to the point now where she's going to be screwed pretty soon. And that's not cool. 1, 2, 3. I barely have enough to do this. While we're doing that, let's go ahead and get out here. Yes, Krenzler. I've already finished the founding of Orgrimmar and the Horde. The true Horde. The one true Horde to rule them all. And in the darkness be awesome. Yeah, I've always liked his particular form of warglaives, too. Well, now to sit here. Anybody have any questions while I sit here waiting for these to finish being built? Because I'm not starting the assault until I got my dragon turtles. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Oh, what blinded Illidan? Depending on how you answer that, either he did or the demons that he made the pact with did. The reason for the blinding is his eyes were actually removed and replaced with demonic power, and fell power, to put it more accurately. And so these, the orb, he actually does have orbs underneath there that kind of glow, and they are literally demonic eyes, and he can see the demons and demonic power and fell power and all that stuff much, much easier than, you know, anyone else could, because of fairly obvious reasons, I would think. So yeah, either he did or the one who did it first. He was the first demon hunter, and yes, all demon hunters do that. But he did that specifically, or rather, the people he made the pact with, the demons he made the pact with, did that to him. Is probably a better way to put that. So shrug. The meaning of life is to try and find whatever it is that actually is worth something for you, and then to go ahead and try and make sure that that maintains its existence and its relevance within your day-to-day existence. Now, next question. Maiev is such an idiot. I've already covered that. Thoughts on Demon Hunter class? I've already kind of designed one in my head and done some design documents on how it would work. I think it would totally work, and I think it would be totally awesome, and I think it would be very appropriate given where I think they should go with the story. But that's just me. Damn it, Tyrande, and she's under attack again. What am I gonna do with you, girl? God dang, this is a big force. I did this wrong. I did this completely wrong. I can still recover. I can still recover. Get out to the front, my heavy hitters. Okay. God, I wish I had some healers in my Naga army. Okay, got rid of the Dreadlord. He was a big part of the problem there, that vampiric aura. It didn't do anything, because he'd already burned everything. A beta key to some game that I kind of forgot what it was. But it's a beta key, and it's a game. Weirdest siege unit ever. Turtles that spit rocks. Make of that what you will. The good news is, while my main force got decimated, my siege force is fine. So we're just going to go ahead and let this base be torn apart now. Gamera's the latest thing. I'll shut up. One of the strategies that used to be, oh shoot, pay attention. They used to be actually semi-common, all things considered, in RTSs. It's not really employed nowadays because it's just too easy to counter. Would be to do either focus strikes or hit-and-run strikes in order to take out an enemy's food source to ensure that they couldn't build anything more. Basically to give yourself time, because even the idea would be that even though you sacrificed units to make that happen, it didn't matter because you could replace those units, whereas the other side is out of food and therefore has to replace the food sources in order to replace the units. It basically gave you a time gap to crush them. It only really worked under certain circumstances in some games, and if you knew what you were doing. But yeah. Well, we did it. Yay! Farewell, foolish undead. You picked the wrong Lich King to follow. Nick the Loony, I'm pretty certain that... hang on, we just beat the game.
Illidan, what trickery is this? Have you come to finish me off personally?
No, Tyrande. You must believe me. I've come to save you.
Save me?
Where could they be? He should have brought her back by now.
Hurry! This is our last chance.
You risked your life for me. I don't understand.
Whatever I may be, Whatever I may become in this world, know that I will always look out for you, Tyrande.
Tyrande!
I knew you would not forsake me.
Oh, whatever.
I thought I'd lost you forever, my love. If not for Illidan's aid, I may well have.
We have had much strife between us, my brother. I have known only ages of hate for you. But for my part, I wish it to end. From this day forward, let there be peace between us.
Now, I'm going to talk just for a little bit before we really go forward. Obviously, that's... Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot there was actually a last cutscene here. I'm going to go ahead and talk now, real quick. One of the things that a lot of these missions do in setup, in a very awesome way, I think, and the next few missions will do pretty much right up in your face, is emphasize the idea that all of the northern eastern kingdoms, the entire Lorerun area, is basically completely smothered by the Scourge. That they are all completely just blanketed with Scourge, that no matter how many you kill, there are always more, and there are always more coming. It is also worth noting that as of this moment in time, the Lich King doesn't actually have, the first Lich King doesn't actually have true control over the Scourge. Also keeping in mind he never did, not the way the second Lich King did. But getting back to the point, he's not really the leader of the Scourge at this point. My point I'm trying to get across here is, it's an excellent way to emphasize the atmosphere and the setting at this point, to really get across the idea that this is a hopeless battle. There are Scourge everywhere. And this was done to set up World of Warcraft, because a huge amount of all of these Scourge that are in all this area, that are swarming all this area, will become the Forsaken. A huge amount, virtually all of them, will become the Forsaken. And that's one of the reasons why the Forsaken, which came out of basically nowhere, was a military power to the equivalent of being considered a world power right off the get-go, because they had such massive numbers to begin with. And that's why it took all the way up until Cataclysm for them to actually acknowledge the fact that making new Forsaken was a problem. Remember, that's a big plot thread in the Forsaken quests in Cataclysm. That didn't become an issue till then, because they had so many numbers, they had so many people, they had so much meat, and so many units that they could call on, because all of these Scourge, well, a huge portion of them became the Forsaken. I just wanted to point that out. This is all well thought out, and I just wanted to give props, basically.
You have brought much suffering to the world, Illidan. For that, you can never be forgiven. However, you saved the life of my love. For that, I will let you go. But should you ever threaten my people again...
I understand, brother. Lordship over this world was never my aim. Only power. Only the magic. I've lingered here too long. I must go. By aiding you, I've betrayed my new master. If I am not careful, his wrath will be my end. Farewell, brother. Tyrande. I doubt our paths will cross again. In Shu-Falena.
Fools! Have you no sense of justice? Maiev, Illidan has atoned for his crimes. He is no longer a threat to...
It's no use, Tyrande. She has become vengeance itself, bound forever to the hunt. I only pray that in her zeal she doesn't cause even more havoc than Illidan.
Now, let's go home, beloved. We've earned our rest.
And then let's stupidly join the Alliance and declare war on the Horde for no reason at all. I'm sorry, I'll shut up. So, the Human Campaign, or as it's more accurately referred to as, the Blood Elf Campaign. I gotta be one of the only people who really likes the fact that this was very much not a human campaign, that it was pure on a Blood Elf campaign, through and through, front to back. I know a lot of people complained about the fact that this was not a human campaign, because there's always been a human, side throughout the thing. Now, it's funny, because some people say, what's your favorite campaign in Frozen Throne? I'm really, really torn on that, because in my opinion, the human one, that is to say this one, the Blood Elf one, and the Undead one, which is actually 2 campaigns, are both just incredibly awesome. I could not possibly pick between it. Now, hang on a second. Someone had to be Mr. Fix-It. 841. You are now in the raffle. Congrats. L3S4, I don't answer either of those questions, usually. It's just a standard policy of mine. I will tell you I was born in California, if that gives anything away. No. Where the hell was I? I want to talk about one other thing really quick here. One of the things I also find fascinating about this whole exchange... Well, how do I put this? One of the things that I've always liked about Blizzard games in general is they know how to hit a nice balance between nostalgia and moving the story forward. When they brought back Gul'dan in Frozen Throne, I was like, yeah! And then they mentioned the Juggernauts and whatnot, and I was like, yeah! And then in this thing we go to Draenor. Yeah was basically my response to that. There's so much that Frozen Throne did that was simultaneously a callback and an examination of what had happened since then, and really pushing the story forward, that I really liked how they did. Now, I'm only going to do like 1 or 2 missions here. It is late, and I do need to get some sleep because I'm still kind of... Even right now, I'm kind of swimming in a bit of nausea there. But either way, I'm going to go ahead and do at least a couple missions because these are awesome. Also, hello, Dead Cleaner. Ask your question. Grand Marshal Garithos. Puh.
You are late, Prince Kael'thas. I thought you elves prided yourselves on punctuality.
It could not be helped, Lord Garithos. We ran into a group of night elves from across the sea.
I am not interested in your fanciful excuses. You elves are here to serve the Alliance. Thus you will obey my commands to the letter. Is that clear?
Yes, Lord Garithos.
God, I hate this guy. Now, the undead have begun a new offensive to retake Dalaran. Their primary strike force marched south through Silverpine, but we managed to halt its advance at the base of the mountains.
My men are ready to fight, my lord. When shall we leave for the front?
We will be leaving immediately, but your people will be staying here. Our scouts report that a second strike force may be heading this way from the east. I need you to repair the outlying observatory so that we can monitor that region.
But, my lord, we are warriors, not—
You have your orders, Prince Kael'thas. I trust your elven ears heard them clearly enough. Move out!
Insolent son of a... Let's get this over with.
So, I've heard some people talk against, Garithos, because, let's be honest, Garithos is cartoonishly over the top in his stupidity, in his racial prejudice, and in his overall retardation. The problem is, I think he was actually necessary to be there, as weird as this sounds, because while he is very over the top, this type of situation is exactly where someone like that would rise to power. I know that sounds screwed up, but I think it's true. With the undead swarming everywhere, I just mentioned this, with all of these, with the Alliance basically shattered, there is no human kingdom that's actually functioning anymore. By the way, yeah, I love this music. There is no functional real human kingdoms at this point in time. Everything is just a mess. Someone like that, who is an excellent warrior, Garithos is a fantastic warrior, he is a fantastic fighter, is very likely to be someone who will actually rise to power because he has both the will, the ambition, and as I already mentioned, the martial strength. Yes, Dead Leader, I am going to do this secret mission. I always do the secret mission. Anyways, so it is no doubt to me that someone like Garithos would actually rise to power. He is actually a fairly good strategist, Zeiss, and it is worth noting that Garithos does tend to win most of his fights. The only times he loses are when we start to kill him when we're a Sylvanas. And yes, I'll just go ahead and tell you all now, yes, we do get to kill Garithos. Be at peace. So let's hear Kael'thas really quick.
We should move soon. I feel edgy. My hunger for magic is clouding my judgment. All I feel is hate and rage. The Alliance has failed my people. What's the holdup? I feel edgy.
Oh, whoops. All of them aren't there yet. Oh no, I'm thinking of the normal Blood Elf. The generic Blood Elf, not that one. Anyways, see you around, Celebrian. Have a good night. Now, I gotta warn you guys, we don't actually... Garithos never gets his revenge on Garithos, but someone else does, and it's really, really enjoyable. And that's all I'm gonna say about that. Encore, that's actually not a bad question. Depends on if you mean competitively or just in the standard missions. But Phoenix is really useful if you use it properly, because the AI doesn't actually target the eggs as a priority. Because all the AI has a priority list for targeting, and you can actually exploit that. So any human players you're fighting against have to manually readjust in order to do that. So if you're fighting against someone who knows what they're doing, they can take down your Phoenix egg, and it's not an issue. If you're not, or if you manage to obfuscate the situation or make it so they aren't actually aware of what you're doing, yeah, you can really use the Phoenix to a great extent. Like I said, I used to play competitively. Undead buildings are all debatable. Some are summoned directly from Northrend and built in Northrend. Some of them are actually built on the spot. It kind of depends. Yes, Zeiss, and that something is, I will conquer everything. Is he done yet? Nope, we ran out of lumber. Oh, no, we're done. Yay! Yay! Repaired. Ooh. By the way, we are at or near the ruins of Dalaran, for anybody who was curious. Pleasant place at the moment, right? By the way, with all the talk that we've been talking with regards to the Fallout series, make no mistake, as of this moment... Ah, damn it, I didn't hear that. Whatever. As of this moment, there's absolutely no doubt that this is a post-apocalyptic situation right now. The world is screwed as of this very moment, and the only people who are even barely managing to make any kind of life for themselves are the orcs, and the Tauren, and the trolls way over there in Kalimdor. The Eastern Kingdoms are just messed right now. Fun factoid. The main reason the Eastern Kingdoms stopped being such a mess is because of the Forsaken. I would go ahead and say pretty much the only reason, to be a little bit blunt. Yes, Stormwind has been recovering ever since Warcraft 2. From Warcraft 2 until WoW, Stormwind has been recovering. But, if not for the Forsaken becoming a thing, because the first Lich King's loss of control and the second Lich King's long-term plan, which we won't go into, that's what stopped the Scourge from being a thing in the Eastern Kingdoms, and enabled all of the humans and the elves and the other races in the Eastern Kingdom, the dwarves as well, to start recovering and recuperating and actually, doing something rather than, constantly being on the run. It's what ended up. It's what brought the Eastern Kingdoms from a post-apocalyptic to a post-apocalyptic situation. Let's put them that way. So interesting stuff. I just thought I'd mention that. And yeah, Krenzler, exactly. Imagine if the Scourge had kept going, because this was a losing battle as is. And thanks to Garithos being an arrogant prick who's a racially prejudiced bastard, I'm sorry, a specious to be more accurate, he probably would have gone ahead and ensured their loss here, because he would have gotten rid of one of his best forces, the elves that were actually willing to listen to his damn commands. And as a result of that, the human forces here would have lost, and then the roaming Scourge, either under the first Lich King, the second Lich King, the Dreadlords, or whoever, there's plenty of points at this point, would have just moved the Scourge south, and then Stormwind is gone, the dwarves are gone, the trolls are... You get my point. Theoretically, Netherzeem, Demon Hunters are basically immortal in the way that Night Elves used to be, and are again, sort of, sometimes. Elves in general need a source of immortality. They aren't just immortal on their own in Warcraft. Primarily, that's always been the... let's just do this. Primarily, it's always been the Well of Eternity or the Sunwell. But the Demon Hunters have another source of power, which is the one you just mentioned. So yes, Demon Hunters, regardless, are actually fairly immortal regardless of species. Although it is worth noting that no species has ever become a demon hunter other than High Elf, or Blood Elf, or whatever you want to call them, and Night Elf, at least that we're aware of. Let's withdraw these guys. Exactly. Which is awesome. Oh sure, now I get it. Kill the demons, kill the demons, kill them all, so Clementine. I don't remember how the song goes. It's pretty obvious that I kill all the demons. I'll stop, guys, sorry. Oh, right, we should actually go ahead and do that. I actually don't use Spellbreakers all that much, even though they're actually really useful. Situationally, I really should add. They are situationally useful. Yes, I do, Krenzler. In fact, I know it will, because it basically has, as of now. As of the modern time, the Fell Corruption is gone. The Blood Elves have been reconnected with the light, which the Sunwell connects them to, and is now re-providing them a source of magic. So any Blood Elves at this point who are Fell infused or corrupted or whatever are so because of their own freedom of will and individual choices. There's no species thing going on anymore, which is awesome for the Blood Elves, I mean. Now, by the way, speaking of which, I want to talk about one other thing really quick. Some people have asked me, the difference between High Elves and Blood Elves, and it's kind of a weird thing because, initially it was just a naming thing, and then it became more of a, actual difference because of the fact that Blood Elves were corrupted by their magic addiction, whereas High Elves were allowed to be free of that because they weren't affected by the corruption of the Sunwell, blah, 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 right? And then the Sunwell was fixed, so Blood Elves and the Blood Elves and the High Elves once again became, for all intents and purposes, the same species. One question that was asked to me is, why is it the Blood Elves still call themselves the Blood Elves? And it's funny because someone said earlier, jokingly, the exact reason why. Never forget. The Blood Elves lost thousands, if not millions, of their people in the Scourge's advance, and admittedly, they kind of had it crap for before that, but that was the final push. They lost half their lands, a huge swath of everything, and tons and tons of their people to the Scourge, which basically just walked in and mowed over them. To rename themselves at this point non-Blood Elves would be like a slap in the face. It would be like trying to, I don't know, pretend the Holocaust was obfuscated. Sorry. But seriously, that really is what it comes down to. The very idea of changing their name back from Blood Elves would be an insult at this point. Nethrazim, haven't you ever heard of a town in a box? If you haven't, I feel bad for you. Seriously, it's a thing in WoW. Goblins invented it. It's awesome. It really is a thing. You actually deploy it yourself. It's really cool. The way it works, no flavor text. The way it works is you set down this box, and then it explodes, and your character goes flying into the air, and then you actually hit a layer line. And so when you come back down, the town's already there. It's really cool. The whole Goblin intro is really, really well done. In WoW. If you ever get a chance to pick up WoW, I strongly recommend, even if for like a really small period of time, I strongly recommend you play the Goblin and Worgen intros, and the Pandaren ones. All three of them are just phenomenal. Excellent, fun, interesting stories, fun quests, and tons of awesome story development, and I just lost that guy. It's really cool. I highly recommend it. As also, I never really watched DBZ, so I have no idea, but I'm going to just go ahead and say yes, because I have no idea. Yeah, you get this car, which you actually can't get anywhere else in the entire game. In other words, there is no mount. Whoop.
the lake to reach the outlying gold mine.
Naga, you fought for the demon Illidan.
Bosh!
We are on our own now, good prince. I am called Lady Vash. My brethren and I come in peace to offer you our aid.
You have nothing I need, witch.
Is that so? I thought you might require boats to reach the observatories you seek.
And you would give these freely? Why should I trust you, my lady?
Our two races share a common ancestry, Kale. Now, against the undead, we share a common peril. These boats are merely a gesture of goodwill.
Then, I accept your offer. Thank you.
Really, really good example of what I was talking about with Vash earlier. She's obviously up to something. And like I said, she is a villain. Let's not mitigate that. But there's just a degree of decency involved there that I really like. Anyway, what the hell was I talking about? Oh, Sylvanas. Right. Sylvanas makes several mistakes, but all of them are understandable. Especially because her very first mistake is she keeps a Dreadlord within arm's reach. Seriously, that is without question the single hugest mistake she could have ever possibly made. I can't believe she did that. But that basically explains everything else that happened that went wrong with her, from then until when they finally bring down the second Lich King. Oh yeah, the Goblin cars. Okay, so there's this really awesome Goblin car that it's a unique model. There is no mount, there is no other quest, there's nothing else in the entire game that you actually can do, that you can use that again at. It's just for that one section of the game. And so I highly recommend if you play a Goblin, you putt around in that car for a while. It's really awesome. If you try to run people over, you actually can't. They'll leap out of the way, and they'll say stuff as you do so, like, hey, or watch it, or else they'll actually be really awesome, like, oh man, I nearly got run over by player name, you know, stuff like that. It's just fun. I strongly recommend it. I'll stop ranting now. Oh yeah, it has a radio too. I forgot about that. So anyways, it's a lot of fun. The Goblin intro zone, all the intro zones, Death Knight, Goblin, Worgen, Pandaren, are all just grade A stuff. It's Blizzard at their finest, in my opinion, within WoW. Have we leveled yet? Nope, we're about to, though. To levels! What the hell was I about to say? Oh, are there any good Naga? Now, see, that's an interesting question. To our knowledge, no. But it is entirely possible and reasonable that there is such a thing as good Naga. After all, why would we encounter any good Naga? The good Naga are probably busy or otherwise occupied. Everyone we've seen is people who have been actively out here to fight us. So, you know, shrug, right? It's also possible that the Naga certainly have just, you know, normal people, like, you know, any race or army did. Yes, you play it's a American football game of, you get in these giant mechs and you fling, they're footballs but they explode. It's a very Goblin sport. It's awesome. I didn't say the Draenei starting era undead Elvis. I said Death Knight, Goblin, Worgen, and Pandaren. Pay attention, man. God. I remember that guy, Marquis. He was in Burning Crusade and part of one of the attunement chains. What do I actually want on you? Let's go and upgrade Flame Strike first. Anyways, no, that doesn't count as being good, but I know what you're talking about. Alright, Tiny Castle. Goblin engineering at its finest. Chukung! Chukung! So, fun fact, we still... I mentioned earlier this really isn't the human campaign, but there is sort of a caveat. You notice we actually have a couple of humans with us, and by a couple I mean the one human and this guy over here. And we still have human facilities here. That will change literally as of the next mission, so fear not. Make no mistake, this is still, without question, a Blood Elf campaign. Make some stuff. Let's go ahead and make these guys get, well... Favorite, gameplay-wise, or are you talking about, the characters, Gimmers? Yeah, the Blood Elf peasants look hilarious. You'll see them, guys, trust me. Like I said, next mission, the humans will be gone. Bloody stinking humans. Frickin' dull ears. We'll show them. Gameplay-wise, definitely the, Crypt Lord. Without question. I love the Crypt Lord. Crypt Lord equal awesome. I still find Jaina an interesting character, and I've defended her before, but I admit I don't actually like her as much as I used to. I understand her, and I get her, and I'm with it. But, yeah. She's certainly taken her path, and I have taken mine. Towards killing Garrosh. No, Kay. And it's all because of you. It is literally your fault. What the hell is wrong with you, man? Do I want here? No, I want it like right here. Can I build knights in this mission? Yes, I can. Fantastico. Congrats, Undead Elvis. Was it awesome? No spoilers. Death to the Scourge and to the living! That's all I'm going to say about that. Yeah, I imagine ship combat's a lot of fun. I've seen a couple videos of just ship combat. And nothing else. Damn it! Right, I don't have any guys making lumber yet. Well, let's make that fixed. Of course you would, Kay. He's the blandest sentient being in the entire universe. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, they're fine. You just keep building, my friend. You... that. Oh, sweet, Bragwin. I hope you enjoy it as much as I do. Unless you're really good at RTS games, I strongly recommend you don't play on hard. I know some people would say, would completely disagree with this to show off how incredibly awesome they are because they're stupid. But, in my personal opinion, Warcraft 3's hard mode is really hard. So, I do recommend you not play on hard unless you're really, prepped for it, you know what I mean? I believe, yeah, you can buy Warcraft 3 digital. I'm playing a digital copy right now. Legitimate. But I just punched a key in to... I guess I'm sort of lying. I bought the CDs, back when they came out. But your Battle.net account lets you punch in any of the keys for anything you said. It's kind of like a pseudo Steam, except it's only Blizzard games. So I can just download Diablo 2, Warcraft 3, StarCraft 2, etc. whenever I want to, because I've already got the keys added to my Battle.net account, if you follow. Oops. Work. I have no idea, Liberated. I really don't. I'm sorry. I'm not a Mac person. And I never will be. No, seriously though, I don't know. I once had someone ask me, why don't you play on Macs? My response was, you're kidding, right? Because I play video games. There's games on Macs? Yeah, there's like 10 of them. This is a while ago, so Macs basically had no gaming support back in the day. It was really unfortunate. And even nowadays, it's still kind of a hassle to get certain games, certain type of games on Macintosh, as Liberated so accurately is making a point of right now. That would be pretty cool, Zed. Shop? Hang on, let me look. Yes, that's right. I can just pull Battle.net up just like that. Hang on, let me log in. Hopefully it won't ask me if I authenticator, because it's over there. And yes, I do use the authenticator. I don't see a shop button, admittedly. Oh well, shrug. I was just curious. Maybe I just haven't updated or something. Shrug. I like the authenticator for one very simple reason. It actually works pretty well, all things considered. It is a fairly effective way to combat the hacking problem, which, let's face it, is a pretty big problem in something as widespread and extensive as World of Warcraft, or Warcraft in general, Battle.net, whatever you want to call that. So, I'm with it on that extent, but I will admit, it is irksome that it's necessary, but again, there's no real avoiding that. I also have the other thing, where they can text you in case you lose your authenticator or it gets desynced. Oops. Well? Oh, right, I'm waiting for this to be done. Is this done yet? Yes, I did Demonium. All of it. All of it. Yeah, might as well do that too. God, finish upgrading already. I don't remember upgrades taking this long. Let's go ahead and fill out some more, shall we? I am not OCD, shut up. Hey, look! Something that's getting banned! It's on YouTube, Demonium. I uploaded it because it was awesome, and I saved local. I'm saving local copies of this one too, so I'll be uploading this one as well at some point in time. There we go. No, Kendrin, I am not. I don't really watch YouTube, ironically. Whoop. Damn, that went to hell in a hurry. WoW subscription prices is $15, I think, a month if you do just the monthly. It goes down to 12, I want to say, if you pick up the 6-month thing. Don't quote me on that. Yes, I'm letting the human die. Die, puny human. Alright, we need to hurry the hell up here. Yeah, right. Can't do that yet. I've always had a thing for Ezio, personally. I know a lot of people prefer Altair, and I think they did a good job with Altair in Brotherhood, or no, Revelation, excuse me. But I've always been an Ezio person. Especially since his life was completely and utterly ruined. I'm not going to say anything in response to that, Kendron. I get so tired of people talking about how WoW is going to go free to play and how, you know, it's ruined and over and blah 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 blah. I just get so sick of it. I just want to kill them all. All of them. Is it Marquis? Oh, that sucks. Congrats, Liberated. I think so, Desert Star. You could ask Bragwin, because she purchased that recently. 50 francs? Wow. I just realized, I think I'm hearing something. Nope, that's the vacuum cleaner. Doomsayers, Bandit. And you're right, that is actually fairly accurate of a descriptor. Hello. Okay. We got all sorts of stuff going now. 1 tower. Yeah, they gave... actually, as of this point, I believe everyone has access to Cataclysm if you have access to WoW at all. You don't have to buy anything except for Pandaria. I could be wrong about that, but I remember them making a deal about that for fairly obvious reasons. God, I am just so low on lumber. It's ridiculous. Okay, I want... Excuse me, 5. I knew it, the Swiss are rich. That's secretly the reason for everything. That would make a lot of sense, actually. Oh, those helms. Don't even get me started on those. Those look so dumb. I know some people like them, but I just look at those and I laugh. Hang on, Ojunix. Give me a moment. Let me start this up. Yeah, why not? I got some resources to burn. Speaking of which, upgrade. Okay. I don't understand. I don't see a question in there, Unix. Oh, okay, never mind. I think I've discerned a question of your thing. I suppose my best answer to you would be yes, I still think it would be that hard at release, personally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, I want to split you up into group 2, don't I? Last one. Go ahead and keep the Spellbringers, because they're still there, and why not? Once upon a time, Blizzard's customer support reps were not exactly good. I'll just put it as bluntly as I can. But that being said, I do actually think they have gotten better over time. But even then, it is worth noting that whether or not you're going to have a good experience with them is literally going to depend on the individual you talk to or work with. I know that sounds like a duh, but I've heard just as many people in modern era say they've had great experiences with them as they've had bad. Ugh. So shrug, as they say. Sort of Netherzeem, you get to play till level 20. and there's certain things you can't do, and all of those things you can't do have to do with trying to stop hackers and bots. Like, seriously, 100% of them. The hell is this guy doing? It's probably better to ask someone else that question, because I've never actually done the Starter Edition, so I'm not actually a good person to ask that. What, Agenix? Oh, okay. Do you think it was wrong to change WoW? No, I don't. I don't think it was wrong at all. I think it makes perfect sense, and anybody who says WoW isn't hard hasn't played hard content. And anybody who says the only way to ever, possibly ever, make this Murloc a guy, what the hell, is just an idiot. I've heard several people... I saw a thread recently on the forums that really made me laugh, because it was basically saying, okay, you absolutely, for whatever reason, say that you have to get rid of all the casual content, get rid of LFR, get rid of all that stuff. What do you put in its place? You know, what do you do to reach out to that crowd of people who like that type of content? And so many of the responses were, those people need to stop playing my game. I just wanted to smack them. That is so indicative. I hate people sometimes. Not all the time, just sometimes. Oh, dear God. I've always been a big proponent of the idea that hard difficulty should be something that is optional. Not the whole game should be hard. What's up? Could you please close my door? I would... Okay, thank you. Oh, never. I probably will. But anyways, thank you for the warning. I gathered that. I don't understand why you're telling me that. Okay, I don't really think I need to change much, other than fixing this and that. Anyways. What do you... Yeah, I figured. That's why it took you so long. I'm sorry.
Because they don't make attachments that actually function for stairs.
I know. I actually was thinking about doing it myself, and if I wasn't in the kind of pain I'm in, I probably would have already done so. Whoa! No, 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 no. A guard tower when I wanted a cannon tower. Cannon tower. No one? Nothing? Okay. God, this lumber problem.
Hey, you're human again. Why are you human?
Or am I? Actually, I'm playing as... Where is he? Remember this guy?
Oh, hey.
Yeah, I'm...
Isn't that evil dick dude?
Well, he became that. I'm playing as Garithos when he was still not only awesome, but a very understandable, well-fleshed-out character. Kale. It sounds more imposing that way.
What are his little floaty things?
Those are... Well, it actually kind of depends on how you define that. But for the most part, we're fairly certain that those are actually a magical artifact, or rather 3 magical artifacts that he crafted himself in order to basically help defend him, allow him to channel his magic, that sort of thing. He actually ends up using one of them to save his life at the end of the Eye. And I just point that out because it is kind of cool that they actually did bother to go ahead and make a specific thing that saved his life rather than just spontaneously, he lived! No, I don't, Krensler. As I was going to say earlier, I apparently didn't, maybe, because I have no memory of it. I think it was a tragedy. Wow. It was a tragedy. A tragedy and a travesty. What ended up happening to Lady Vosh, Garithos, and Illidan in Burning Crusade. I think all 3 of them kind of got the screwed up end of things. And I wish they had gone a different direction with it. Maybe a Junix. I wouldn't be opposed to such a thing. I wouldn't be superly in favor of it either. I am indifferent, put simply. Yeah, screw it. You require more Vespian gas. I'm gonna go ahead and kill these guys finally, because I've been waiting for that for a while now. So, fun fact, this mission is not won by killing all your enemies, it's won by repairing the towers. But as per usual, if you actually don't take out the 2 undead bases there, you're gonna have a really hard time taking out those towers, so it's kind of required. Flame strike. Still just as awesome looking. I have no idea, Nethrazim. I defer to other people who know better than I do. Nothing useful? No, not really. The WoW episode of South Park was amusing, although I can't help but point out how many things they got wrong during it. But that's just my geek side showing through. Also, there's a reason one of my friends still to this day goes by the nickname of Clad. No, Nethrazim. You're thinking of Civilization. Barbarians. Or else you're thinking of something I have no idea of, because I'm pretty sure you get X forever in Warcraft. I could be wrong. Undead Elvis, you may never join the raffle. Ever. There. You are now in the raffle. What did it get right? Well, they did have the Hungering... Or no, the Hungering Cold? Was that the name of that damn thing? The sword that was actually in Noxuramas. I can't remember the name of it. Does that count? They got the name Warcraft right. Why would you want me to do that, Marquis? Do you secretly hate me? Be honest with me. Seriously, I am kind of curious why you want me to do that. I will. I'm not going to, you know. Ojunix, yes. I know, kind of a truncated answer, but the answer is yes. Alright, Marquis. You got it. It's a shame. Bastion's a good game. More people need to enjoy it. Oh my god, we're out of gold. I haven't been paying any level of attention to that at all. Wow. Go lumbering for a bit. I've got my priest army ready to go, at least. And some dwarves, which will also not be returning after this mission, because the dwarves are just as dirty as the humans. And now we gotta take out this base. Do they have any other defenses? No, we could probably do it. Let's do it! Leroy! The requirements for entering the raffle. Say I would like to enter the raffle, and watch my stream, and have a Twitch name. I think those are basically the requirements in a nutshell. Why are you guys way over there? Okay, look. Take that out, you stupid, stupid man. Hey, Durgil. Word up. Of course, if you feel like it, you could also donate, in which case you get multiple raffle entries. If you want it, of course. You don't need to do that. Anyways, that's it. Go, my minions. Kill everything. Is there a gold mine? Oh, thank God there is. Good, good. It's all good, Netherseam. I understand. I don't have the money either. But there's another thing about that. If you were paying attention earlier last Exile, I was talking about how this is basically a post-apocalyptic situation, where there basically is no strong human power left, or anything like that. You know, the humans are basically in the worst state they've ever been. And so, it makes perfect sense to me that there would not be a human campaign, because, you know, there's really nothing going on with the humans other than them failing at every turn, basically. So, you know. There we go. Oh, God damn it. Now, the reason this is taking so damn long is they really nerfed the damage of priests, specifically because of... They are pathetic, Coco. I'm sorry. The humans are in the worst they have ever been in the entire series right now. They are, in fact, pathetic. Sorry. But that's just kind of how it is. Anyways, as I was trying to say, they really nerfed the priests kind of because of people like me, because there used to be the concept called a mage army, where you just have a whole bunch of priests who did normal or piercing damage, I don't remember which, and they did more damage than they do now, which is basically pathetic, and you could just roll over an enemy with an army of priests. You can't do that anymore. They do so little damage, it's actually, it is in fact pathetic. Now we need to get out of our own flame strike. Okay. Alright, so while these guys are doing their thing, let's go ahead and add the name that's going to take forever to type in. Theramore, lost my password 0. Okay, we got you. You're in, Netherseam. Rejoice and be glad in it. Doom has come to this world. Or wait. I like how I've lost a ton of priests. Yeah, sure, Pyro. Answer done. No, actually. I don't want 4, I want 3. There we go. Alright, so this base is done for. Quite literally. Let's go ahead and take this thing out, finally. Define a game about failure, Bandit King. Or be destroyed. Wow, that's got some range. Look at that. Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready. Sorry. A game about failure. Mass Effect 3. Alright, alright. I'll give you that one. Here's my micro. Yep. Stretching out. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Now we win. The most depressing game I've ever played? That's a good question. Assassin's Creed.
All done.
Thank you.
Take it out.
It was horrible. Actually, Assassin's Creed is a very depressing series if you actually pay attention to it, so... I'm not.
Building on the undead base.
Because it's my base now. Behold the power of the true Lich King.
So are you just gonna leave their defenses there?
No, we'll take it down. We're in no rush. No rush.
There are undead airships?
Yeah, haven't you ever seen these? Sky barges. And almost. There we go. So anywho, you seem so confused, my dear. But why?
Why are you urbanizing their houses so much?
What do you mean?
They're all squished in together. How are they supposed to have, all they've got is alleyways.
Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Well, exactly. That way they're all nice and organized. And that's what they really care about. Being nice and organized. See, look. They know exactly where their house is. Third up, second down. See? It's very simple.
But they're all squished in. And how's that guy in the middle supposed to get to his house?
Oh, wrong way. Squeeze. 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 Oh, I went too far. Squeeze back. Okay, I'm there. You can also go in through the chimney.
Ah. Okay. So they just climb and then hop across the roofs?
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's a very Assassin's Creed kind of place.
What is that thing?
That?
Yes.
That is an altar of darkness. Any questions?
Are they going to spit out mobs?
No, it's where undead heroes resurrect. Resurrect. Anyways, yeah, that's what happens. They resurrect.
Does the ground stay like that?
Nope, you can notice it's already going away, see? And it'll slowly heal. It takes time, though. I don't actually care that much. Alright. Now let's go conquer the world, guys. Ba -ba 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 -ba. I like how I started, but she finished. No, Mariacal.
Floaty chainy box.
It is an arcane vault. You've seen that in WoW. It was in Wrath of the Lich King in Borean Tundra.
I have.
Mm-hmm.
Show me.
No. It would take too long to actually start up the game and get out there, which would be required to do this task.
You couldn't just find it on Google's?
I'm pretty sure no, because it's part of a quest, so it's kind of a temporary thing, you know?
Why are your dudes not getting on the boat?
Well, these guys aren't supposed to, but this guy is. But now these guys are. Make sense?
No.
Okay. Ba-ba-da-ba. Octavian is here. We must kill him and rip him to shreds.
Here?
Yes, Octavian's on now. Anyways, Bandit, I still don't quite get your question, so I don't suppose if you could actually rectify, or clarify, or fullify, or vilify, then that would be awesome, and then I would understand your question.
Nullify?
You may nullify your question as well. Nullifying is acceptable. Wee. We're coming for you. Dope. Also, we're gonna go ahead and buy one more.
You just
What?
snagged a peon.
Yep, he's mine now. Take him from me if you dare. Nope, too late. I win. Da-ba-da-ba. I'm gonna stop now. You may quantify as well, by the way. Yeah. I suppose if that is what you want. Just for you. There's gnolls. Why are we killing gnolls? Stupidest twist in any game ever played.
They're snarg and you're mad at them. See, look, that one over there, that's Wildpaw.
It was.
And snarg, now you know what happened to your people.
Ignoring Mass Effect 3's ending because that's not canon. The stupidest twist I've ever seen was in Star Ocean 3. It was so bad it literally made me facepalm. It was pretty bad.
Is snarg even here?
I have no idea. Third, reveal thyself or be destroyed. Should we kill Snarlmane, the Bloodgorger? Yes. Okay. Go, my knights. Yes, that is the thing.
Oh.
See?
I remember that.
Now you remember it.
doesn't look the same.
Well, yeah. They don't need chains. They're too good for that.
A game that lies for story purposes to make you think you are winning.
Oh, I got one, Bandit. It's called Chrono Cross. You ever heard of it?
Your musket dudes say stuff, because they say some pretty funny stuff.
Oh yeah, they do. I shot the sheriff, and the deputy, and the wee doggy too. That's one of the things he says. Where are these guys? Oh, I haven't. Come here, guys.
Go get on the boat.
I would disagree with that, Liberated. Because I took the question to mean from an out-of-character perspective. That is to say, because of the fact that, you know... I'm trying to think how to put this. Am I an idiot? I think I'm an idiot. Because of the way that FF6 was done, it doesn't bother me that the world was destroyed, as weird as that statement probably sounds, but rather it's more a natural progression of the story. However, in Chrono Cross, everything you knew was wrong. The end. But then again, I might just be flat on misunderstanding. Hey, you. Do you know the exact time?
She was born at 3:40 in the afternoon.
Gotcha. Which, Eastern Standard Time? Okay.
You could have mined those for lumber.
I'm in a hurry. Now, this is an army of mages, so they're just gonna get out of the way.
Get out of the way.
And the knights, the real men, the humans, and the dwarves are gonna go up here and die. Oh no, they'll win.
They'll just die in the process.
Yes, that's always the plan. Kill the humans. That's really crappy gear. Whatever. No, Maz. There were none. Yes, I've heard the whole soundtrack. No, there were none. Sub-Zero Zilch. Hey, you. Oh, duh. I'm an idiot. You. Go forth. Repaireth. Yeah, I see. My PC is very good, Marquis. It's quite up to date, all things considered. Not perfect. It's not, you know, total top of the line because it's about a year old at this point, but it's pretty damn good. Why do you ask? Do you have plans in mind for my PC? Oh, for God's sakes, go over here. Gotta micromanage everything. Sigh. Actually, can I even get down there? No, I can't. Oh well, I win. Yay! Let's get these forces back here. Of course I could, Marquis. And I have, for that matter. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Brakeman. Go, my minions. Be there. That's my sacred command of the Second Lich King. Oh, poor Trina. Good night, little one. I think I have enough lumber at the moment. What do you guys think? Lol, Brigman. Oh, I'm sure there'll be several Undead Elvis. It's just kind of the nature of things, especially since the PS4 has been kind of rushed, and I know, I don't know anything about the Xbone, but I do know the PS4 has been rushed. I also know that their commercials are retarded. Although that being said, I gotta say, I'm a really bad person to judge marketing because I just don't respond to the kind of marketing that virtually everyone does. And I'm not saying that to try and be special. It's something I've discovered over the years. Basically, if you're something that is designed to be marketed in a good way or good advertising, generally puts me off of it, and I will have basically the exact opposite reaction. If you don't try to sell me, I'll be more interested in your product, is what I'm trying to get across here. So, we see all.
Hail, Lord Garithos. The observatories have been repaired as you requested. We were just about to...
I received ill news from the front line. Is it true that you've consorted with the vile Naga?
Well, yes, my lord. They helped us cross the lake. I assure you they pose no threat to us or to...
They are inhuman and must be crushed like any other enemy. Be careful where you place your loyalties, Blood Elf. I will not tolerate treason in my ranks. Now I must return to the front. You will remain here and wait for further orders.
Now, if that wasn't bad enough, try to remember the fact that Marshal Garithos had to come with his elite guard from the front lines back here just to chew out Kael'thas over this issue. Now, if you're trying to wonder, try to understand the tactical significance of that, let me just lay it out for you. Garithos has been wanting some kind of political excuse to imprison and execute all the elves for some time. Just exterminate them. So he really, really wants that. He wants, he really wants his human supremacist situation, which is funny because, if he had had his way, the humans would have been wiped out. But anyways, so yeah, just food for thought. What time is it? What is the next mission? I don't remember this next mission.
Greetings, Prince Kael. I bring word from Grand Marshal Garithos.
What news from the front?
Apparently, the observatories you repaired detected a large undead force massing nearby. Lord Garithos has commanded that you crush the undead before they can march on Dalaran.
That doesn't sound too difficult.
Unfortunately, your forces may be a little thin. You see, Lord Garithos has also ordered that all foot soldiers, cavalry, and support teams report to the front lines immediately. You men, move out!
This is preposterous. Am I to assault the undead with nothing but sticks and harsh language?
The Grand Marshal has great confidence in your abilities. Be creative.
Garithos. I'm starting to hate that man.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Cleansler. He very clearly and decisively set you up in this one. So,
you're interrupting my calculations.
There's a Blood Elf peon.
Waiting on you.
We get archers instead of footmen, stuff like that.
Forces are under attack.
But yeah, we're about to get completely crushed.
Is my aid required?
So we're gonna withdraw.
Our town is under siege.
Nothing but elves left behind. And here come the Scourge. And they're just gonna curb stomp everything. That's kind of what they do. I don't have... Okay, that's bad. Oh, shoot. Anyways, I'm not going to play this level. This is actually a pretty rough map, all things considered. This will be a... I'll go ahead and go until the middle part. But, Yeah, you'll see what I mean. I'll just let it play out here. I don't remember if I can keep this base or not, or if it's worth even trying. But yeah, basically, the only things you really have going for yourself in this level are the swordsman, you know, a basic footman thing, the archer, and the hero, because the casters are totally useless. And yes, this is a reskinned model of the archer, for obvious reasons. And this base is already gone. And taking a little long time. Hold our breath. There we go, we're screwed. We lose. And now this place is a troll place instead of an undead place. I don't know what to make of that. No, we couldn't save that base. Damn, that really sucks. That means we're probably going to lose this one too. Which means we're going to have no source of gold. Well, this totally sucks. Okay, let me think about this for a moment. The objective, survive. I'm not quite kidding about that. I need... Do I have one back here? No, I do not. I need one of these, and I need one of these basically right now. Well, here, let's give you some sound then. This is one of those missions that's interesting on hard difficulty. Now, Dragon Knight Riders are kinda worthless. So we're gonna go ahead and just keep them here as a defense force until they die. Do I already have? Yes. Yes, I do. What's your question, Grenzler? Yes, I need more farms. Good point, Grenzler. Thanks for the question. Alright, we lost.
Prince Kael, they've taken over our outlying bases. We're completely surrounded.
Those bases are lost. We'll just have to improvise.
Ishnu Daldir, Prince Kael. We've come to join your fight against the vile dead.
Greetings, Lady Vash. I would welcome your aid gladly, but the commander I serve does not approve of your kind.
I do not see him here sharing your peril. Let me bolster your forces with my own. If not, you and your brethren will surely fall.
What you say is true, but I accept your offer, Vash.
Good. Let's get to it then.
Elvis, have you never actually seen the ogres? And yeah, by the way, instantly there's just...
We should move soon.
Scourge bases everywhere.
Our will shall be done.
Is it sin? Where shall I strike? Direct my wrath. After 10,000 years, our revenge is at hand. I think I just learned something. I can't smell. I'm with my
Job's done.
Cobra.
Hey, sailor. My song is yours. Hey, sailor. I'll sing a requiem for the landwalkers. Don't be so shallow. Did you do that on purpose, or was it a fluke? Do you find me alluring? My cousin was killed in a swim by.
Oh, damn it. Damn it, I was not ready for that. You guys, go! Job done. Krenzler, my question in response to your question is, do you mean with regards to my personal Death Knight, Dying Scream, or do you mean Death Knights in general? Because those are two very different answers. And yes, now we have a Royal Guard, which are pretty strong. And they do chaos damage. Both. Dying Scream was actually an elf. She, once upon a time, served under Zagmas II in the Troll Wars, in the invasion of the Swarm, so various other things, which are totally irrelevant, and therefore I will not bore you with. As far as most individuals who work for as Death Knights, who they are varies wildly, because there's no actual prerequisite other than you were someone who was of significant power or skill that to be worth being brought back as a Death Knight. And you also had to wake up properly. If you remember, if you wake up there and deal with Resuvius, if you basically don't respond well immediately, he kind of feeds you to the ghouls while you're still alive. So, wait, is this it? This is all I'm getting? Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I thought there was a way to get Naga forces, but whatever. See you around, Drago, assuming you can even hear this. No, I mean alive, Pyro. Think about that all you want. God, my Royal Guard is just getting crushed. I cannot lose my Royal Guard this early. So what was your question, Ojonix? Was it, why do I hate you? Well, I can't tell you the answer to that. Oh my god, you're already attacking me? Really? This is a really rough mission, by the way. I want you to go take that. All things considered. I'm probably going to pass it on normal once I actually get going at it, but this is another of those oh my god missions on hard, as I like to call them. Okay, so I need more healers, like right now. Lots more healers. Let's go with 5. Alright, Dragonhawk Rider, you're now useless to me. Go die. By the way, the actual mission here is to crush green, but if you do actually secure a gold mine, then you can actually get some resources of gold back. What you're actually supposed to do is pretty much immediately go after one of these bases, because they've basically got almost no defenses. And I probably could take this place out pretty easily. Which I'm not going to do just yet, because, you know, I'm kind of busy. You, go up there. Now heal my Royal Guard. Ojunix, the answer to that question is either it's a plot hole, or far more likely, it's because the Naga have been seen in this area somewhat extensively up until now, don't forget. Because of the whole interactions between them and the Night Elves who were just here. Would you leave me alone? So I need... God, I have like crap for building options, don't I? Let's just go ahead and get an archer out. Suffer well. I don't know what MOE means, Bandit. So if you'd like to define what MOE means, I will happily answer your question. Until that time, I'm afraid you are screwed. To not have answers. Do I have a boat? I do have boats, thank God. Massively over-entertaining? Metric? Onslaught? Entomology? I have no idea what that means. I really wish the mono well was still here. There we go. Okay. Or is it just Mo? Should I be calling it Mo instead of Moe or MOE or whatever? Hell, I don't know. I know nothing. Alright, attack! I didn't mean to do that, I meant to do this. Boonk. There we go. Oh, we've already lost one. That's pathetic. Moai. Man, why don't those Japanese just use real pronunciation? I can't do that voice very well, I'm sorry guys. I tried. I tried to have a stereotypical American accent. Oh, there's been a picture, hang on. That's weird, but okay, whatever. So anyways, I'm sorry, what was the actual question again? What would I do if I woke up like that, other than kill myself? So what you're saying is, I need to go watch Berserk, and then be done with it, once and for all, again. No, that would not actually horrify me in the way that I've defined horror, no. It would be unpleasant, but not horrifying. Is it worse than Akira, which is probably one of the animes I hate the most? Don't get me started about the symbology and whatnot. I know there's symbology. I don't care. I also didn't like Big O, but that's mostly because my roommates once upon a time loved Big O to the point where they would play it constantly, and that just kind of got on my nerves. You can only be exposed to something so much before it's like, okay, can this, like, stop, please? Please? Doesn't help that the theme song just drove me nuts. That should have been Big O's theme. Big O, just say no. Maybe Rondo. I was originally going to do a very specific movie series rumination, but then everyone said, no, we'd rather kill you, so I kind of stopped doing it. Or stopped working on it, rather. I don't know, Enigmatic. I guess we'll find out in a moment. Sorry, Zeiss, you're gonna have to put in the proper paperwork to do it, I'm afraid. Natch. I might be able to take this base with this force. I'd rather get a little bit more reinforcement going, though. Actually, let's make you do this. And you. Come here. They really like to attack this one spot. Fate Zero? That does sound familiar. But not specifically at the moment. Okay, that sucks. A lot. Oh god. Hey, that bunny totally had it coming. Remember, even the innocent must die. There, okay. Now then, where the hell was I? Now that I'm done being negligent. Of course it was, Grinsler. Are you kidding me? I mean, holy hell. Oh god, now they're sending ground units. Would you leave me alone? See you around, Raskor. Oh, this is gonna go badly. Oh, maybe not. What do I have? Oh, these two guys. Go, my minions. Go, my minion. In case you're not paying attention, this is actually a fairly easy mission, especially compared to the last one. As long as you're careful with your initial Naga force. No, Bandit. I'm trying to reach out to them. Meet them halfway, you know? I want to sue for peace with the ancient tree enemies. Actually, let's just simplify this. Sorry, Zeiss. No evil allowed. Hello. Ink. I used to say that at work, when I worked at Arby's. Seriously. Whenever I'd see a customer showing up, I'd just call Ink. There were a lot of people there that played Dota a lot and World of Warcraft, so everybody got it. It's probably kind of pathetic, but whatever. Well, did I lose one? I did. How unfortunate. Oh, right. Go, my Naga minions. Go forth and carry me home. So this is an interesting mission because, as I said before, this really isn't designed to be a mission to challenge you. This is designed to be a fairly easy mission, all things considered. The enemy bases are almost pathetically defended, even compared to the ones that I was just fighting in the previous mission. That's done for two reasons. And both of them are story related. The idea here is to get across first, as was mentioned earlier, the idea that the Scourge can just kind of stomp in and walk over you. because they can. That's kind of what the Scourge does, as I mentioned earlier. But the other reason was then to emphasize not only the situation Garithos was in, but to show just how strong the Naga actually are in action by artificially lessening the overall difficulty of the Scourge to make it seem like you're having a much easier time than you would with normal units. That way balance doesn't come into account, is basically what I'm going across here. So the idea here was to emphasize, you know, Garithos' situation and help us to empathize and be interested in and be understanding of Garithos' situation a lot better than we might otherwise be. And now, granted, that's you know, juxtaposition and theory crafting, but the point remains. You notice the green base that's attacking me is basically doing nothing. It's sending dinky little forces that really aren't doing a whole lot to actually injure me, all things considered. And meanwhile, the other bases are doing absolutely nothing and are pathetically defended. They've actually, the way they're doing this, there's a setup, a trigger in Warcraft 3 that's basically call this area important, and it's actually right here. Make this area important. And so what's actually happening here is this area is labeled as important, and that's why they just keep continuously attacking this spot, and why I can just set up towers right here and be fairly assured of the fact that they're going to attack at this spot, and none of my defenses are going to go to waste. Speaking of which, get a couple more going, because why not? No. No Naga will die in the making of this episode. I mean, whatever this is. Garithos, my man. Siphon mana is really, really mean if you use it properly. Most annoyingly fake difficult game? Ooh, that's a tough one. That is actually a tough one. I usually don't remember examples of fake difficulty as much as I remember examples of proper difficulty. Mass Effect 3 actually had a decent amount of fake difficulty, which is funny because a lot of people disagree with that. So there you go. I can't think of another one off of the top of my head. I'd have to really debate that. It depends on the individual, Undead Elvis. There are plenty of individuals within the Templars who are just well-meaning people, or who are in it for themselves or whatever. You see basically a wide gamut of individuals who actually know, you know, who actually have different motivations and mindsets and all that fun stuff, and I'm being attacked by ogres. Remember, kids, when ogres attack you, attack back. So saith the Lich King. Yes, Zeiss. The limit is 12 at a time. That is something they got rid of in StarCraft 2. I'd say for better or for worse, but that was a for better. Uh-oh. Orange is coming to attack. Here they come, guys. Oh, no. I'm going to go ahead and start tomorrow morning, Netherzim, assuming I'm still well enough to do so. But I do have to stop before tomorrow afternoon because of real-life obligations. So if I don't finish it this weekend, I'm probably going to have to go ahead and start it up next weekend, which kind of sucks, but whatever. Nothing I can do about it. Get rid of the frostworm. There we go. What time tomorrow? Whenever I wake up. If I wake up. Dun dun dun. Sorry. Okay, let's flame strike this, first of all. Why is this not working? There we go. No, one dead Naga. God, I hate frickin' Dreadlords sometimes. No, I don't want... Okay, now I'm tired of these towers attacking me. Get rid of these things. I swear I don't like the fact that they lowered the AI priority on attacking towers so much. There we go. And we've won, basically, at this point. Ah, it's not going to let me select whoever. Oh god, he's trapped. Oh, he can't reach that, that's why. Oh, he never finished building that either. Why don't you go finish building that? Frickin' Doom Lords. Congrats, Tephius. Now you have to play it. And by have to, I of course mean get to. Why'd you get rid of this frickin' gargoyle? Now get rid of this frickin' building. Oh my god, you're just dragging this out, Scourge. I've won. Seriously. Here, let's go ahead and make some units just for the hell of it. Because why not? No, I have not led Rawless. Believe it or not, I haven't played a lot of video games lately. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Okay, kill him. Oh god, not the garage. Or the garage, depending on how you define it. Team damage is on. Well, that sounds terrible. By the way, last I checked, team damage is always on in Magicka. It's actually difficult to not kill your teammates in that game, even if you're trying. Speaking from experience. No, I don't, Rondo. If you paid attention during my rumination lore run of Chrono Trigger... No, I'm just kidding. Seriously, though, I think Chrono Trigger was a complete... circle by itself. I don't think it needed a sequel. I think it was actually lessened by having a sequel. Assassin's Creed set in England? What time frame would be my question to you. Favorite old school RTS? Warcraft 3. That's not actually that old, though. Really old stuff, I'd have to say I've always had a soft spot for the first Red Alert. And in addendum to that, I have also always really liked Total Annihilation. I know it's not that old, but it is kind of old. Pre-colonization England? That'd be interesting. It could probably work. It's not one of my picks, but I could certainly see it working. If I could have a superpower, I would have the ability to be utterly able to do absolutely anything whatsoever. Immune to magic, right. No. Really, Orange? Now you're showing up with a pack of ghouls and banshees? What the hell is wrong with you? And that is kind of cheating, but it is also being honest. It also depends on the answer to a very important question. Does anybody else have superpowers? Because if they do or don't, it drastically changes my answers. If I could be anti-fantasy race? I'm going to assume by the way you phrased that you mean any of these static fantasy races. You know, the normal ones, not any fantasy race. That'd just be crazy. In that case, excuse me, I suppose no would be my answer. I mean, I guess elf by default, just because they live long. Yes, they did, Taphius.
You have my thanks, lady. This victory would not have been possible without your aid, though I fear I may have doomed myself by accepting it.
The human you served trusts no race but his own. His sense of honor runs no deeper than his tolerance.
It is loyalty and duty that bind me to him, and to this failing alliance. But now those tenets seem as distant as our ruined homeland. All I know is that my brethren and I hunger for something more.
Then perhaps, young Kale, it is time to find a new path to power and glory.
I can't explain it exactly, but ever since our homeland was destroyed, my brethren and I have felt empty, almost drained of our spirit. There is a hunger now that has hardened our hearts.
I know this hunger, Kale. Like us, your people are addicted to magic. It flowed through your veins for over 10,000 years. And now, with the corruption of your land and the Sunwell that empowered you,
we have been cut off from our power, from our birthright. Without a new source of magic, my people will surely die.
there are other founts of power in this world, Kale. Demons, for instance.
You speak of madness, my lady. We will never be that desperate.
Your aversion is understandable, but still.
Prince Kale, Grand Marshal Garithos has arrived. He has brought a full battalion with him.
Damn. Bosh, you'd best leave. I cannot guarantee your people's safety.
Naga warriors!
Forget about them! So, Kale, you've shown your true colors at last. I knew you were in league with those serpents. Now I have all the proof I need to execute every traitorous one of you.
Please, my lord, spare my men. It was my decision to...
Save your breath. I never trusted you, vain-glorious elves. It was a mistake to accept you into the Alliance in the first place. Now, at long last, you'll be dealt with appropriately. Take them away!
Now, I want to comment on a couple things, because I'm not actually doing the next mission. It is really fascinating to me that once again we see a situation in which Lady Vosh is clearly a villain, and yet has such tendencies as politeness, loyalty, caring, consideration, that kind of thing. I know I'm reiterating, but I just felt like to add that. Taphius actually answered that earlier. The Naga have been here for a little while, and that's just the answer in a nutshell. I don't feel like going over it again. What skulls, okay? What are you talking about? I don't see any skulls. Okay, so, I feel like I missed a couple questions there while that scene was playing. Marquiz, lore runs I plan to do after this include, the entire Final Fantasy series, and that's as far as I've gotten, so, shrug. By the way, Coco, I agree. The difficulty jump between normal and hard is huge. That's one of the reasons I'm playing on normal. Excuse me. As for the keys, they were just listed on the box for me, so I can't help you there. What settings would I like to see? I need your question to be elaborated upon it, Elvis. I heard Madden. The first 5 acts I would do if I came to World Power. Very first thing, fix everything. Second thing, enjoy. Third step, profit. There we go. I have plenty of actual answers, but I'm not going to give those out. Scrolling down, catching up a bit more. King's Bounty. Oh god, I played King's Bounty way back on the Genesis. One of them, I don't remember which one. Possibly Liberated? I don't actually remember. It would be on Twitch, if anything. Heroes of Might and Magic, extremely unlikely Marquis for 2 reasons. 1, I never was that much into the series, and 2, I don't own the game, so can't actually do that one. I can't really do a lore run of a game that I don't know that well enough to do a lore run of. So, I might do Fallout New Vegas. That's something that might be on the list with all the DLCs. Haven't decided yet. I'll need like a laptop or a second monitor or something so I could watch chat while I'm playing. And I don't know. I'll have to think about other ones. Ogre Battle I can't really do a lore run of. There's not really much to talk about there. Everything that there is lore in Ogre Battle is in Ogre Battle. And the tertiary games in the series. Not really much to talk about there. Anyways, I'm gonna go crash and hopefully get some sleep. So hopefully I will see you guys tomorrow, decently early. And if I'm not feeling well, I will, post a thing saying, hey, I'm not feeling well, sorry. Either way, have a good one, guys.